Welcome to EPT 2023. I'm calling for my cat.
I'll take up then.
Balea bags the first ever EPT Paris trophy.
I'm about to change the world today. I'm calling shots I came to play.
I think I'm back.
Watson does the double in Monte Carlo.
He won the pot, he won the pot.
Timed off me, huh?
Wojciech makes the call and wins EPT Barcelona. It's time to crown our next champion. Who will be next?
Stamets takes the win here in Barcelona.
Jason Mercier, he went with his instinct, he made the call.
There's the professional level, and there's the Ivy League.
Sebastian Pauli coming to terms with what he has just achieved. Nicky Corrin has done it! 2 main event titles!
Sebastian Mallets has gone from poker fanboy to poker champion.
This is why people love the EPT.
Hello once again, welcome to Cyprus and the PokerStars European Poker Tour. It's the final day of the festival. That means it's the final table of the main event. Every single hand live and cards up from the Merit Royal Diamond Hotel, Casino and Spa. James Hartigan alongside Joe Stapleton.
Hello, my babies.
And Griffin Benger.
It's the ultimate day.
The players are in their seats, ready to get cards in the air. 7 players returning for the final day. We tried to get down to 6 last night, could not make it happen, and as a consequence, things are pretty shallow right now. The chip leader has 40 bigs, and there are a couple of shorties with 14 and 12 bigs respectively. Who are you hoping will win? Who do you think will win? What does your head say? What does your heart say? Want to hear from you. Use the live chat on Twitch. Use the live chat on YouTube. You'll find us on X. You'll find us on Facebook. You'll find us on Instagram as well. Look forward to hearing from you over the course of the next few hours. It is former streamer Gilles Simon Gilly who leads with 8 million chips. Not far behind him, the Turkish player Halil Taşyerek. Then we've got Nikita Kuznetsov, Yannick Schumacher. A little bit shallower once we get to Jose Gonzalez, and the 2 short stacks are Andrea the Announcer Darto and Bjorn Kozenkai from Hungary. They're the short stacks with fewer than 15 big blinds, because we are kicking things off at level 32 with the blinds at 100k, 200k. And understandably, players been tight. Look at the payouts. Look at the money jumps with each elimination. Right now, everyone's locked up the better part of 163k, but we're looking at more than 650k for the runner-up and more than $1 million to the winner, plus that all-important EPT title and trophy that will be presented today. In seat 1 is Halil Taşyerek from Ankara in Turkey. He says he's never had an opportunity like this. He thinks he's in the dream spot. Started playing professionally 2 years ago and has been traveling the poker circuit ever since. Yannick Schumacher, originally from Germany, but now, like many German pros, lives in Vienna. Modest results in Europe, hoping for his first big score today. Bjorn Kozenkai, a former football referee, now a poker player and keen fisherman. While playing Scoop this year, was residing in Mexico and caught a swordfish. Nikita Kuznetsov is known as Ebar 11 on Stars, has a Scoop title, 2 WCOOP titles to his name, made the final table of EPT Sochi in 2020. There is Gilles Simon, won a platinum pass in the Dare to Stream competition. Hopes to become the most Googled Gilles Simon, has got some way to go. The tennis player has 16 million in career earnings.
Loves the mint tea.
Jose Gonzalez from Spain, very much into music, has a rap crew known as Latin Hydro.
That's what he was listening to yesterday.
Andrea Darto from Italy announces every action. That's why we call him the announcer. He came fourth in EPT Barcelona back in 2014, looking for the win here today. Has some work to do.
Saw him with a big smile on his face getting a coffee this morning. I think he's relishing the opportunity.
We are.
Olivier announcing the restart of the game, kicking things off with the blinds at 100,000, 200,000 with a 200,000 big blind ante. Let's shuffle up and deal. Let's start the final table of the first ever EPT Cyprus main event. Hand number 1 is underway.
I'm glad you mentioned the blinds. Things are a little more shallow than they would normally be kicking off the final day. We got a 28 big blind average. Not as many eliminations yesterday as early as we expected.
Pass.
Tato with his sunglasses in this photo. Come on.
So action folders to Tashirek in the cutoff. He has raised to 400,000 with pocket 5s. Round to Kuznetsov in the big blind with king 7.
So we play 1 hour level today.
90 minutes, no? Yes.
What's 50 minutes?
Yes. 1 hour level, and I think
They will probably correct it later. It's probably some
I
mistakes.
think this is probably going to be
it is.
worked in as a call a lot of the time.
It changed, no?
Yeah,
It's gonna be
it's
30 minutes level. 45 and then 30.
No, only if it takes too long.
But finds a
3
fold.
players, it goes down to 45, and if it's extremely long, then they lower it even more.
Oh, okay.
The tournament has to end today.
Correct.
Yeah.
Tournament?
Has to end today.
It has to end today.
That has to be
Yeah,
one.
it has to be.
Because they have to pack everything up and shit.
And if we keep playing, a sniper comes over there and starts killing.
I like that idea, Andrea Dato. Jimmy the Bee would be on board with that plan. Yeah, just to confirm, 90-minute levels until we get down to 3, and then we go to 45-minute levels. I don't think we would go shorter than 45, and I don't think that it would go so long that we would need to take any kind of emergency action and reduce to 30. Now, on the one hand, Griffin, with the stacks being this shallow, you think, well, we're going to see a lot of eliminations early doors. On the flip side of that, everyone's a little bit handcuffed at the moment by not having playable stacks and by the payouts, by ICM considerations.
Yeah, and there's really not much separation between the chip leaders either. We look at, Tesseract has now jumped past Simone with that, just that single raised pot now at 41 big blinds to Simone's 38. So there's not really, that chip leader we're used to seeing with 70 to 80 bigs. It's able to really take advantage of the ICM. So I think everyone's going to be playing pretty carefully here on this final table.
We do have a blind v blind situation, unraised pre, 9-6-5 on the board. Ace high still the best hand.
Yeah, I think as far as unpaired situations go for this ace-deuce, you'd much rather something a little less coordinated. A 9 sort of 6-3 even, you'd feel more inclined to check call. I mean, I wouldn't put it past Kuznetsov to still find a check call against what I would imagine would be a small bet if Simone comes in with one. But instead, Simone going to take that free card. And that's really also, I think, because Simone doesn't necessarily want to, I mean, he might think this hand is good a lot of the time with king high, right? Doesn't need to start bluffing with, say, something like a 10-7, jack 7.
So check, check on the flop, because Kuznetsov has checked a second time. Simon checks behind. 9 on the river, ace high still the best hand.
Yeah, I think at this point, facing a final check from Kuznetsov, which almost certainly is going to happen, I think Simone's probably going to hope that maybe even his king at 7 high would play, like Kuznetsov would check down a worse king here, but is going to be disappointed to see this ace high and lose this very small pot.
Rui asks on YouTube, is the EPT coming to Portugal anytime soon? So there was a Portuguese leg of the tour back in the day in Vila Moura. I think we went there for a couple of seasons. The problem with Portugal, as lovely a place as it is, there's a very strict rule about cameras in casinos. And a huge part of the EPT is the experience of being able to live stream it for audiences around the world, being able to make TV shows, players being allowed to make their vlogs, and you can't even take still photographs inside the casino.
I thought I had 47 blinds.
There was a joke when we ran the event there where the PokerStars blog had like a courtroom artist doing images of the players at the table because they couldn't get any actual photos. If you had a winner's photo, it had to be taken outside of the casino.
Wow, okay. So take it up with your local casino. Get back to us. Let us know if anything changes. Here is Bjorn Kozenkai.
Yeah, this is hand 3 of the final table. And Kozenkai, who is the shortest stack, starts the hand with 12 big blinds, announces all in, has been presented with the red triangle.
Yeah, this is the shove and pray spot. I would imagine one of the worst hands, Kozenkai, is going to be prepared to shove here. But the great thing about it is you are going to fold out hands like this a lot of the time that are beating you. And even the king-jack offs, given the stack distribution at this table, I think you fold out that better king as well. But you're really just trying to acquire chips, and a little too good in the big with the ace-10.
Yeah, Gonzalez snap calls, and it is a domination situation. Kozenkai at risk and way behind.
Király 10, áv 10 ellen.
Whatever happens to Bjorn here, clearly a bright future on the tour, just 25 years old, and an incredible run here at EPT Cyprus.
Kozenkai is a coach and shareholder at BitB, one of the most renowned poker stables. Guaranteed to pick up his first 6-figure prize today. Will it be $162,925? We go to the flop, and it is 9-7 deuce.
Gonna look for a little help on the turn here with a queen or a jack if that king doesn't pop off.
Three outs for Kozenkai.
8-assal split, dáma ide, meg a király jó.
I can also hit a queen. That's what he said.
Kings and queens are working for him. There are opportunities as well. 17% chance of survival.
Yeah, Kozenkai will take an 8 here too.
Thank you, guys.
But it's a 3 on the river. Ace-10 high holds, and Bjorn Kozenkai is the first player eliminated from the final table. 7th place finisher, 4 just shy of 163 grand. We're down to the final 6.
Nice little compliment there at the end from the Turkish chip leader. If you can't tell by the flag.
I wonder if he's going to get kicked out of his own stable.
So still no Hungarian winner on the EPT.
Fuck, you won.
Gonzalez, by the way, is chipped up to 7.2 million. He's got 35 bigs. Andrea Dato is down to 14 bigs, 2 of which will be posted on the next hand.
Are you feeling normal or you're nervous as well? Is somebody not nervous here?
And incredibly, just 11 big blinds separate Halil, the chip leader, and the 5th place, Yannick Schumacher, with 30 big blinds. Andrea Dato now significantly at the bottom with, at this stage, not much to lose. Going to try to find shoves similar to the ones Bjorn did, but hopefully get away with them or find a double.
Next hand, and we find Schumacher with 7s. Opens with the short stack in the big blind here. Quasi asking why are they playing with such shallow stacks? Because they played for a long time yesterday without any eliminations.
A lot of slap fighting last night.
Yeah, and it's honestly, you know, with the levels being an hour and a half, it's usually we're used to seeing a lot of deep stack poker, but with how good players are getting in the year 2023, not a lot of big mistakes or blow-ups, and just, like you said, a lot of slap fighting. It's well put, Joe.
The only one who was really going for it was Jose Gonzalez, and he got punished.
That's true. So Gonzalez, middle of the pack right now, playing 35 bigs.
Cheers. Cheers. Hey, I didn't get mine. Oh, I did. Never mind. It's okay. Limoncello? Maybe?
Mint tea cheers. Is that collusion?
Woo!
That trophy will be presented to the champion later today. Going to lose another 5 players before we get to that point. The final 6 from a starting field of 1,320.
No, you better for you.
Queen 10 for Kuznetsov.
Does he look like this when he has a good hand? Because it kind of looks like he has Queen 10.
Kuznets sad. That's what I call him.
Yeah.
So forlorn.
Round 2, Gonzalez on the button. Jack 5 offsuit. So Gonzalez has had a few big results in the last couple of years. Won the Eureka High Roller in March of 2022. That was worth nearly 350K. Took down a CEP event in Barcelona. Won last month's Estrellas Malaga main event for 92K.
This is going to be a very clear, nice, clean shove on 11 big blinds for Datto, and just has to dodge the wake up in the big blind. I mean, this is really what you're hoping for on this short stack.
Wait for him to announce it.
Nice
Now,
cue up.
we have a little Tashirak folding 9-8 in the big. The shove gets through. Next hand.
MJB Wilkie says, might be a bit technical, but does the widget only look 1 card deep because the percentage win goes up after they get more outs, even though if you check all possible outcomes, an exact percent could be found? It doesn't sound technical. It sounds like gibberish. Thank you for your question. Was it a question?
I think you may also be confusing the graphic system with the widget. The widget is purely an algorithm which is predicting how many players will be left at the end of each level.
That look, and then the 3-2 graphic shows up. It's perfect.
At least he's consistent, Griff.
Yeah. He's balanced and hating his life. Ooh.
And watch as everyone else has rags. The raise is to 450,000. Tashirak folding the small blind. Yannick Schumacher in the big blind. Told you, no one has anything. Raise and take it for Gonzalez.
You got nothing to do today, guys. Nothing to do today. Okay? Okay?
He was blocking all the other good hands.
I knew you were thinking that. I was just wondering if you were going to say it.
Give the trophy to this guy, please.
That one is nice. I will take you to a nice restaurant.
Look at the chip stacks now.
1 shot, 1 ace.
The chip leader has 39 big blinds.
2 shot, 2 ace.
Exactly.
Gonzalez is 38, Simon 37, Kuznetsov 35, Schumacher 30, and then you got that drop-off before you get to Andrea Datto playing 14 bigs.
That's okay. It'll be 80 big blinds effective when they get heads up.
Pass.
I can't believe Jose Gonzalez got the whole week off from advising his Russian czar.
He is a cat, and he really is gone. Tashirek raising the button. I think it's fair to say we've been pretty impressed with what we've seen from Tashirek so far.
Yeah, for sure.
Started playing poker for fun while he worked in finance, and obviously realized he had a knack for the game, so started playing semi-professionally, and then 2 years ago left his job to play poker full-time.
Yeah, he's good. We've seen some really well-played hands from Halil.
Certainly the look of someone I would underestimate at the poker table.
Yeah. Yeah. He is the elder statesman of the table. And certainly some biases with these young internet stars.
I hate to be pedantic, Griffin.
Mm-hmm.
Who am I kidding? I love being pedantic. The elder statesman of the table is actually Andrea Dato, who is 2 years older.
He is not 44 years old.
Than Halil Tashirek.
Wow. He wears it well by hiding the bags under his eyes with his glasses and even the little photo.
Under the gun raise from Gonzalez, round to the blinds, Kuznetsov in the small. 9-4 off.
We got to see if his face changes at all, if there's a playable hand.
This is actually a narrative I'm very interested in myself.
And now we have Simon with Queen 3.
Okay, I only flash aces, no kings.
He's such a card.
I don't believe that. If you had kings, you would have shown.
You're a smart guy.
Lost Cause on YouTube says Tashirek gives out the big daddy energy. Grown man wisdom among boys.
Wow.
Nice, I like that.
I don't mind giving Tashirek the compliment, but I don't think there's a lot of boys at this table. I think we got a bunch of grown men here.
Ooh, never had that many chips in my life.
I mean, there are two, like, 25-year-olds. Is that grown men?
Yeah.
Yeah. Isn't there a thing about, like, our brain developing until, like, a certain age or something? What's the age? Do you know this, what I'm talking about?
What's the age of what?
I heard something about how, like, you know, like, men's brains develop only fully until, like, 30 or something like that.
I didn't know it was that high. I would have guessed 25 or 26, but
27. I'm seeing 25. Thank you, chat.
I'm sure they're correct. I'm sure all the neurologists in chat are weighing in right now.
We do have quite a neurologist contingency here in the chat.
A bit too easy.
Small blind versus big blind.
You didn't give me just one word. Never. I have to punish you, bro. Check.
So hilarious. By the way, Gonzalez got to a point yesterday where he was out of time bank cards. Obviously, every player gets an additional 6 cards today. Most of the table has carried over a significant number from the last few days, but Gonzalez starts today with 6.
7-6, offsuit.
Check.
Wow, he's in a mood, isn't he? And you can see the wry smile for Simone under that sweater.
We're playing the guessing game, and Winning 99 thinks Queen of Hearts is Simon's second card.
It would make sense as played. You know, no reason to really bet on the flop. You're not going to fold out a king or an ace, and your queen high is often going to be good. Same on the turn.
I tell you what, these two are going to have an amazing date after this.
I'm going to take queen 6 off. You can have queen 6 of hearts. It's fair. Trust me.
You get 3 times as many.
Oh. Might be king 6.
I only beat
Doesn't matter.
5-7 and 4-7.
Bet of 200,000 wins
Times.
Simon the pot.
Yeah, mathematical mind. Ay, 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 ay.
He also beat 6-5, and he could have had that. We saw the 6.
Problems.
The change after 20
Because
minutes,
there was-
interesting.
Who's been marking cards? Probably was one card that doesn't read.
Jose was getting too many strong hands.
Yeah, like now. I should roll it, but I love you, bro. You earn me. That's you play with the feelings, you know. That's must be not allowed. So
Psychological warfare.
this guy is playing with my feelings. He's very lovely. It's allowed.
Women do that all the time.
MJB is
I
back.
wasn't gonna say it.
What is the man in the suit doing? He is the floor manager who's in charge of running the main event. Specifically, he was changing the deck just now because with the cards that we're using, with the RFID chips in, which relay the information to the graphics, occasionally the cards get damaged and the scanners don't pick up the cards. So that's why the deck was changed.
Kuznetsov, I think, with one of the worst hands that he would consider opening here at the cutoff, but has some playability, has been quiet, so that's where that consideration comes from. But staying within his game plan, I think, not getting impatient, really respecting the quality of opponents that are 3 to his left.
One important thing we haven't highlighted yet, not related to this final table, is that with it being main event Sunday, you've got not 1 but 2 mini main events in the Mini EPT Cyprus online series. A reminder that if you open the PokerStars software, you should be able to see this in the main lobby. It has its own tab on the front page. But if you don't see it, probably not available in your part of the world. But there is a $5.50 main event. There is a $55 main event. Both are awarding gold power passes to the winners. And we have gone to the flop. Blind v blind, unraised pre.
Domination, rotation in
Yeah.
every possible way.
Absolutely, a pair of 3s for the announcer, plus he has the flush draw.
I'm sure Data would like some protection here, but you would hate to bet and never fold here if Gonzalez elected to check raise. So just going to check back, and I think that's the best way to go about it here. And now with close to nothing, Gonzalez wants to start betting. Dado with far too good a hand, I think, to fold to 300,000.
He's got a fair few people tuning in for the first time today who haven't seen the previous day's coverage. Vexium saying that is one impressive beard. Obviously, Gonzalez has been a huge part of these streams over the last few days.
I'm really appreciating Gonzalez's new lease on life after being rescued from that deadly parasite by Leon Redfield in the mountains of Spain.
Meanwhile, domination, restoration. Gonzalez pairing his 6 on the river.
Pretty sure that guy attacked me in the bell tower.
He did, yeah.
With a pitchfork.
Yeah, he did.
Check.
Oh, he's going to hate to see this.
Yeah. You outflopped him, and then you got rivered. Gonzalez takes the slight chip lead, has the advantage over Halil Tashirak.
Yeah. He was at the bottom yesterday.
That's true. Now he's at the top. Andrea Dato still at the bottom, which is 10 big blinds.
Top of that bell tower, exactly.
You know, that joke's a really good case for the existence of remakes, because I feel like you never would have made that joke.
Absolutely not. Most people wouldn't have got it either.
Yeah. And I don't think I would have gotten it, even though that's one of my favorite games. I hadn't played the original for 10, 15 years. So let's keep remaking things.
Oh, don't worry. They're not going to stop anytime soon, Griffin. The customary Kuznetsov pause before folding. Round 2, Gonzalez. 6-4 off. Not going to raise. Dato, queen 6 in the small. Should this be a shove with 10 bigs?
I think so, yeah.
You're not loving it though, are you?
So, yeah, Dato has mixed in a limp. I think this is okay too. Because it's, 10 big blinds and you're not going to fold out more than 2 or 3 better queens. And if you think your opponent's not going to have a really bluff shove pre, I think I like it.
Well, with Dato calling, Tashirak checks behind. 8-8-3 on the flop. And Dato is a 2-1 favorite.
So you have to balance out the fact that you're not going to fold out a ton of better hands with the fact that you are going to let equity be realized to lots of worse hands.
Yeah, I mean, you would shove probably queen 9, queen 8, because you would hate to ever limp fold hands that have that much, not playability, but equity realized on like runouts. You know? Queen 6 is a pretty lame hand,
Exactly.
And you're gonna have you've just gone through the blinds is the other thing, right? Like you're gonna, if you do limp and get shoved on, you have 9 big blinds to have a full rotation to try to find better spots. And Dato just checking this down as for value, really. And I'm a little surprised that Tashirak is taking the, I wouldn't call it bait because Dato doesn't want him to bet, but Dato really isn't going to believe this either. It's like, okay, so you're trying to tell me you have a 3? Wouldn't you have just bet that in the flop and been happy to get it in for my 9 big blinds? So, but Tashirak maybe just knows he can put a lot of pressure on high card hands that even if they call once, it's going to have a very tough time calling river.
Well, also, can he eliminate sort of king high and ace high hands as well, given that Dato didn't shove pre-flop?
Ooh, nice. Yeah, that's really well said. Didn't even consider that. Yeah, if you expect your opponent to shove all the ace highs, all the king highs, and a lot of the queen highs, what are you going to do if you're Dato here and have Jack 5 off? Are you just going to call with Jack high?
And I was going to say,
you're going to call with Queen 6?
By the same token, I think Dato can also eliminate. I think his queen high might be good quite often also for that same reason, because Tashirak's probably going to shove on him with King Jack and King 10.
And look at the pressure it's put on him. Even though he knows it makes no sense, it's just it's too valuable, these chips. If he loses 250K there and isn't prepared to call, say, an all-in on the river that might be coming, now your 9 big blinds have become, 6.5 or 7.
Can somebody clip that, me saying something smart real quick?
That was yeah, I gotta say.
That reel's like 8 years old.
That was some of your best work. That was really nice. Yeah.
So Gonzalez and Tashirak tied for the chip lead right now, 30 minutes into the day. 1 elimination so far.
Now I have to say something nice about one of Griffin's jokes in the next hour.
That's why I gave you a little
Yeah,
bump
I
there. Yeah.
It will be through gritted teeth. But you will do
Yeah,
it.
yeah.
Kuznetsov folding under the gun. Jack 10 for Gilly. If you're watching on Twitch, you're being invited to spam a Willy to support Gilly.
Yeah, he's wearing the purple hoodie around his neck too for the emoji, I guess.
Yeah, and you can see how reserved. And I gotta tell you, Jose Gonzalez has really decided to try to see if he can become the captain of this ship, right? He's got the beard for it.
He could be a captain. Yep.
Not going to get through these fish hooks, though.
No.
All right, well, let's see what the verbal declarer has to say. Mr. VD.
Joseph.
All in.
He says all in.
When Mr. VD says all in, you give him the clap.
Joseph, I've already had to unplug someone's microphone during this broadcast. Don't make me do it to you.
Just thought it was a good move.
I have only 25 seconds for my...
You have 6 seconds.
You got more time, Banks,
Oh my
buddy.
God, he didn't know.
What did he think those things were next to his chips?
This is a pattern with Jose Gonzalez, by the way, who I like very much, but he's like kind of a step behind quite often.
He's a disruptor, you know.
He's a
That's what he
disruptor,
is.
yeah.
We got the announcer. We got the disruptor.
How many times did he apologize yesterday for goofing various things up, including almost calling it all in?
I think he could have apologized a bit more.
I thought
for
he
that
didn't
one, to be
apologize
honest.
for that one.
Yeah,
That was part of the problem.
I think it was the lack of contrition in that situation that caused a lot of the problems.
Whenever you want.
I'll tell you what, I was a little starstruck to see Toby Stone come into the booth to explain things. He smelled exactly how I thought he would.
He is smooth and
It is a small room here, and he, yeah.
I didn't ask for the count. That's why I suppose.
He also has a voice of authority that I will never have.
Correct.
After desperately trying to explain to the audience why the ruling was made, and people having none of it, the moment Toby sits down and explains it, using exactly the same words,
Yes, Daddy.
everyone's like, oh, yeah, this guy knows what he's talking about. Yeah.
You was very...
Okay, so I could be wrong, James, because we were all gushing over Toby Stone, but I think the reason he asked about the 25 seconds thing is because he wants to know that at which point when he asks for the count, he gets more time. Right? So if he lets 25 seconds of his 30 seconds go by, then he asks for the count. Then she counts it. It gives him another, 5-10 seconds. I think the thing doesn't
the clock
count
is
towards-
paused. When you ask for a count, the
yeah.
clock is paused. But it doesn't really matter. I would argue you want to ask for the count quicker, so
Yeah.
you then have more time on the clock to make a decision based on that information.
Yeah,
But if you already know the count, I guess is what Griffin is saying, and you're just asking to buy yourself some more time.
I mean, it's
he's just trying to maximize, within the rule sets, the amount of time you can to make a decision. It's not an angle. It's just more like, I want to use everything at my disposal. It's a little,
He also was not 100% certain that those things next to his chips were new time bank cards.
So very pained fold here for our table chip leader. Pardon me, our table short stack in Andrea Dado, folding the ace jack to the Gonzalez Open, and this is part of the reason why it's the power of position. Do you really want to shove into an under the gun 1+1 opener with 4 people behind that can wake up with better when Gonzalez's range is supposed to be pretty strong? So that's why Dado was so peeved. And Kuznetsov finally gets a hand, but instead of being able to, you know, raise it and take a flop with a big blind that's calling with, you know,
he does look a little less
8-7. Yeah, we were talking about this, right?
Cheering at me than Italian people.
King, Queen, 5, 9 still ahead. Gonzalez with a gut shot.
100%. I have more Persian people cheering at me than Italian. Look, there are no Italians and 3 Persian.
Just motion.
I love a good mic
I'll
hug.
do my best. Thank you.
So I think in just normal poker circumstances, you can certainly call with 2 9s on a King, Queen, 5 board. When you're from the big blind, you're very under-repped. You know, your opponent could just be c-betting ace-7 of diamonds or something. But it's going to be a little more difficult at this stage of the tournament, at this final table, when Gonzalez can put so much range advantage pressure, when losing any chips at all is so devastating to your position. But yeah, so I'm not surprised we do see 1 call because of that strength that hand, hoping maybe Gonzalez will just shut down, but he's out of here on most turns.
Spade not a factor.
So Kuznetsov, 86% favorite, checks a second time.
Yeah, certainly not a factor in the sense that neither of them have a spade, but now if another bet comes in from Gonzalez, but he's not going to do it. Doesn't want to run into the flushes. Oof.
Barry Greenstein makes an appearance, and Gonzalez has a lock on this.
2 overcards, fine. 3,
Yeah, Kuznetsov hates that river because not only does it mean he probably loses, but if he was winning, he'll get bluffed.
9s all day on the small blind, bro. Come on. You have always 9 on the small blind?
Big blind. It's the 3rd time, right?
Yes, but it's big blind.
Always just a little off.
Yeah.
Trophy.
I made the AK-47 again, if you make 3 bet.
Do you think they shine it every day?
Yes, several times a day.
Nice.
Chip counts the remaining 6 players. The big stack equates to 45 big blinds. The shortest stack, 14 bigs.
There's at least one particular person on the staff who cares a lot how good that trophy looks, and is a major reason why the stage looks so good, all of it. Meticulous.
Gonzalez back in action. Ace-Jack opens to 450K. King 3 for Schumacher on the button. Folds. Kuznetsov in the small. So sad.
Kuznets sad.
And now Gilles Simon in the big. Queen 4 of diamonds.
Do you think he is wearing the aubergine colored sweatshirt intentionally because of his emote?
Well, that is also the color of Twitch, right?
Oh, yeah, true. Purple.
He has defended. And the flop is ace-7-6. Gonzalez flops best, top pair. Better than a 9-1 favorite. Simon playing in flow, checks to Gonzalez. C-bet incoming. 300,000 into 1.2 million. Simon with backdoor draws, but elects to fold. Well, we spoke to Gilles Simon before the start of play today. Important to remember, at that point, he was coming into the final table with a very slight chip lead.
So Gilles
final day of EPT Cyprus, and there you are with the chip lead. Just tell us how that feels for starters.
Well, only barely the chip lead, right? There's still another 3 very big sacks, I think, that, you know, like at this point, anything can happen. So if one of either of us, or even one of the shorties, or one of the one mid-stack, like if one of them doubles up or wins a couple of big ones, they can still get the runaway chip lead, you know, and then the final table outcomes can still vary a lot. So, you know, it's good. I'm very happy with how I played yesterday, I think, and the position that I got myself to now. But anything can happen, so, you know, it's still all going to come down to this very last couple of levels that we're going to be playing today. So, yeah, it's very, very exciting to be here. So.
And you seem like a very calm and composed guy at the table, but if you took down this one today, what kind of emotions do you think might pop out?
I have no idea. You know, I think we're one of those things that it's something that for 3 months ago or something, you know, before I started getting some really good results all of a sudden, felt so unreal. It's something that you dream about, but you don't even really think that it's that close, right? And now all of a sudden I'm on such an insane heater that, you know, these things just happen all of a sudden. Because, yeah, it's such a unreal, it would be such an unreal feeling that I have no clue what kind of emotions will pop up. We'll hopefully figure out, you know, so.
That was Gilly speaking before the start of play. We come back to the final table for hand 15. A button raise from Kuznetsov with ace-6. Gonzalez 3-betting from the big blind with ace-king.
And I expect to see Kuznetsov looking pretty annoyed here, but I also think, you know, obviously Gonzalez's VPIP, as they say, very, very high on this final table. It kind of appears like he's running over everyone, but I think everyone's very aware that this is more of a card distribution thing. Gonzalez is obviously someone that will push edges, but
yeah,
he's the one that's been getting the raising hands, and Kuznetsov was very comfortable just letting go of that ace.
Fine, thank you.
Okay. Yes, sir. Thank you very much.
Back to the Gilly interview.
Yeah.
I'm used to the Dutch speaking excellent English, but his accent is non-existent.
It's also really handsome. I didn't
sure.
I'd take it in before. Got some main character energy going on.
I do find it amusing that he has this goal to overtake the French tennis player with the same name.
I mean, that could be like a bit, you know what I mean?
It's not beyond the realms of possibility. Because
things, it's hard to tell something's a bit.
Gilles Simon, the tennis player, is retired and achieved 16 million in career earnings. This Gilles Simon is 24 years old at the start of his poker career. It's not beyond the realms of possibility that in the next 2 decades he could eclipse him.
I mean, 8-digit amounts.
Passo.
Tough to get to.
Passo.
But this would be a good start.
Tiro al masso.
Look at Gonzalez, all the way up to 53 bigs.
Yeah, back up over the 10 million mark. Andrea Dato still hovering around 12 big blinds right now with half the level gone. So still 45 minutes to play at 100,000, 200,000.
You've covered a lot of final tables in your life, James. Have you ever seen a flag draped over the back? Because it's a vibe.
Yes.
Oh, yeah? It's been
Pretty
done?
common.
Common?
I don't know if you remember, Griffin, but we've had a few final tables recently with Brazilian players.
Right.
They love their flags.
Yes, yes, yes. Maybe it's just, it's very striking flag. That's why maybe I'm noticing it more.
It's certainly not one of those like red, green, orange, horizontal, vertical, different orders, and you're like, which one is that again?
It's very clear what it is.
Yeah.
And as we had Elkanut's highlight yesterday, the fact that there were players at this final table who can achieve the first result, the first win on the EPT for their country. I imagine that Halil would be incredibly proud to be the first ever Turkish EPT winner.
Not surprised to see Gonzalez raising up this time. Kind of wanting to really telegraph to Dato that he's prepared to call an all-in, which I think, you know, he would do for 12 big blinds. And also doesn't want as many peels from the big blind.
The crabs.
The crabs.
Oh, the laugh
I will
after.
be bigger with weak hands.
That's the
What
crabs.
do you mean? It's fair.
Oh, we got it.
Weak.
It needs a lot
It's
of
good, but
protection.
it's weak.
Yeah, it needs a lot of protection.
Of course.
Yes, because many over.
That's how you avoid crabs.
Yes, wow, that's fat, bro.
A lot of protection.
Free coaching for you.
You know what about Latin people? We are specials.
Story checks out. Come on, Nikita. Pocket nines. You can get a little smirk in there. Huh?
Queens.
So close.
Very close. See how close the jack is to a queen?
Jack is close, and then the other one, I mean, basically you're only off by 2 cards. Man, oh man, Gonzalez. Card rack.
Yeah, and I do wonder, with Kuznetsov only playing 25 big blinds, that maybe Gonzalez is going to lean more call here with the ace-jack suited. You would hate to raise to 3-bet and ever fold this hand, so pretty comfortable just calling. I think even ace-jack off would probably just call. And now Tasharak with the 10s has an opportunity to really make life a living hell for Kuznetsov in particular. Wouldn't expect to see a lot of traps from Gonzalez here. Gonzalez, because of how active he's been especially, would probably be wanting to 3-bet big hands and get them in. So
I don't even think he'd be this chatty right now in the hand if he was trapping, right? If he had aces or kings, he'd probably be quiet.
But look, Tasharak wants to sort of keep the variance down. You know, if you were to squeeze here and get it in with Kuznetsov, 10s aren't doing very well. Maybe the only hand that you're beating that would potentially go in would be the pocket 9s. Like Kuznetsov might even still just fold that. So staying under wrapped, and we have our first 3-way pot here. Wow.
And it's all low cards, and there are 2 hearts out there. Tasharak ahead for now, but Gonzalez with the best chance of winning.
And Kuznetsov should be thinking, this is a pretty decent flop for me. Gonzalez should have a lot of Broadway-type cards a lot of the time. Or something like 7s or 8s, which I'm crushing. And Tasharak's range should also be a bit similar from the small blind.
You know what turn card everyone is dreaming of, right?
9 of hearts.
You got it.
I'm not.
People love collisions.
I think we should expect to see 3-way to the turn. I don't think we can expect to see any raising from either Gonzalez or Tasharak. And I don't think it's going to be a very big bet. And there it is, 425. No reason to, you know, bet a million chips or anything here.
So Kuznetsov continuing into 2 opponents, 425K into 1.675 million.
And if we do see 2 more calls, this pot is going to balloon to over 3 million. And that's going to be a very big swing with how the standings are going to look like.
So Gonzalez has flattered Tasharak. Calls as well. Still 3-way. Going to the turn, and yes, just shy of 3 million in the pot already. Is the Queen of Spades on the turn.
That's the card I was dreaming of.
So 10's still ahead, and Tasharak now a 2-to-1 favorite in this 3-way pot. Kuznetsov drawing to 1 out.
And Kuznetsov might still think he has the best hand a decent amount of the time here. That queen does fill some of those heart combos. You know, the king, queen of hearts, the queen, jack of hearts, queen, 10 of hearts, and the like, which certainly either one of these players could have. So does Kuznetsov, with a pot of 3 million, want to invest any more chips in this street or just hope it checks through and somehow nines are good by the river? It's a very tricky, very, very, very tricky spot.
He's playing a time bank card, getting himself additional thinking time.
Because the other thing you have
I think he's going to barrel.
Yeah, because the other thing you have to consider, James, is that Tastarak happens to have 10s, right?
Yeah.
But that's the only better pair that flats in his spot here. So he can have pocket 5s, pocket 7s, pocket 8s. Pocket jacks would have probably 3-bet preflop. So it's just he's expecting to be ahead of Tastarak a lot. Gonzalez is going to have a similar range. So it's very, you know, you kind of want to protect and get at least one guy out if you think that you're ahead of both of them enough of the time.
A bet of 1 million. Gonzalez chasing the flush, not going anywhere.
If Gonzalez can catch up here, this is going to be a significant lead for him.
Well, this is now, I think this is a fold for Tastarak, a big side fold. I mean,
best hand.
I know, but look, there's a bet and a call here. You're up against a very strong under-the-gun range. Look at Kuznetsov putting in so much of his chips here. That queen is a very scary card. It has, like we've talked about, filled up those flush draws with the queens. If it was one opponent, it would be different, but two, it's tough. Folding the best hand, you got to do it.
10s go in the muck, and we go heads up to the river, which is the deuce of hearts. Gonzalez gets there.
This is going to put him in an insane position moving forward.
Will he know how to leverage that stack? Will he know the power that he can exert?
Yeah, this hand is completely over. Kuznetsov won't put another and look at even in his facial expression, it's like, you got it, dude. I will say the only consideration would be that Gonzalez calls twice here with 7s, right? But pocket 5s have filled up, which would probably call twice here. And then, of course, all the hearts. Kuznetsov is not going to call this, and we're going to quickly move to the next hand, I would have to imagine.
Yeah, shoves on Kuznetsov, who does not call all in. And that is going to give Jose Gonzalez a dominant chip advantage, a 2-to-1 advantage over the player who sits second on the leaderboard. 14.5 million near enough for Gonzalez, more than 70 big blinds. By comparison, Halil Tastarak has 7 million, 35 big blinds, and we've just seen Nikita Kuznetsov drop down below the 20 big blind mark.
You know what's so interesting about that turn bet, too, is that it did, you know, when you think about all those pairs that Halil can have there, he's going to have to fold the 10s anyway. Like, you are folding out. Like, if that river was a brick, he wins a massive pot.
Yep.
And he's, you know, going to be second in chips, but just couldn't dodge that heart, ace, or jack. And it's Gonzalez's day.
Gonzalez has had an amazing opening level of this final table. But now a chance for Gilles Simon to potentially win some chips. Ace-king suited under the gun.
Yeah, right. Gonzalez is going to have queens.
Pass.
Yeah, good question here from Nikki Manish1 on Twitch. Kuznetsov would have been chip leader, no?
Had he won that hand?
Yeah.
Yeah,
would have been
that's
close.
the thing.
Yeah.
It's so shallow and the stacks are so close.
And
yeah.
At 200K big blind, 6-handed, this is going in. 16 big blinds for Kuznetsov. Going to get a lot of folds from this shove. You know, if Simone has ace-jack off, might be folding here in these positions. But it's a classic flip.
All in and a call on their backs. We're off to the races.
They're waiting a second there for the other table. Do you see that? To turn them up. They're used to it.
Simon, by the way, doing exactly the right thing. You wait till the dealer tells you to show your cards before you show your cards.
Nice.
Like bears versus twinks, one of these two things has a slight mathematical advantage.
Hearts versus 10s. 10 diamonds, 10 clubs.
Doing our job for us. Oh, loving the moment. It's just so easy to cheer for.
Kuznetsov is the at-risk player and the player with the advantage right now. Gilles Simon needs to hit.
Why is Dylan cheering for you? You know him? Yeah,
Yeah,
friend
he's
of
a good
yours?
friend of mine. Yeah. Stayed with us in, at home in Vienna when he came over to you.
Oh, a set of 10s on the flop. However, the straight draw for Simon, a jack would give him Broadway.
We got 4 jacks live.
You can smile.
He won't do it.
Don't want to jinx it.
Turn card.
Turn is too easy.
Here's a tray.
No, trust.
4 cards eliminate
Jack on the river.
Nikita Kuznetsov. A jack on the river gives his opponent the win.
If Kuznetsov does win, do we get any kind of a celly?
No. Stupid how big this
No?
flip is.
Yeah.
River card
Jack of spades.
is a 6. Kuznetsov doubles up through
Oh,
Gilles
that's a
Simon.
little something.
That was a sigh of relief, Griffin, not a smile.
He moved.
He
I'll give you
did.
that.
He did flinch.
So Kuznetsov is now second in chips, and Gilles Simon is now in the danger zone.
Danger zone.
14 bigs.
You have flush?
And let's just put into perspective here the swing of that pot. Sixth place pays just over $200,000. Now he's up to second place on the leaderboard, which pays over $650. So, you know, to stay in there, win that flip, it's surely one of the biggest swings of his poker career. I don't care who you are.
That's not fair.
Banana and pineapple, you had.
3, 4, and then 50?
You had an overpass? Overpass?
Banana and toilet paper roll.
Sí, en out and out.
Nines.
Let's
I had nines again.
9s again. Come on, bro. Stop it. Anyways, I was about to bluff it because I had the queen on my range always.
Sciacallavamo di nuovo.
I was bluffing it anyways, but the heart make it easier.
I was bluffing it anyways, but the heart made it easier, said the guy with the nuts.
Yeah, at a brick river, if he does shove there, does Kuznetsov call with 9s?
What I was happy to see is the short conversation between Kuznetsov and Tassarek, where Tassarek was able to glean that he had the 9s.
Oh, even more tax.
All day taxes.
And 20 of the final table. Gonzalez folding under the gun. D'Arto's out. Folded to Schumacher on the button. Jack 7 off.
I've been digging Schumacher's shirts every day, where he really prepared for like a vacation, you know, like he was going to enjoy the beach. But now he's these are his clean shirts, you know.
It's a blind v blind. Kuznetsov with king queen in the small.
Yeah, and Simone with just 14 big blinds. A couple different ways you can play this king queen. You can just shove it. You can limp to induce. You can raise to induce. But this is an excellent blind on blind hand.
Shoves on Gilly, who's got deuces.
Oh boy.
And
I don't think I'm ready to flip again emotionally.
no, it's just a bit too many chips. You're flipping against the entire range. You have to fold. But would have been interesting had Kuznetsov, you know, limped with the intention of trapping or raised, because then Gillies, I think, would have shoved and we would have gotten the big flip. But that's kind of why you shove as well, right? Just like guaranteed to take it down if your opponent doesn't have a calling hand.
Yep, thank you. Thanks so much.
I think that also reflects the hand strength difference in that situation between a king-queen and, say, an ace-queen. You might limp the ace-queen to, you know, induce some weak ace shoves, but you would hate to limp king-queen there and get shoved on by, you know, ace-deuce off that would have just folded to the 14 big blind shove.
Sure.
Kuznetsov with Jack-9 on the button.
Yeah, I think Kuznetsov's probably ready to play a little bit here, but with the pressure that Jose Gonzalez in the big blind can put on that second and chips, and also it's a collision effect, right? Like you can just let these two play and potentially get a bust out of Simon.
Well, Simon finds himself in the same situation that Kuznetsov was in the last hand. King-Queen in the small blind. And he's going to shove. Gonzalez in the big. Calls with 9s. And we do have another coin flip.
King of a queen.
Like Barbie versus Oppenheimer. One of these two things has a slight mathematical advantage.
This time, Gilly has to win the flip to survive.
Huh? King, queen. Spades, clubs. I have king, queen.
Now that is a fair fight if I've ever seen it. 51 to 49.
Easy, very doable. We have both 2 flash draws. Yeah, we both have 2 flush draws.
This is the ultimate flip here. Look at this. 51-49 pre-flop.
My friend, whatever happens, happens. Whatever happens, I love you, bro.
Oh, that's sweet.
Ah, 2 queens, also 2 diamonds.
I will say 1-9 has been folded by Kuznetsov on the button, but those diamonds are some potential.
You want to keep it? Yeah.
Some straights, too.
Yeah.
Appreciate it. Yeah.
We could see a lot of sweaty turn cards. That is one of them.
That is the sweaty turn card.
Of all the cards.
That is the sweatiest turn card. That is sweatier than the movie Alien.
So now, Gilles Simon has to fade any diamond, any 10, and the case 9. The river is the 3 of spades. And we see Gilles Simon double up through the chip leader. Gonzalez still out in front with more than 11 million chips. Simon now 4th on the leaderboard with 30 big blinds.
Fourth on the leaderboard, but 9 big blinds from being second.
2,975,000.
And I think the attention is going to turn now to Andrea Dato, who is at the bottom significantly here with 12 total big blinds, including the 2 that he's about to put in.
Yeah.
You even get a discount. I got 1 million more. They thought, okay. 8, 9, 10, 12, 8, no. 8, 9, 10, 11. I can afford it. You know I love you. I told you I would love to do 300 with you and G4. G4 is not here. I would love
So much love.
And you're gonna make a good deal for me, okay? Maybe. Let's make it there. Let's go. What a nice game.
The way it's going, if Data busts shortly, we could end up with a 5-way deal. Is Brent Spiner playing?
Okay.
Oh, on that subject, what happened to Jason Derulo? Did his flight get cancelled?
That's the reality. I'm sorry for you, but we got a heads up here. Okay, Nikita? We're not overrun all life long.
A deuce for Simon. Looks like it's going to be another blind v blind situation.
Don't get savage now, eh? Okay? Don't get wild. I just had to take the time to count my chips. Good man, good man.
Ace deuce for Gonzalez.
All yours.
Easy peasy.
Shoves on Andrea Dato. What is the announcer going to say with King Queen?
Emmeline. Oh, he didn't say it.
Wow, slides it forward.
I can fold this.
Yeah, look at the shape it made. Look at that.
Okay. It's a flip.
Capadama contra
It's a flip.
Su2.
I lost my hand, okay? Now I have to. I love this guy as well, but he got too much
Me lo
money.
guardo al tavolo.
He lived his life. He's young man. He deserves good things.
It is almost a flip.
Everybody deserves good things. Andrea.
Good luck.
Thank you, sir. Good luck.
Dato at risk and behind.
Another classic blind-on-blind race.
Pincho, eh?
King high flop.
Pincho cuatro, pincho
And the wheel draw for Gonzalez.
Yeah, that's really going to flip the percentages, but you can see still 31% for Gonzalez to eliminate Dato in 6th place.
Turn card is a jack, so 7 outs for Gonzalez, 7 cards that would eliminate Andrea Dato. He needs to fade an ace or a 4 on the river.
Dato.
Cuatro, ace.
Two pair. And a double up for Dato. So Gonzalez has just lost 2 big hands in a row, but still has the chip lead, close to 9 million. Doesn't quite have the advantage. He had an orbit to go. Andrea Dato has doubled up to 22 bigs, but is still the shortest stack at the table.
But 1 double up through Gonzalez, and he's on top.
Correct.
Yeah.
It's evened out a little bit again.
Any double up now from any of these players is going to take them from where they're at to the top.
Every one of us.
Yeah, and you know, our hour-and-a-half levels have never been accused of being too fast, but it's just the way that these guys have played so well. Just little jabs back and forth, just so measured all throughout the last couple days has now created the situation where the game is the game's catching up to them. There's gonna be some big variance, big swings.
Yeah. And again, with 24 minutes on this level, a reminder that in 24 minutes time, when we hit the break, it then becomes even shallower because the blinds go up.
It's gonna be shallower than my Tinder profile.
Yeah.
10 more years.
Round 2, Gonzalez on the bump.
Gonna go up to James's favorite level, 115,000, 230,000.
Gonzalez with ace-queen suited. Wow.
He must be exhausted. No wonder he's so loopy. Give him a jack-5.
And
an 8-4.
Look, Dato only has 20. Listen, I mean, I think it's. Oh man, if it was the ace-6, I feel like Dato would just fold. If this was suited, I think it would almost certainly be going in, but I don't think Dato can fold this, but I don't think he should shove. Oh, good work. Good work.
Wow.
So round 2.
Not worth it.
Tashirek, who has king 10 in the big. He calls, and we are going heads up to the flop.
They're just so good. I'm not saying I would have shoved ace-5 off there, but you know, maybe trying to find a little room for a 3-bet, something like that. But 22 bigs, you kind of have to just fold.
Well, Tashirek has flop best, pairing his king. Action goes check, check. Turn card is a deuce. Tashirek now a 95% favorite. And with no c-bet from Gonzalez on the flop, Tashirek leads the turn for 700,000.
Should be an open and shut case.
Well, the problem is, if you're just folding to this every time that they bet it, they're going to get away with a lot when they're bluffing, right? So Gonzalez definitely considering, do I just want to fold the best non-paired ace here? I don't think so. Now we can see he does have the king, but we also just saw Tashirek.
How about that? Man, we saw a little of this from Gonzalez yesterday. When he started losing pots, he started chasing, started getting a little weird.
This is very weird and frankly doesn't make a great deal of sense. You know, with the 2 hearts on the board, Gonzalez probably would have just made a continuation bet on the flop if he had a 6 to try to do some check raise bluffs from, you know, heart draws, air. And yeah, Tassarek's not going to buy this, and Gonzalez is going to get nervous. Now the pot has bloated to 5.9 million chips.
Lil Tasarek, blep, blep, blep.
Scoring for the final table for sure. The public will be happy.
The public gets what the public wants.
Barry.
Barry does not make an appearance because it is always coming 7. Tasarek has a lock on this, has checked to Gonzalez. 5.9 million in the middle. Tasarek, the effective stack, with just shy of 4.2 behind.
Now, would Gonzalez play pocket aces like this?
All in. He shoves on Tasarek, and if Tasarek calls, he takes the chip lead.
Wow.
Takes the chip lead, and Gonzalez is in the basement.
I mean, these guys have been playing with each other for days. Surely Tasarek knows that Gonzalez is capable of just flying off the handle here. Pocket aces is a concern. Ace-king is a concern.
Playing time bank cards, thinking this one through.
Some 6Xs. Pocket 2s are certainly a concern. Wanting to just get all the money in with the king X's.
That's a lot of concerns.
But then all the bluffs. But do people take a lot of check back on the flop, raise turn, bluff lines? It's so strong. And listen, Gonzalez knows exactly where he's at. He knows Tasarek has a king. It doesn't have to be a particularly strong one. He's just calling a raise from the button. Oh my God, this is epic.
2 time bank cards played so far.
Just find it. Ooh, I thought that was the cards. Just find it. And he looks nervous, but probably pretty balanced in that respect. Even when you have it, you feel the nerves,
Sure.
hoping they'll call. And a very split poll on Twitch. 53% saying they're going to see a call. The other 47...
This is worth the time bank cards. We've seen a lot of flippant use of time banks. This one is worth it.
Another time bank card. That's the 5th one he's played.
Ooh, grabbing chips. And the pressure that is being put on here.
Careful, dude. Forward motion.
This is a often once in a lifetime opportunity to be on the final table of a European Poker Tour event. And look at that.
What a bluff.
Folds the winning hand. Gets shown the bluff.
Look at the red face.
Gonzalez.
You know, you was thinking on uses on your mind.
I think it's the same on King of Sixes, this situation.
With kings.
The Spaniard back up over 12 million, 60 big blinds.
Is that
Tasarek now the short stack at the table with 20 bigs.
Is that a tea kettle I hear going off?
Hi, everyone.
I mean, he's taking it well. Don't get me wrong, but to be shown it too. I don't know if you'd rather be shown it or not shown it. I have no idea.
Not shown.
Not shown, yeah. That's
when
what I'm
it's,
leaning
yeah,
toward.
when it's the bluff not shown,
Yeah.
and when it's the value you want to see it, you'll feel better about making a sick fold if he shows you deuces or whatever. But no, it's hard when you're shown a bluff. I mean, look, the reality is if you're not shown a bluff every once in a while, you're probably calling too much. You know what I mean? Like you're not gonna. People are just gonna bluff you sometimes and show you. But it is annoying.
What impact is that going to have on Tasharak mentally? Ace-10 in the small.
But to his credit, Halil, you know, said nice hand. It wasn't like a bitter thing. I mean, sometimes you just got to tip the cap too, right? Like that was a really sophisticated, just brilliant move from Gonzalez. The balls, you know, it's just not a lot of players can do that, honestly. We've covered a lot of poker, a lot of final tables. Those bluffs are few and far between.
So Tasharak elected just to complete in the small, and now Schumacher's outflopped him, pairing his 6.
Gets outflopped here too. Ugh.
Yeah.
Ugh.
Bets 200,000. Schumacher with bottom pair. Makes the call, taking us to the turn. Jack of spades.
Well, catching up here would win him a lot of chips.
You need a cigarette?
Of course.
I need a joint.
Me too. I want to go back to
Yeah, and you are going to be able to fold out some 9x and 6x hands, 2-barreling here, but I don't mind the slowdown here from Tasharak. Schumacher's a pretty tough customer. I think a hand like King 6 is probably going to call with that gut shot as well, so don't think would have been able to shake him.
Inconsequential deuce on the river. Schumacher has a lock on this.
Did not catch up. No justice.
Justice.
Come on, dude.
And I'm quite okay with this passive approach to this hand. I think that, you know, kind of flying off the handle with a couple of big barrels, you're not really in your flow yet as something like that happening, and it can be a bit dangerous. So I think Halal is doing the right thing by just keeping his cool, and, you know, is technically the bottom stack, but that can just switch in a heartbeat.
Tasharak is the low man at the table, 18 big blinds, and the blinds are going up in less than 14 minutes. Demetrius, watching on YouTube, says it's not good to show the bluff. It's disrespectful at the final table. Hope Gonzalez loses. Disagree. I think psychologically it's going to really damage your opponent, and that's part of the game, Griffin.
Yeah. And Gonzalez, you know, he's clearly an enigmatic, proud character, and he wants to. This is part of his shtick and his personality and his presence. So, you know, I don't think he's doing it in a disrespectful way. People know that's part of like who he is. You know, I mean, I would compare it to, you know, the controversy. I'm a big baseball fan, and the idea of sort of, you know, when you hit a big home run, how you react afterwards. There's old school people that are like, oh, it's disrespectful that he's flipping the bat or whatever. And you know, this is part of their personality.
There's a line as far as I'm concerned, and flipping the bat is not over it. And showing the bluff is about as far as I'm willing to go and still keep it within the realm of, like, acceptable behavior.
Yeah. I mean, I've been on the other end of it, like I said, and it's not a good feeling, but, you know. And look, it's good TV.
That's right
Show
on
the
my
bluff.
line.
Yeah.
Tasharak raising the button here with King 9. Kuznetsov with Jack 5 in the bag.
Having said that, I would absolutely rocket out of my chair if someone showed me.
Yeah. And Kuznetsov is going to fold the Jack 5, of course, but you could see the slight hesitation, and I think that comes from a place of, like, they are smelling the blood in the water a little bit with Halil. And these guys are so good, and the way Kuznetsov's even looking after them after the hand, like, kind of wanting to find a way to take advantage of someone that was in such control before and has now been a little bit shaken from that incredible bluff from Gonzalez.
A6 is not called 5, 6, ace 6. You'll be able to see in a second.
We've played 25 hands at this final table. We had an elimination on the third hand of the day. Still six-handed right now.
I mean, we're right now we're at where we should have been yesterday.
Yes.
Kuznetsov technically second in chips to Gonzalez. Has the worst seat on the table, though, with Gonzalez having direct position. You know, if this were against a lot of other different players on the table, this spot, you could play these fives in a lot of a different way. You could open shove on, you know, the 20 big blind, sub-big 20 big blind stacks. You could do some limb shoving. Oh, it's actually against Simone, pardon me. But he's also at 28 big, so it's going to go check, check.
Ugh, imagine getting out flopped here.
Vlad watching on Twitch says, I've played a few times against Gonzalez. He never means any disrespect. Absolute gentleman and always up for a good laugh.
Simone looking to get a little bit better.
Oh, baby. Flush for Kuznetsov.
Straight flash.
Yeah. Straight flush draw.
Yeah, not a lot of incentive to bet here for Kuznetsov. Better to just...
That Tazarek situation, by the way, I can picture myself in it, and I would weigh it like this. Nothing to do with GTO. Oh, man. Trip for Simone.
So it doesn't change the
too much
fact,
damage
yeah,
here,
that
right?
you're still losing to a flush. And Kuznetsov is going to go for the minuscule value. And it's going to happen to run into the exact kind of hand that I think will call.
Yep.
That's worse.
Simone makes the call. So I would look at it like this, right? I play it emotionally, which is why I'm bad. But from an emotional perspective, which factors in a small amount for most people, I think, right? Is that you get bluffed there and you feel terrible, but you're still in. Right? You feel stupid. You feel bad. But you're still in.
You're always still in. You're always still in when you get
Exactly.
bluffed.
You
Yeah.
call and you're out. You're embarrassed and you're out.
And it is the worst. That is the bad feeling.
And there's
yeah.
no other play. That's it. You're done. You go home. You walk away from the table.
But that's also the power of
Of
the-
course.
Right. That's part of it. Is that you're when you do something like that, you're sending them an invitation to go home, something you put so many days into. You're saying, like, is this where you're prepared to make your stand? And the ICM pressure, I mean, like we spoke about, 6th place, just 200,000 compared to the 1.042 up top. Million. Passo.
The verbal declarer announces pass.
Tazarek playing more than 20 bigs now, but still the shortest stack, opening to 400,000 with Jack 10 of diamonds.
That's Lil Tazarek to you. Blat, blat, blat.
Rounds the blinds. 8-3 for Simon.
$400.
And Gonzalez King Deuce. Appears to have defended. And it's King, Jack, 5. It's top pair versus second pair.
Oh, these two again.
And you can't look at this hand without observing it through the lens of the previous hand, Griffin.
But I like that Tasharak is prepared to bet here. You know, sometimes you're going to mix in some checks and pot controls, but Tasharak's comfortable enough. He's not going to change his sort of strategies here. He wants to build a pot when he can make better than just the jack, get some value from some draws.
But when Gonzalez turns the screw, when Gonzalez decides either to check raise turn or bomb river, it puts Tasharak in a horrible situation.
Well, this river brick is very big trouble for Tasharak because Tasharak has now shown Gonzalez that this king is the effective nuts and he can bet whatever he wants with all of the misdraws, like the hearts, you know, like the queen tens and queens. And look at that.
Quick fold by Tasharak. Correct fold on this occasion.
And that's I think that also reflects a very good understanding of, I know you're going to hate me to say it, Joe, but blockers. I mean, you have that 10 in your hand, makes it less likely that he has those 10-9s and queen 10 straight draws and the quick fold.
That was going to attribute it to a live read.
Gonzalez is the chip leader with more than 60 big blinds. No other player has more than 40 bigs. Tasharak continues to be the low man with 17 bigs. Eight deuce. Don't like this hand. Simon, 9-3. Ugh.
Oh, sorry.
Card accidentally exposed.
Penalty!
It's not like he accidentally called an all-in.
Penalty!
Gonzalez has had his fair share of decent starting hands this level. Raises small to big. Dredato is the second shortest stack. Has 20 bigs behind. Jack 6 off.
Pass.
This first level's been so excited, I've barely needed this knockoff Turkish energy drink.
Passo.
Bro.
It's a special editions.
Always that you talk, my heart goes boom. Paso.
It legitimately says special editions on the can.
Bro, my heart goes explode.
God knows what that's doing to your stomach lining, Joe, but good luck to you.
The nutritional values is a skull and crossbone.
By the way, a few people genuinely asking if there should be a penalty for exposing a card. No, if you do it accidentally, no penalty. If you intentionally reveal a card, yes, you would get a penalty.
And if you repeatedly fold your cards in such a way that you accidentally do it a lot, you might get one eventually.
Correct. Remember, as we discussed yesterday with Toby Stone, no tournament director wants to punish someone for making a mistake. I don't want to play King 7. Probably going to fold it. Eventually. Yeah, in the knock.
Grande wants to know what type of penalty we have in poker. We spank your bare back and bottom.
10-9 for Gonzalez.
Paso.
Wow,
Imitating the announcer.
Dowda doesn't even flinch. Is he going to say it? Is he going to say it?
No, I don't think so.
Yeah, he is. He's going to say it to make Gonzalez laugh and to stay balanced. Or he's going to say fold. Oh.
Passo.
He did it.
Told you.
And Gonzalez very much appreciated it.
One more, and then we got a little bit.
One more hand, and that will take us to the end of this level and take us into the first break of the day.
300 blind, next level.
That was gonna happen either way, I think.
Maybe 250.
Really?
Yeah,
Maybe.
I think 90 minutes.
Yeah, it's 250 next, right?
Instead of saying yes, I'm going to double check.
Okay.
So level 32, level 33 is 125, 250, yes. At which point, according to the widget, we should have 3 players. At the start of level 33.
These guys are just widget busters, huh?
They are testing the limits of the widget.
Yeah.
Wow.
Maybe that's going to be the thing that makes AI finally snap, you know? It's like,
all right,
widget,
that's enough.
Widget starts the revolution.
The widget became
There
self-aware.
were 6 left.
October 22nd, 2023.
Left.
So, the A7 under the gun raise from Kuznetsov. Tasharek in the small blind with ace-jack.
Yeah, this is a little tricky, right? Because this is against under the gun. You would hate to just shove in these 18 big blinds and get snapped by 2 queens and busts in 6 after that brutal hand. It's too good to fold, right? So do you want to mix in a call? But maybe you just brain needs a break. You can't underestimate the toll that something like that can put on even the most. And look at that. Makes a very tight fold.
Disciplined fold from Tasharek.
Yeah, let's take 20.
Now we've got...
Don't show him.
Schumacher with King 4 in the big blind. Divided and Conquered, going to give you a short answer to your question. No, you can't do that. You cannot reveal your hand, even heads up.
Schumacher, probably bored as all hell. Hasn't played a single hand, it feels like, on this FT.
Definitely the least active player so far. Not to say he's doing anything wrong.
Oh, yeah, he's just been crazy card night. We've seen a very active Schumacher over the last couple days, so finally getting an opportunity to play a hand and flex his abilities. And the kind of texture maybe wants to do something tricky, like start with a lead. Look at him looking at those chips. He's found the lead.
Schumacher.
But it's right into the ace-jack, ace-7, pardon me, of Kuznetsov that ain't going anywhere. I think this also lends to why maybe we see saw the fold from Halil Tasharek from the small blind, is that if you're not prepared to shove, if you do just call, you're going to be out of ultimate position and in these tough spots. Schumacher thinking, you were supposed to just fold, man. Schumacher hoping for a free card. Maybe get lucky with a rivered king or 7. And Kuznetsov might not let that happen here. You know, ace high is okay-ish showdown value, but you would hate to lose on the river to
1.3.
Yes, and that's why we see the big bet instead, because, you know, pocket kings would play this hand like this, right? Just call the flop, bet big on the turn, and that's going to be a nice pot going into break.
And Kuznetsov will be coming back from break, second on the leaderboard. So the blinds going up to 125,000, 250,000. Things just got a whole lot shallower. The chip leader, Jose Gonzalez, has 53 bigs. Kuznetsov, the second biggest stack with 35 bigs. Gilles Simon hovering around the 20 big blind mark. And then you got Schumacher, Datto, Tasharek, all short. 17, 16, 14 big blinds respectively. Surely something has to give during the next session. We can't play another 90 minutes without losing a player. Or can we?
Well.
Find out on the other side of the break, because we will be back in 20 minutes with more live Cards Up action from the PokerStars European Poker Tour here in Cyprus. The last day of the main event, 6 players remaining, playing down today to a champion. So now we're down to 5 players, and yes, Joe, I can confirm 8th, 7th, 6th, all knocked out by Sweetie.
Oh, this is sick.
If you raise 375.
Blinds at 80,000, 160,000. Joseph Klinger opening with King, Queen of Hearts. Makes it 375,000, and Sweetie's got kings.
Do you have to? Do you have to? Do you have to knock out Klinger?
Small blind plus. Big blind plus.
Hopefully they just silence that bit of the replay rather than deleting the entire video.
How much you had, like 5.8? Okay.
It's the flop.
Oh
my goodness.
Dear.
I should have saved it.
He checked.
Top pair versus top set.
Niklas bet 700,000. Pepe call.
A bet of 700,000 called by Klinger, who picks up the flush draw on the turn.
Okay, all right.
A little bit of hope.
Pepe check.
Man, no matter what happens here, it's going to be bad for somebody. That's what I hate about these spots.
1,375,000.
Somebody is going to lose a huge pot with a strong hand. Somebody is going to get coolered. 82% chance it's going to be Klinger.
The river card, 4 of diamonds.
Board bricks out for Klinger. It's a full house for Sweetie.
I'm all in.
Bet all in.
Sweetie shoves on him. It's all in to call. And if he calls, he's out.
I don't think I can fold this. What improved? Deuce 5? 5-7? And a 4. All of the 4s.
Pepe pass.
Finds a fold. Stop cheering, I wanted a call.
I am not good enough to fold there.
I love the fact the Lebanese row are celebrating. Sweetie's like, guys, I had a full house. I need him to call there.
It's still a big pot, though.
It is indeed. Not that he really needs any more chips. He's got the rest of the table covered by...
I really would have liked to see this table in its entirety. I mean, not that I would want to invest so much time, but with the stack that he has, he can just kind of raise every pot, I think.
Mike McDonald railing Andrew Chen, who is all in for just shy of 2 million.
The pass. Mini class pass.
Because Schmidt's got like 15 million. Everyone else got between like 2 and 3, right?
Oh, and Klinger calls Chen's shove because he's picked up kings. Well, this could be a situation, Joe, where we see a player eliminated by someone other than Nicholas Schwitti.
Okay, 7-9 of clubs in your hand for Andrew Chen.
Well, 1/5 of the time, Chen's going to survive.
It is 10.
And this is not looking like one of them.
Well, he's flopped a gut shot straight draw.
Let's see the turn. The 5 of diamonds, no help.
Only an 8 on the river saves Andrew Chen.
Let's see the river card. It's a 9, no help.
A 9 is not enough, and Joseph Klinger's kings hold. Andrew Chen eliminated in 5th place, cashing for 400,000 euros. And I would like to point out, Joe, that Hervé Costa has folded his way to 4th place and has guaranteed himself at least €500,000.
Has folded his way to 4th place from 22nd place.
I didn't think he would gamble with kings. He clearly didn't. Whereas...
Now we are down to 4.
Please. This is good. He should be raising a pretty wide range. King, queen certainly falls within that.
Costa on the button. Has ace-9.
Again, not knowing exact chip stacks, but assuming Costa's the shortest.
Yeah, and he's really short now, really short. Regardless of whatever 2 cards Nicholas Schwitti has, he has to call.
820,000, the all-in raise from him.
Easy fold of 5s here, I think. Oh, it's Cara Mazzinas too, right?
Yeah.
Queen.
Nicola makes the call. Fairway is all in with
Roi dame, as love.
ace of spades.
Roi dame, roi dame. King queen versus ace 9. Yeah. King baby. Let's finish it.
Il vaut 5000. Il vaut 5000 last time.
Now, this would be quite the story if Costa comes back.
Allez ma petite. Queen queen deuce. King. Queen queen deuce. Queen queen deuce. Queen queen deuce. King.
Unbelievable.
This is the best poker player I've ever seen. Jeffrey Hakeem on the rail. Love that dude.
Good luck.
Well, I still salute this guy for laddering like a pro and locking up 500,000 euros for his 4th place finish.
Hell yeah. Well done. He's the real Klinger.
What a run for Nicolas Schwiti, though, as Hervé Costa is congratulated by his buddies.
And there goes the rail.
To bust. Now you're.
We've still got the Lebanese rail. They're loud enough.
I was bust. You wait for him to bust. Now you're free rolling. I didn't wait for him to bust. I had 20 big blinds. It's more than enough to make a move. How much you have?
All right, buddy.
It's two.
I have to say, poker strategy with Dominicus Camazinas is becoming a little bit tired as a format.
Nicolas raise all in.
I think you have to call.
Call.
And call.
There it is. Finally commits his chips.
Ace of diamonds.
By the way,
Schwiti's knocked out everyone but one so far.
correct. Also, okay, Camazinas has his opponent dominated. Okay, he's got 63%. There is no way he wins this hand.
I don't see, I mean, he's really supposed to win this one, but I guess it's a pretty high chance to chop with ace-6 versus ace-7 too, right?
No. Schwiti outright. He knows it, look.
Got Tony G on his rail, repping Lithuania.
Flop comes 5.
Very good flop. Very good flop. Why don't you tell?
There's Tony.
Why don't you shout now? Shout. Come on, yeah.
Beware the premature celebration, Dominicus. Boom. I knew it.
Oh my God.
You just knew it was coming. There was never any doubt.
Domination, Camazinas.
Domination, rotation.
4.
Nicolas Schwiti KOs another player. Dominicus Camazinas out in third place. Cashes for 700,000 euros. We're going heads up in Monte Carlo in April 2010. Nicolas Schwiti versus Joseph Klinger.
$350 total.
Oh my God, now it's aces.
And Klinger's got snowmen's.
I'm all in.
Call.
This most certainly is the dead man's hand. Aces and eights.
All in and a call. And Schwiti could close the deal here.
Klinger's gonna need a humdinger.
Come on, one ace.
Nicolas Schwiti has been on an incredible run.
Let's see the flop. And here it is. 9, 10. Yes!
I'm surprised it wasn't an ace-X flop.
Unfortunately, I do not think him calling for cards when he's ahead is going to punish him.
One ace.
Here comes the turn.
Ace.
Turn to
Yes!
This is over unless an 8 hits the river.
One more card to cast. Meaning 8s in the deck. Any other card, we have a decision.
Send it to 11 on.
Come on.
All the way.
Aces hold, and Nicolas Schwiti from Lebanon wins the Season 6 EPT Grand Final in Monte Carlo. 1.7 million euros, $1 million, a 7-figure score for Joseph Klinger, the runner-up.
I mean, $1 million is still pretty good, and I don't think we've seen much from Klinger since, so hopefully he went and retired on a beach somewhere.
Good game for you. Great game.
So can you tell me now what you had in this one big pot?
Kings.
You have kings? Queen of hearts.
I know.
I have 4 hearts on the turn. Really, you have kings full house?
Yeah, you can see it on TV.
Yeah? Wow.
Raises to 400,000. Michel Detani in the big blind. has ace-5 suited, artisanal sourdough in action, and a call from Datani. And we will see a flop. And that flop is ace-10 deuce with one club.
Oh, James, this could get expensive. Both players making top pair heads up. Obviously, Datani with the backdoor straight draws and backdoor clubs as well. Even more incentive for him to stick around facing some aggression on the flop. And I don't think Neves ever misses a continuation here.
No, Datani checks to Neves, who bets 225,000. And Datani will make the call, taking us to the turn.
4 of clubs would be ridiculously spicy.
How about the queen of clubs?
That'll do as well. Now Neves with the gut shot to Broadway as well.
Yeah, Neves still 62% favorite. 11% chance of a chop as Datani checks for a second time.
850.
And a bet now of 850,000 into a pot of 1.4 million.
Yeah, really sizing up now. Really wants to punish. Datani's not going anywhere, though. There's a 0% chance he's folding this hand. I mean, I can think of a few rivers that would get really ugly here, James.
Calls again. We are going to the river. We have a pot of 3.1 million. The river card is the 3 of clubs. That is the nut flush for Datani.
Oh, and a quick check as well.
Checks a third time.
Snap checks with the backdoor clubs.
$2.1.
Neves goes big. 2/3 pot, 2.1 million.
Oh, he's fallen right into the trap, James.
And just double checking, Datani has the nuts, so has to raise. The question is how much?
He's got to go for all of it at this point, right?
And I mean, if he does that, there's some flush, 2-pair straight combos out there. Neves doesn't have to call this off.
No, absolutely not. However, there are plenty of combinations that probably feel inclined to do so every time, so you just go for all of it.
That's a time bank card.
That was a very flamboyant time bank card. I honestly think, given the action, you just got to go for max.
All in.
He does pull the trigger. Datani shoves, and it is all into call for Pedro Neves. But as we were just highlighting, Nick, there's a lot of hands out there that beat him.
Yeah, absolutely. Obviously, plenty of just like ace deuce, ace 3, that kind of thing. But the thing is, James, they probably would just flat on the river here, right? They wouldn't be check raising this river. They'd be too concerned about king, jack, ace 10, ace, queen, aces, queens, 10s. He's going to have a very slim range here. And it's going to be strong a lot of the time.
Well, to use the time-honored quote from Scotty Wynn back in 1998, you call it's all over, baby. Neves calls here with just top pair. It's over. And the trophy will be presented to Michel Datani. All the time bank cards. All the time in the world.
Can I get a gif of that, please, immediately? That is a meme in the making right there, James.
How many did I spend?
Seriously though, chat, somebody please make a gif of that. I absolutely must have it immediately. What a moment, pushing all the time banks in.
Datani willing a call. Still has a few time bank cards to burn through. Big decision. Neves is counting how much he'll be left with if he folds. The answer is 6.83 million, and he'll still be alive. If he does call, he'll have no chips left. He'll be the runner-up.
I think the fact he just won $1 million might also play into this call somewhat, James, if he decides to make it.
Well, guaranteed better than second place prize money.
Yeah, absolutely. Massive score already.
He locked up 1.18 million in the deal they agreed. He's got a single chip in his hand. He makes the call, and that will do it. Datani has done it. He is the champion of the PCA 2023 main event. Two Portuguese players heads up for the title and trophy. Having agreed a deal, they are playing for an additional 50K, and that money plus the title and trophy will go to Michel Datani. Freelancers Online, he is the champion.
Well, that was PCA 2023. This is EPT 2023. The PokerStars European Poker Tour has come to Cyprus for the first time, and this is the last day of the series. It's the final table of the 5K main event from the Merit Royal Diamond Hotel, Casino and Spa. 6 players remain competing for a first prize of more than $1 million, and we are straight back into the action at the start of level 33. The blinds are now 125,000, 250,000 with a 250K big blind ante, and things are incredibly shallow. It's James Hartigan alongside Nick Walsh.
Hello, thank you for having me. Hello, thank you for having me.
Thank you.
Didn't have a good feeling on those.
Straight back in, hand number 31. Blinds top left. Still 6 players, huh, James?
Indeed. Gonzalez is chip leader with 53 big blinds. We have got 3 players with sub-20 big blind stacks. Schumacher, Datto, Tashirek. The second biggest stack, by the way, is only 33 big blinds. There is not much poker to be played here. Interestingly, Schumacher just completing in the small blind here, hoping to induce a raise from his opponent. He might get it, because Netsov with King Jack of clubs.
Yeah, might be tempted to be aggressive versus limp. King Jack definitely not the worst candidate. I think not necessarily as a shove, could just be a raise, but also with these suited hands, I think checking also makes a ton of sense. I think at this stack depth, at this stage, I think checking probably is going to happen a lot more frequently, especially with the suited combos that you don't want to get like check raised off, but look at the flop.
Okay, we do have an action flop. You may be slightly surprised to see Queens versus King Jack suited, blind v blind, go to a flop in an unraised pot, but I'd like to think some chips are going to go in now.
I think it's probably likely. Schumacher hating this board. Gonna check 9-8-6. Obviously very wet texture. Kuznetsov, tons of equity with 1 overcard and a flush draw. Usually have about 50%, including under these circumstances, got some backdoor straight draws too. But as I said, yeah, I mean, avoiding that limp raise very important, especially with the ICM. So I really appreciate the check back from even from a hand as strong as King Jack of clubs here. Is going to bet flop though, and why not?
Kuznetsov bets the minimum 250,000. Schumacher the favorite right now, but it is a post-flop flip. Alice on YouTube says, Queen of Clubs, and then everything goes yuck. Agreed.
Schumacher playing it real slow.
Ace of Hearts on the turn is going to slow down the action.
Schumacher checks again. I'm really interested to see what Kuznetsov decides to do here, James. I really feel like this is a turn where you continue the pressure, definitely can get some 8x, 6x to fold, but again, the nature of this final table probably dictates a little bit more passive action on the turn.
Yeah, the problem is the passivity doesn't make it particularly fun to watch, but I get why we're seeing this kind of play with the stack sizes, with the pay jumps.
James Hart again. Let's go back to the days before ICM. Put a man to a decision for all of his chips.
Back in the day, Queens versus King Jack, blind v blind, it's all going in pre, mate.
It's a 6-bet. 6-bet pre, all in, in a call.
Who cares? There's a huge difference between 6th and 5th on the leaderboard. You play for the win. You play for the glory.
I absolutely love it. Schumacher could find a little bet here on the river, I think, potentially. Definitely still get called by some 9x, some 8x.
Schumacher bets river with the best hand.
Stomps it in. Wow, goes for the full pot on the river.
Kuznetsov has just king high. And will fold. So first hand back from the break. Pot is shipped to Yannick Schumacher, who finds himself now in 4th place on the leaderboard with 20 bigs. These are the stacks of all 6 players. Look at this. Gonzalez has 53 big blinds. Nikita Kuznetsov, 32 big blinds. Everyone else, 20 or fewer. I mean, okay, Gilles Simon, 21 bigs, but effectively 20, as is Yannick Schumacher. 16 for Dato, 14 for Tashirak.
Yes, indeed. A couple players sneaking into the danger zone. Let's see if we can eliminate a few.
I mean, I'm just trying to comprehend the prospect of making it to the next level still with 6 players.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of players playing real cagey, trying to find those jumps, and who can blame them? Lots of cash on the line. Kuznetsov blind v blinds. Kuznetsov starts the hand with 32 big blinds. His opponent Gilly in the big blind with 19. Not sure if this is a spot where you just start opening up super wide, potentially on a final table. I would argue that Gilly is actually quite handcuffed here, so I think having like Omega, like wide steals here feels great. Yeah, I really dig this. 9-5, kind of not really relevant. The actual combination itself, not all that important, because he's just aware of the fact that Gilly being right in the middle of this field is going to have to play extra, extra tight. Jack-8 suited might be enough, though, James.
Kuznetsov raising with the Dolly Parton. Simon defends his big blind. We go to the flop.
All right, spam your chilies.
I haven't seen a single chili today, Nick. It's all been about the willies.
Oh, no. Well, whatever works.
Okay, 8, 10, 6. Second pair for Simon. Kuznetsov, flush draw.
Yeah, Kuznetsov, no showdown, does have the gut shot. Might prefer just to have it continue right here, right now, but plenty of continuing combos here, hitting this board in Simon's range. So 1.65 in the middle. Yeah, I think everything so far pretty textbook from Kuznetsov.
That is a sizable flop bet from Kuznetsov. Close to full pot.
Yeah, really spicy. One thing that we've seen from Simon all along, though, James, is fairly fearless, right? We've seen a lot of 4-bet all-ins versus lighter 3-bets, getting it right a lot. Saw that big, was it a 4-bet or a 5-bet all-in with ace-queen against Tesserac at some point? That was beautiful. Very logical, doesn't get bullied easily. But with just 18 big blinds, every step counts. Every mistake could be a critical one. Every victory could be crucial to taking down this tournament.
Wow.
Wow.
Folds the best hand.
Yeah, really tough spot.
King 8.
Yeah,
Something like
right.
that.
Well played there from Kuznetsov. Obviously, that larger sizing really putting on the pressure, and that puts him with 36 big blinds now.
A reminder that you can play online today while watching the final table of EPT Cyprus, because it is the final day of the mini EPT Cyprus series, which you'll see when you open the main lobby on PokerStars. And you'll see today that we have 2 mini main events, one at a very affordable $5.50 price point, the other at $55. Key thing to say about every single tournament in this series is that we've added Power Path tickets, and in the main events we're adding Power Passes themselves. 2 gold Power Passes up for grabs today. These are worth $10,300 each. A gold Power Pass going to the winner of each of the mini main events running today on Stars.
Maybe you're sitting at home and you're watching this and you're like, hey, this would be a cool tournament to play. Well,
yeah. I'm going to take issue with Nightbot on Twitch. They are not Power Path gold tickets. They are gold Power Passes.
Raise 2.2 million.
Okay, it's Kuznetsov versus Simon round 2. The button raise with ace-jack. Sorry, the button limp with ace-jack, which gets the raise from Gilly. There's pocket sevens. Kuznetsov, one imagines, limps the button, Nick, because he's trying to induce something from the blinds.
yeah, I mean, it's tricky when you start to introduce these button limps. Part of the idea is to actually have some traps, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
But ace-jack kind of in no man's land under these circumstances, because you have to ask yourself how wide Simon's actually going to make this play. And I guess it comes down to just knowing your opponent. But ace-jack is way up there. Definitely one of the stronger hands he's going to limp here.
All in?
And it is all in. I'm assuming Simon is still going to commit. He does call, and we are going to the races. This is the time, guys. Get your willies in chat to support Gilly.
Not going flip.
Chili's also welcome.
Good luck.
Sevens ahead. The slight favorite. The sevens need to hold, or we lose Gilles Simon and are down to the final 5. There is a 7 because it is always coming.
The 7 is always coming, and that is a very decisive flop.
Can still chop.
We can still chop, he says.
7!
Or lose, yeah.
That it won't happen. Let's go.
I mean,
No, it's
you
our
never
day.
know.
It's our
You
day.
never know.
How much it's our day.
4.4.
Be confident.
4.4? Ah!
This is our day for the picture. Remember. We're gonna make a
One
nice heads-up
out
picture today.
for Kuznetsov. One card that Gilles Simon has to fade on the river, the 4 of spades.
I have clarity. Whatever happens, happens.
Ace on the river. Barry Greenstein is too little too late for Kuznetsov, and Gilles Simon gets the double up.
Nice work, chat. Very good job. Spamming those willies to support the Gilly.
And Gilly's just taken second place on the leaderboard. 9.5 million, 38 bigs.
He knows what does chupa means?
I don't know what chupa means. What does chupa mean?
Probably he don't know, so
What
he's
does it mean?
suck. Suck it. Suck it.
Yeah, there's like this streamer, Giraffe.
Yeah, I know. I was.
He was
I seen
screaming
it in
yeah,
live.
yeah. How much?
4,500,000.
I seen it live.
Ja, men sprabbade så.
I was
Yeah.
like,
3, 4.
All right, so a bit of a reversal here, guys. That puts Gilly second in chips, James. 38 bigs now, 9.5 million chips. Looking good, Mount Frere.
As we check the stacks of all 6 players, I should want to go back to the Mini EPT Cyprus series for a second, because I've just been reminded that in addition to the 2 gold power passes for the winners, the runners-up in those tournaments will receive silver power passes, which are worth $2,500. There is a ton of added value in these mini main events today. So if you're planning on watching the stream to the end, you may as well give them a grind.
I just wish I could take part, guys. Some serious value in those. Jump in, and potentially you could end up on this stage, and we could be commentating on the action, play for play. All right, Kuznetsov obviously taking a slight hit there. 18 big blinds now to start the hand, playing from the cutoff now. Yeah, I think you need to play this one still. I imagine ace deuce spades still high value from the cutoff. Little size up there, not just the min. A little bit more spicy than just the min.
Kuznetsov has dropped below the 20 big blind mark after that hand versus Gilly. But he is back in action. Gonzalez with 5-3 of hearts in the small blind. Raise and take it. More hashtag fun facts from Elkanuts. Andrea Dato made the final table of EPT 100. That is true. If you include the 2 EPT Onlines and the 2 EPT Opens in Sochi, this one is EPT 150. Okay, I would be willing to accept that the EPT Onlines were actual EPTs, because that's how they were marketed.
Sure.
It was an EPT festival, played online, took place during the pandemic when there wasn't a lot of live poker. EPT Opens are not EPTs. They were smaller buy-ins, smaller festivals, took place in a couple of locations, including Sochi. They are not full European Poker Tour events, so I'm not going to include those.
And am I correct in saying that the 2 EPT Onlines that we ran were won by the same individual?
Correct. So What If God, the Swedish player, is one of our 2-time champions. Along with, can you name the other 3? One of them happened this year, Nick. You were there. You saw him do it.
The other EPTs this year?
I'm saying there are 3 other players.
Yes.
Apart from What If God,
yeah,
who've won 2 EPT titles. All 3 in the live arena. One of them...
of course, sorry. Mike Watson.
Correct. Who are the other 2?
Vicky Korn.
There we go. One more.
Pass.
Help me, Chad. Help me.
Okay, I'll give you the 2 tournaments. EPT Barcelona back in 2012 and EPT Prague in 2019. Just before lockdown.
Oh, I was probably at that EPT as well.
Were.
Oh, dear.
Don't give him the answer, Ed. What's wrong with you?
Of course it's Pabal. Everybody knows that, guys.
Nikolai Pabal.
Sorry, Nikolai. I apologize. This is the problem. When you work next to a literal walking almanac of EPT wisdom and knowledge, the font of all knowledge, it's difficult to aggregate this information because you got it on tap.
So we've got Queen 10 versus King 10 here. Just to recap, Schumacher raised under the gun. Tasharek defended his big blind. And Schumacher is continuing on this 9-7 deuce flop.
That's correct, Curling Master. It's basically James's fault that I didn't know that information immediately. Exactly. Schumacher takes it down with the worst of it. Nice hand, sir.
Sorry. It was big.
Highlighting the shorties, Andrea Dato on 13 bigs. Halil Tasharek on 10 bigs.
Too rich.
Lewis says, another fun fact, please. Well, how about some fun facts about these players? Did you know, Nick, that Jose Gonzalez, as well as being a full-time poker pro, is very much into music and has a rap crew called Latin Hydro?
Latin Hydro. Great name. I'm also a fan of the other Jose Gonzalez music as well.
I think we might be able to hear some members of Latin Hydro shouting from the rail right now.
Nothing important. This guy lost to 3-bet, then I...
Latin Hydro. Can we get him to, like, you know, what's the word? Not white label. Whitelist some of his music for a finisher, for a closer for EPT.
Please, someone look up Latin Hydro. I imagine they publish their stuff for free on Spotify. We need to know.
Who's making the closer for EPT Cyprus? Hayden, can you look into that, please? He's not paying attention.
Thank you so much.
That would be pretty cool, though.
I'm going to say the issue is not getting the music whitelisted. It's whether the music's any good.
Maybe we can get him to do another EPT rap. The next edition.
No.
What season are we on now, James?
The 2023 season, Nicholas. You may remember we stopped doing it by number back in 2016 when there was a brief hiatus.
EPT 23, that's how it starts. We've already got the beginning.
King Queen for Tasharek, and he is all in from the button. 10-9 for Kuznetsov in the big blind. Tashirak and Darto both in the danger zone.
Danger zone!
Gonzalez, the chip leader with 50 big blinds. Gilles Simon, 36 big blinds. Schumacher, 24. Kuznetsov, 18.
Pass.
Latin Hydro pass. Dato now, 13 big blinds, keeping it nice and snug. Appreciate that from Dato here. And an all-in from our shortest stack, 12 big blinds, and that is from the cutoff with the ace-10 suited.
Schumacher, Jack-8 suited on the button. 9 deuce for Kuznetsov. That's getting folded. What does Gilly have in the bag? 6 deuce. So Tashirak now has more chips than Dato. Andrea, once again, the low man at the final table. Every time we stream an EPT, it amazes me how many people are obsessed about taxes. Ultimately, not every poker player pays taxes. The UK, for example, gambling winnings are exempt. So it's going to depend on the player, their nationality, and where they reside. And it is the responsibility of players to manage their own tax affairs.
Schumacher here on the cutoff with a very playable hand. 24 bigs to start. He's going to go for it.
Raise and take it for Yannick Schumacher. We spoke to a few of the players before the start of today's final table, including this guy, Jose Gonzalez, who currently holds the chip lead. In fact, we spoke up with him.
What would it mean if you won this today? How much would that mean to you?
I got no words for it. I just wanna let's play. Let's see what happens. And if I win, I tell you later. But now, I could say nothing. It's unbelievable. Then I can't say nothing because I don't believe it yet. I don't believe this. I want to believe, but we have to work, and a lot of things gonna happen today. We can lose in one of these swings. You never know. So that's it. We're here. We're gonna fight, and we're gonna do what we have to do.
I wish you the best of luck.
Thank you so much.
Sorry, I was just trying to clarify there. It was actually during the first break that we spoke to Gonzalez. So that was very much an appraisal of how the final table is going so far. I think it's fair to say he had a pretty good opening session. Pretty strong first level.
Yeah, and of course, we'll all remember that ace-jack hand to wrap up the action last night. Absolutely luck-boxed it, but that's what you need to win tournaments sometimes. And of course, don't think he was really making any mistakes there with the play that he made, just running into it. And of course, plenty of equity. Still probably had about 30% against the queens and did come good for him.
Schumacher has raised. We've only seen one of his cards, which is the King of Hearts. We can see both of Kuznetsov's, Queen Deuce of Spades.
Put your cards in the box,
Sorry,
Schumacher.
you have, how many chips do you have back? Sorry, can I see all your chips, please? All this?
So the tax conversation continues on YouTube with some accurate statements and some less than accurate statements. Gina says no taxes on gambling winnings in the USA.
That's no, absolutely wrong.
You have to pay tax on money you win on a game show on TV, for heaven's sake.
Yeah, America is pretty strict on that, actually.
Yeah, sure. Just joking.
Yeah, I know. Okay, no, I didn't know. You know, sometimes it's possible that by mistake you leave some chips back.
Yeah. It was just a 3 behind there.
Yeah. No, small is normal.
10th of a big blind.
I was worrying about if you had a
start stake. Close to the start stake.
Okay, I'm shutting down the whole conversation about taxation, governments, because it's getting a bit silly now and people are saying stuff which is just downright offensive. So, moderators, kill it.
We play with the deck for one hand?
Yeah. What's going on? Good.
You're confusing everyone. See, mental warfare.
Gilles Simon with 9-8 off, folds from the cutoff. Gonzalez, Jack-6 on the button.
Now here's a hand that I think Dato would like to play, and it might be all in.
All in.
The announcer announces all in.
Yeah, he has returned, and he's got the big slick. Scoops it up, no problem.
Stocky says you can't censor the people via chat. Watch me. Oh, he's just been banned.
R.I.P. I would like to bet all of my fun discs. Gets the job done straight through the blinds.
Snowman's for Kuznetsov.
Num. 18 big blinds here for Kuznetsov, guys. From this position, remember we still have 6 players at the table. Probably just want to have a raise. I think if it were more top heavy, might be tempted just to put it all in. But in reality, probably just have a min raise here the majority of the time. I think we're a little bit too deep to just be jamming the 8s here at any high frequency, but always worth a consideration on what all your moves could be. With ICM, almost definitely just got to be a min raise here. I think this is definitely what you want to do most of the time.
Okay. Tasharek with kings.
Yeah. I would argue that kings are probably a little bit better than 8s, James.
And what do you do here when you are Kuznetsov now facing this shove from the kings? And to be clear, does not know it's kings.
Yeah, and Kuznetsov now second in chips. Might be tempted to take the shot with the ochos here, James, not going to lie. Really tough spot, though. If he gets it wrong, could cost him literally hundreds of thousands of dollars.
André. ¿Tienes el mechero? ¿Tienes el mechero?
Nikki, I'm sorry, Kuznetsov, second from the bottom in chips. I misspoke. Thank you for correcting me.
Kuznetsov folds the eights. Good decision. Strong read.
Yeah, it does well to get away there versus the kings. Really tough spot.
So we've got Tasharak playing 17 bigs, Kuznetsov 14 bigs, Dato 13 bigs. Action's going to start with Gilles Simon. Pocket kings.
Kings for everyone, apparently. Speaking of second in chips, Gilly is actually second in chips and is going to put in a raise. I think it looks like just the two bigs. Nice, pretty suited ace here for Tasharak.
Oh. You thinking of making a move here?
Not sure. Might be tempted just to call, though, James. Definitely not the wildest move of all time, but so far been really solid. Does just make the fold. Very disciplined indeed. I think folding is definitely very reasonable at this stage. Will Gilly find any action here? Pocket fours for Kuznetsov. Might be tempted to put it in here, James.
Oh, wow.
14 big blinds behind. Might be thinking Gilly's on the steal as one of the bigger stacks now. Absolutely devastating ICM spot. Really, really not sure what computer says here, but he is all in.
Call.
All in and a call. And
Kings against fours.
you heard the man. Kings against fours, and Kuznetsov, who is dominated here, is the at-risk player.
Spam in chat, please.
Man, you've been involved in every all-in, right?
What a huge spot now. 80% favorite for Gilly.
Wants to give me the most entertainment value. Good luck.
Kuznetsov is going to need it. The flop is 9-8 tray. Diamond's not a factor. The four of hearts, the four of spades. Two outs for Kuznetsov. One last chance to hit. A four on the river, or we are down to 5 players. He's trying the standing up trick, trying to get additional equity. His actual chance of survival is 5%. The river card is a 7, King's hold, and Nikita Kuznetsov is KO'd in 6th place. We finally lose a player from this 6-handed final table. And it's $211,850 for Kuznetsov.
For everyone.
And Gilles Simon has just retaken the chip lead.
Absolutely beautiful stuff there for Gilles Simon, a.k.a. Gilly. Now 50 big blinds and a dream.
Andrea, how many?
Twitch fans rejoice. Our guy Gilly on the warpath takes one out.
Sorry, a little bit of chaos going on.
3.4 and 25.
Thank you.
You're welcome. What about you?
I have 440. 4,400,000.
Thank you.
Gonzalez under the gun, opening with King 8 of diamonds. Chunky Monk says Gilly is wearing a Gilly suit. If that were the case, we'd think we were four-handed. We wouldn't be able to see him. To play on this set, you'd need a Gilly suit that was basically in the pattern of the set.
Right, yeah. I mean, I wouldn't put it past Braggy to turn that into some sort of a tracksuit at some point, so.
Because you can see them?
Yeah, when you do that.
That would be a pretty cool tracksuit, though, not gonna lie.
But yesterday I saw red.
Okay.
And be careful as well, you know? Be careful calling too much.
Okay, 7-5 deuce on the flop. Second pair for Gilly. Yeah, good spot. Gonzalez does have that pattern on his shirt, although it's monotone. Imagine if you could actually have one of those like LED tops on.
Right.
Like, you know, so you look like a member of Daft Punk and you've got the actual animation running on your chest.
I could imagine a player actually getting one of those built and then literally being denied access to the set.
I know a man called Gary who would not be a fan.
So Gilly's still out in front here, 88% on the turn. Does he have a lead here once in a while? I feel like when the board pairs here, there are a few cute little leads that you can sneak in there. Checking also, of course, totally reasonable. Mr. Gonzalez takes a check too.
Barry Greenstein makes an appearance but does not change the outcome of this hand.
King high. Check.
Check to showdown. Pair of fives are good.
I'm supposed to show first, right?
If you want to win the hand.
Yeah, you got me too often with that trick, so I just wanted to make sure.
And Gilles Simon consolidates his chip lead. He's up to 14 million now, playing 55 big blinds. Gonzalez sits in second with 42 bigs. 26 for Schumacher, 17 for Tashirek, 13 bigs for the short stack, Andrea, the announcer, Dato.
I think you're not about to do
So are we going to do Jose Latin Hydro Gonzalez while we're doing names for everybody?
We're going to have a beautiful walk.
I mean,
beautiful walk.
Do you want to check the numbers? 5-8?
Honest poker against you saw?
I didn't. Oh, you mean the king? Yeah,
Yeah,
that hand?
you honest poker.
That hand, yeah.
Yeah. 100%.
Keep it friendly.
Yeah. So the 6-7 before.
Got Dato here.
What's he doing?
Ready to say something.
He's about to shout again.
He's going to announce it. Listen to him.
500,000.
$500,000.
Oh, it's so good. I love it.
King 9 for the chip leader in the small blind. Gonzalez in the big blind with King 10.
Gonzalez second in chips right now, guys.
Oh, what a horrible spot for Dato. Gets shoved on by Gonzalez. We can see he has the best hand. But do you want to call it off here with ace-4?
Yeah, this is some serious power poker, James. Honestly, really nice move by Gonzalez. You can see the pain on Dato's face, even behind the shades.
Why did I not just open shove? Why did I have to raise to 500,000?
Oh, 500,000 fold, unfortunately, but nice move there for Gonzalez, and gonna pick up a few chippies there once more. Dato down to just 9 bigs, James. I think you can call that danger zone.
Danger zone.
Yes, got him do it. Nice.
Chi lo sa se ha fatto bene o sbagliato?
Chi lo sa?
Secondo me ha
Dio,
fatto bene.
Dio lo sa. Io. Io e io.
You're right, guys. He didn't announce fold, did he? Or did he?
No, he just slid the cards away painfully.
Yeah, that was his mistake right there.
Cut him some slack, guys.
No, I think he's done nothing wrong there, guys. Don't forget, we're still 5-handed. Imagine he min-raises there, and then 2 players go all in behind him, right? This is some serious ICM adjustment here. You'd be surprised how shallow you can min-raise when you're looking at those. And it's uber complicated sometimes. I would not be surprised to see Andrea Dato making exactly the correct move there, in fact, guys.
So we've seen one of Schumacher's cards.
You're playing like 6.2 or something? We can have.
Behind 6.2, I think, yeah. Maybe 6. Okay.
Simon with King Jack on the button.
$1.3 million.
And Simon, now he has that chip lead, is going to apply some pressure. Re-raises to 1.3 million, and I guess we'll find out how strong Schumacher's other card is. I get the impression it's not that strong.
I'm loving the power poker, though.
Okay, maybe it is. Great read, James. Solid
I
analysis.
don't like you checking your cards so quick.
I know, that's why I
It's
did.
like excited answers.
Controlling aces. Yeah.
Quick reminder that the other day we announced the return of the PokerStars Big Game. We are taking the Big Game on tour. We're taking it to NAPT Las Vegas, filming a couple of days during that event. Now, if you are in Vegas, if you are at Resorts World the weekend of the 4th and 5th, we're going to have loose cannon qualifying tournaments. Registration is going to open on the Saturday. These tournaments will run on the Sunday, and this will give you the opportunity to enter the casting process, because we will select 2 loose cannons who will be staked to play in the big game, exactly the same format, the way it used to be. You play 150 hands. Any profit you make in the game, you get to keep. The games take place on November 8th and 9th. The casting process is going to take place on the 6th and 7th. The qualifying tournaments are going to run on Sunday the 5th. Joe Stapleton is back in the booth. Joe, I know you've had a lot of people asking you about the qualification process.
I have, yes, and I mean, I appreciate you teeing me up for this answer, even though I got it from you. It looks like registration is going to open for that tournament the day before. I would be in Vegas. I don't know how many people are going to sign up for this, but space is limited. So I would be in Las Vegas the day before at Resorts World. It looks like Saturday afternoon, November 4th, registration is going to open. So, you know, you really got to be committed to this. If you want to get through the casting process, you know, filming that week is going to be Wednesday and Thursday. So you got to be prepared to be in Vegas Saturday, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. You know, if you don't have that time available, then I wouldn't bother and leave those spots for someone who is.
Oh no, 5 days in Vegas, how horrible.
Playing for tens of thousands of dollars.
That's right.
For free.
Possibly, you know, 6 figures, really, if you think about it.
Yeah.
And one thing I do want to highlight is that it is completely free. These are free roll qualifying tournaments running on the Sunday, which are going to be open to the first people to register. And remember, you get staked with PokerStars money to play in the big game, and you get to keep any profit. Plus, hopefully, you'll have a lot of fun along the way. So we have gone to a flop here, Tasharek versus Simon, and Simon with the best of it. Top pair takes it down.
Sounds like one of my stand-up shows.
Solo clap from the back.
Yeah, that's correct. I have problems in my... I'm an old guy. I go to toilet every 45 minutes.
Sounds like Hardigan.
Young spirit.
Yeah, young spirit, but old vejiga, you know. Old. I'm being like up on myself. Yeah.
So Joe, did you hear that Jose Gonzalez has a hip hop group called Latin Hydro?
I knew he had a hip-hop group. I didn't know it's called Latin Hydro.
Yeah, and I'm itching to get off stream so I can hear some of that. I think it could make for a good closer.
Is that like the 5-headed snake?
That's a Hydra.
Hydra. Oh, but isn't the male version in Spanish the Hydro? El Hydro. So I notice we're 1 player lighter than when I left the booth last time. Kuznetsov out in 6, huh?
Yeah. Got caught shipping 4s into kings, and RIP for Kuznetsov. That puts Gilly out in front, though, because he was the one that stacked him.
All right, Gilly. Let's focus on the positive. Andrea Dato still clinging to life. 9 big blinds. Jose Gonzalez still on the roller coaster of love.
Also no part of the Minty gang. Do I have to
Danger.
least stay inside or?
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, you can eat them, but
all right.
Very often you're forced to eat them while you're drinking.
Yeah, I realized at the first sip, and then I was like, I'm doing something wrong.
No, like normally you'd have like a filter or something.
Okay.
This is au naturel.
And I had some of that tea last night. Were you in here, Nick? They're not kidding. There's something in that.
It's good, right?
Not as good as this Turkish Red Bull knockoff called Wings.
I saw that.
Special editions. I am certainly flying high on it. I just ran 4 laps around the building.
It's got actual wings in it. That's how you know it's good.
It's ground up turkey wings. Action fold around to Schumacher in the small blind.
You're on like 8? 7.8, 7.5.
Yes, 8, something like that.
Blind v blind. We're going to go to a flop. Limp and a check.
1 suited hand, 1 double suited hand. All right, calm down. Have some of these wings. 5 tray. 2 clubs for Schumacher.
You're making me crazy, Schumacher.
CH on YouTube says, it isn't Geel, it's pronounced Geel. Thank you for your comment. Sorry, I pronounced that wrong. Thank you for your comment. Simone, 375, 1.5 big blinds. Schumacher does have a couple of backdoors and the best hand with queen high. Spam this wheel to support Gilles. All right, I'll take it. Micromaniac. Ace of spades on the turn. That is one of the wheel cards. Also a wheel card for Simone. Are you, yeah, were you making a face at the guy who said I was racist for talking about this Turkish energy drink?
Yeah.
That literally
It's
says product of Turkey.
And it's literally called Wings.
Yeah.
It's literally an energy drink.
Factual. Anyway, you're banned.
Bullet number 2, baby.
Fire away, fire away.
7 bets, 1,500,000.
That's what we call full pot.
Wowee, 1.5 millions. Pretty tough to continue here for Schumacher without another club on the turn. Ooh, having a think. Of course, there is always another option. I always forget about the other option. Folding, not the option that I had forgotten about. That was one of the ones that I was thinking of.
Nice move there from Gilly. I'm liking this adjustment though, guys. I mean, look, he's not been afraid to get in pots. He's not been afraid to battle, but it seems like since.
Yeah, go. I'm into it. Let's go. Come on. Feed me the strat. Let's go.
Joe.
Strat me, Nick. Come on.
Joe.
I'm in. My brain is primed to take in the info. Extreme. Can you make it extreme?
Extreme. Extreme like wings?
Make it wingy.
Okay, extra wingy. Now that he is our chip leader, he's definitely been getting involved in some interesting situations, and I hope to see him wield that big stack aggressively and continue that action and snowball his way to victory.
Snowball, yeah, into it. Like extreme, like snowboarding, extreme sports.
Extreme snowballing?
Yeah. Tazarek all in from the cutoff. Just an ace. I'm with you, bro. Who cares? Show me the letter. I'm in. Big sigh from Gonzalez. Not going to call it off with 8-6. Rake it in. Lil Tazarek. So wait, so what's the name of the Spanish rap group?
Latin Hydro.
Latin Hydro featuring Lil Tazarek.
Lil Tazarek. Yeah, maybe, yeah, he could get like a little feat in there.
FT. Oh, they're at the FT. We're making connections all around here. Boom, bang. Wings.
Wings gives you wings?
Woo! All right, let's do this. Next hand.
Oh, Joe. Schumacher, cut off. Jack 10 of the offsuit variety.
Come on. You're going to fold 2 cards of the same color? It's like giving him the keys to the Lambo. Simone on the button. 5 deuce off. I'll allow a fold here.
I was going to ask him if he wanted a Turkish tea, but
I don't need it. Not on top of this. We don't want my heart to explode on air.
You guys have folded the best hand.
Dato.
Fuck, I had 3-4.
Wow, gets a walk with the dirty diaper. 3-4, 5-3, 3-2.
yeah, he's got to be happy about that.
Nah, it's not on the push range. No. 3-4 suited, maybe. No, yes, absolutely yes. Pretty hard.
Me and Ed K are in sync today.
No.
Shout out to the mods.
You got lucky.
Ed K, Raksha, Tom. Who am I missing? Other people out there today?
We probably have our international stream moderators as well, but they're probably studiously covering their bases on our .es channels, .fr channels, .it channels.
Croaks, Nightbot. Nightbot, workhorse.
Yeah, that Nightbot.
Never has a day off.
Never.
Yeah. It's cancer in Dutch. That's why I looked up, yeah.
Kanker.
Yeah.
I'm going to throw love to right in there just because she said some nice things about me yesterday.
You speak very well, Dutch people.
Only love for left to right.
At least you have ganja.
I was very confused when you said that word. I was like, what?
Wow. In Italiano è cancri.
Hand number 52 underway. Gilly folds.
Jose Gonzalez, who the future is impenetrable, mentions, surprised no one noticed, it looks like Twitter guy Dorsey. And agreed, Dorsey all in.
I think he said all in, Joe.
Hashtag all in. Dato with ace-10.
And I think we're going to see some fireworks here. Dato knows this shove is going to be wide.
I don't even think it matters the amount of big blinds Dato has. 9 big blinds, ace-10.
I think he's got to go with it, Joe. So just Dato to his left, and then to the left of Dato to Cyriac with 14 bigs. So applying pressure, max pressure to 14 big blinds and 9 big blinds respectively. Dato calls his 9 big blinds. Quick fold from the big blinds. And it's live cards, Joe. This is actually pretty close to a coin flip.
Sweaty. Dato reporting the news to Israel, saying what's up to your mom.
50-something %.
65-35.
Flippy situation.
According to StatBot.
Venga, que ya ha perdido 2 flips. Vamos a ganar uno.
Yep, 2 live cards, tons of equity. Let's see how it goes, Joe.
And it goes an ace in the window and a 10. I don't want to jinx it. But Dato, we'll just say, is the favorite.
4% for Gonzalez.
Gonzalez likely to be drawing dead on the
At
turn.
least it's him, I don't think. Queen, 1-825.
Knock, knock, knock. 5 on the turn. Locks it up for Dato. Double up. Talal on Twitch asks, where in Cyprus is this? B3. 2 levels below the lobby. Thank you for your question. Andrea Dato no longer the shortest stack, now with 21 big blinds, just ahead of Lil Tajarak, who's got 14.
Dato doing well to find the double. 21 big blinds now. That puts Halil at the bottom of our final table with 14 big blinds. Let's see if that patience pays off. Maybe our friend Halil can find a double for himself.
Marley asks, do we play until the end of the tournament tonight? That is correct. Four eliminations to go, and it is over.
Pass.
Gilles going to open this pot with ace-9. Schumacher in the big blind with suited connectors. Battle of the green sweaters draped, of the sweaters draped over shoulders. It doesn't really have a ring to it. Okay, Schumacher folds.
Yep, trying to take out some of that weaker stuff. Makes a lot of sense. Final table dynamic. It is suited, but doesn't want to battle just for now. That's 56 big blinds for Gilly and our chip lead.
Pass.
Gonzalez kicking things off with a pass. Dato quickly folds 7 deuce. And Halil Tazarek is all in. Oh, a hand that would be fun to play in other situations. Probably not going to call it off.
Nah, 10 high call here, no good on this final table. Horrific situation, but Schumacher folds the pretty hand. And it's going to be a fold in the big blind here as well. No chance. Gilly wants to spin it here with the king 5 off.
Sorry.
And Tazarek does stay alive. 16 bigs now.
Thank you.
Big one.
Under pressure. Ay, 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 ay.
Ay, ay, ay. I-K. Caramba.
You and me, cabrón. Vamos, cabrón.
Actions folded around to
8.5
Simone.
goles.
What to do with 8-4 offsuit?
8.5, 75.
Yeah, these are the 2 deepest stacks here. Both players at the top of our current leaderboard. 55 bigs for Gilly and 34 for Gonzalez.
I say I'm gonna do it by feelings, you know? I roll it.
I think I'm not the only one on the energy drinks.
Got to stay hydrated.
Latin hydrated.
Latin hydrated, exactly.
Gonzalez says, limps are for the bank. Someone gonna make this look good, or attempt to make it look good. And
Same
fold,
card.
fold.
Change. Choose one. Only one.
Killian was turning over both on accident.
I saw a black card. I don't know what I saw.
Black picture, you said? Black card. Whatever.
On my play.
Tasso's trying to get on that info.
He should if he gets to see it. One of my big pet peeves at the table is when someone shows one card and then someone says, show one, show all.
Right.
Which is not what that means. Show one, show all means show one player, show all the players.
Right.
Not show one card, show. Why would it be all of your cards if there's only 2 cards?
Yeah, show one, show all. Show one, show it to everyone.
Correct.
Maybe we should petition to change the saying.
2 queens?
Show one, show everyone.
Show one,
People
show
would
everyone.
still get it wrong.
No, I didn't say it was the same.
Oh.
I tell you the bad one.
Oh, okay.
I was alive. But don't believe me. Maybe I'm lying now.
King Jack suited for Simone.
7 raising 500,000.
Only?
What?
Pass.
Oh, jeez. It sounded like he said all in.
I really did again.
Dato with Jack 10 suited. Certainly good enough for a poke. Dato starts the hand with 19 big blinds. He doesn't seem like the shoving type here. He seems like the flatting type.
Honestly, 3-bet jamming Jack 10 suited here would be pretty bossy, and might even be approved given his position at the table currently. That open from Simon going to be so wide. Jack 10 is going to perform really well here as a shove.
All in?
Oh, he has shoved.
Yeah, boy.
Surprise, surprise. Simone asking for a count.
And I think you might find KJ's going to call here, Joe. It is King-Jack suited, and that shoving range will be dominated some of the time by the King-Jack of clubs, and of course have tons of equity against hands like pocket 2s, pocket 3s, pocket 4s, pocket 5s. Not saying all those pairs are going to be in the shoving range
Ace, Queen, Ace, King
of Dato, but yes, equity against Ace, Queen, and hands like Ace 10.
Saying the other way, yeah.
Yep. You're going to have some of it dominated. You're going to be flipping against a bunch of it. And I think that with the big blind ante in particular, there's additional dead money that will probably skew this towards a call for Simon. If you can find a call here, will be dominating, will be in another beautiful position to eliminate a player and be the monster chip lead going into the final four, excuse me.
I think when Simone tanks like this, Dato probably didn't want to call before. He definitely doesn't want one now.
Yeah, absolutely. Certainly not easy. But yeah, it does make the fold.
Wow. And gets away with a little bit of murder there.
The power of aggression there, Joe. And, you know, perhaps with ICM in play, you do want to be on the tighter side there. Nice maneuver there from Dato, now 23 big blinds deep.
I think that playing results that say Simone calls it off there with King-Jack suited and he's not ahead. Everyone's like, what? A boner. But since we could see that he was ahead, people are like, oh, where's the heart? So I'm pretty sure that most cases people folding King-Jack. We're going to let him get away with it.
Just need to respond to this question really quick, Joe. YouTube, Ash Jobin asks, why do people say Jack 10 is the best blocker? Nobody does. Thank you for your question.
Cool.
Yeah.
Also, blockers aren't real. Thank you for your question. Ventani says, personally, I would have called TBH, but that's me. I believe you.
Not running very good.
I believe you, and I believe that's why you're writing that comment from YouTube. Thank you for it. Actions folded around to Andrea Dato. We know he has at least the 8 of diamonds and perfect posture.
All in.
Announces all in from the small blind.
Good luck, guys.
Oh, that was a snap call from Tajirek. Not looking good for Dato, no matter what that other card is. It is a domination situation. Lil Tajirek, the player at risk, but is ahead. Massive favorite to double up. I love Dato over here being with his people. Doesn't need to be on the stage. Doesn't need to be where the cards are dealt. Let's hang with my loved ones.
Is this a new record?
Okay, no, I gotta go.
Is this a new record for the rail being the furthest away from the table ever?
Far away rail. That's strict security.
Hey, look, what are you going to do? This is a sit cooler for Dato. You're going to shove here 100% of the time, and you're going to call in the big blind with the 9s every time too. So what else you hope for?
Let's run it. Queen, 5, 4, 2 diamonds. Diamonds good for Dato.
If it's not a diamond, it's got to be an ocho. Or a 6.
Couple of straight cards on the turn.
Yep, or a 7. Yeah, no, you're quite right.
And that turn card is a diamond.
Dai con le quadri, dai con le quadri, dai con le quadri, dai con le quadri, dai con le quadri.
Yep.
That's going to be my ringtone.
Diamond a quadri. Big river card coming for Dato. Tajirek has to fade 11 outs. River card is the ace of clubs. Safe for Halil Tajirek, who doubles up again, and yet another flip-flop at this final table. Andrea Dato back down to under 10 big blinds.
Yeah, like I said, real cooler here for Dato. What are you going to do? It's just a mandatory play, and Tajurak here, got to be so happy with that hold. Never easy, though, on the turn there, Joe.
Lil Tajurak back up over 30 bigs. A lot of drama at this final table.
And Dato is back in the danger zone.
Danger zone.
And pretty much back to where he was just a moment ago. Needs to find another opportunity to stack some up. 8 big blinds and a dream.
Yeah, always. Never easy.
Yeah.
Action folds around to Andrea. King 10 suited on the button. 8 big blinds.
I have a prediction, Joe.
That he's going to make like the Nina, the Penta, and the Santa Maria and ship.
All in.
All in.
Emmeline. Schumacher. Jack deuce suited.
$2 million, right? That's good. Thank you.
Don't bother.
Had to put it all in. All the betting biscuits in the middle.
Just 15 minutes left on this level. So average is 8 million. The big blind is four quarter million. So it means the average stack is 32 big blinds.
Carry the 1 divided by 7 equals empty squared. Correct.
It's not terrible. It feels like it should be a little more shallow than this considering how long it's taking, but.
No, I think it bodes well for some action station situations here, Joe.
Mm-hmm.
And as you said earlier, you know, if it is a bit longer at this stage, when we're still 400, 500, it means the heads up will be shallower when we go into that stage as well. So it's all relative. It's all widget relative.
Pass.
Dato folds. Chonky Mulk asks, what do the blinds go up to at the next level? At the next level, they will be the highest they've been the entire tournament. Thank you for your question.
Yeah, he's not wrong, chat. That is true. Hey, Bruce Waitman in the chat. I love these commentators. Can you mention my name? Bruce, thank you, sir. But no, absolutely not. Cannot mention your name.
Not going to do it, Bruce. Sorry.
I'm
10
sorry.
tray offsuit for Schumacher is going to give a walk to Gilles Simon.
I wish I could give Bruce Waitman a shout out, but we just can't. We can't do it. Sorry, Bruce Waitman.
Too good to be there, no? Too pretty. Okay.
Jose Gonzalez loving life, man. Really perked up since final 2 tables.
Oh, whoa. Sorry. I'm emotional, actually, because we're going to the break. Okay.
Andrea Dato, a little sourdough. Ace 5 of the spades variety.
All in.
He is all in. Seems pretty standard here, especially with the sourdough suited. Artisanal.
What a job my friend is doing, eh? Damn.
Agreed. What a job he's doing. He definitely sounds like one of the zombies from Resident Evil 4. 840 niños en el juego. Dios de los 40.
40 Día de los Niños.
Simone on the button, A7.
Qué
Chip lead.
fantástico. ¿Dónde está la biblioteca?
And Jose Gonzalez with pocket kings. Just calls.
Playing it cool.
Getting a little tricky. 8-8 Trey. Kind of a dicey board. Ace high is going to be the best hand. A lot. Gonzalez checks to the pre-flop aggressor.
All right, Mr. Gonzalez. How are you going to respond to that small continue?
Just another flat, right? Nope. Going for it right away. Quick fold from Simone.
Yeah, going to take it down.
To trap. But I didn't like this flop. If you fold bet, or if you call, I check call and check fold. Take note.
I
¿Qué?
didn't have it in me.
Take note. Eh?
I didn't have it in me.
I should. If I call, you're gonna check back or blah 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 blah.
I feel like this
Yeah, but you
conversation is somewhat
If
one-sided.
I pre-flop you, typical questions, eh? If my mom had wheels, would be a bike?
I think so. Should be Dutch.
Action continues. We got the crabs for Simone. Country not all that unfamiliar with crabs. Gonzalez with ace deuce on the button.
Now, just remember, guys, he did just show that he had kings and didn't 3-bet pre-flop. Suddenly has a 3-bet in position here with the ace deuce off. I still think probably it's in Simon's best interest to just avoid this spot completely, but you know, they're deep enough where you could consider trying to flop a set once in a while, but it's still kind of expensive. You see he's picking up on that too?
What? Sorry?
This time you decided to 3-bet them?
3-bet what?
The kings.
Which kings?
Or queens.
You remember the last hand, Jose? Come on.
I'm loving this.
Try to stay with us.
I'm loving this. I think you just fold the trays. I don't think you get too caught up in it, but
You would have shown both.
Nice. Aces and the next one. Aces and the closest one to the ace.
2.
King. Wait, 2. Shoot.
Not from that side.
Never knows.
You never know, yeah.
Never knows. You never, ever know.
yeah, got to pay attention though. All that information is available.
Do
Do you think that's a Latin Hydra song?
Should be Mingitory.
I don't know, man. King, queen. Under the gun from
pass.
Simone.
Pass. Yeah.
I told you the tee's hardcore here. Dre Dato, 5-deuce suited on the button. Probably just taking a little time to find the fold, yes. Becoming one with the cards.
Oh, man, Simon's going to get this all the way around. Unless Schumacher decides he wants to get freaky with the 9 tray off when he is 22 big blinds deep.
Nah.
Nah, dog.
I'm voting nah. $50 big blinds for the chip leader. Actually, 48 now, as Gilles is
Are
in.
you surprised that the loudest guy in the room is American? I don't think anybody is.
I know him.
You're gonna translate it. You're gonna translate. You translate it.
I love Dylan. My guy.
We all love Dylan. Who's Dylan? Does anybody know who Dylan is? Gonzalez going to open Jack tray suited. Simone Queen 5 off in the big blind.
Chupa!
Release.
That's rude. Really quick, Joe. Hakan in YouTube chat says, Tash you wreck. That's how you say his name.
Okay.
How about you get wrecked because you're banned?
I can say Tash you wreck every time if you want, sure. 29 big blinds for Tash you wreck. Dato folds under the gun. Action on Tash you wreck. Tash you wreck folds. King deuce suited. Simone with ace-9 in the small.
I know there's a good chance this isn't true, but Samet in YouTube chat says Tashirek means stone heart in Turkish, which I would love as a nickname at the poker table.
Tashirek has done a phenomenal job in this tournament. It's been impressive. Has faced some ups and downs. Has kept his cool.
Big pennies.
Heads up between Simone and Gonzalez. Top pair for Simone.
Don't worry. I can teach you. Friendly game. One more card.
Tricky, tricky.
Check, check. Gonzalez, not much chance of catching up, and now has 0 chance of catching up. I imagine Simone's going to go for some value now.
Sí, fuerte. Tengo que mear fuerte. Y los más mayores de la mesa. No, hacemos pin rápido.
All right, let's keep it to English while we got a hand in progress, if you would, please, Mr. Gonzalez.
I'm 27.
Sorry, Senor Gonzalez.
Why? I thought he was friend. Bro.
I had a good hand.
Show me. I show you one before.
I can't.
Show me the good one, I'm gonna see it on the stream later. The good one.
Show him the good one.
You can
As good as it gets.
1-1, bro.
Close it in on the end of the level. 5 players remain. Andrea Dato, I would say still the shortest stack, but he's the shortest stack again.
Now we even at showing. Okay? Don't ask me for showing.
And Dato in the big blind here. So it's going to be a fifth of his chips in the middle just to post the blinds. Simone, 9-6 off on the button. Probably doesn't want to mess around. Yep. You know who loves messing around? Jose Gonzalez doing the hippie shake over there. And moving all in.
I mean, yeah, what else are you going to do? Again, it's just one of those 100% spots. Blind v blind into an 8 big blind stack of Dato, Queen 10, very, very easily good enough. Even with the ICM considerations.
Really?
Yeah. Oh, miles easy. Jack 10, probably a slam dunk. 8-7 suited, probably a slam dunk, Joe.
Oh, sorry, I thought you were saying the 8-5 was an easy call.
No. The ship with the Queen 10. The ship with the Queen 10 into the big blind.
Tutti le fiche al centro. Presto.
Yeah, absolutely. Looks like we're going to get in one more hand before our second break of the day. Maybe Jose Gonzalez can go walk it off for a couple of minutes. I don't know. Maybe take a lap.
Yeah.
He's a little antsy in the pantsy.
I think we're going to sneak one more hand in here, Joe.
Gilles Simon, 9-8 suited.
I would be surprised if he didn't want to play this one, Joe, as our chip leader. Cheeky little min raise, no problem at all.
Guess what? You don't have to be surprised.
Was a trivet para allá. Sorry. Let me see. It's mine. Yeah, I didn't store you.
Okay. All right, yeah, maybe a break's good. Maybe we all need to just, you know.
He is full of beans for sure.
Tucker ourselves out a little bit. Ace-4 in the big blind for Taz Jurek. He's going to defend off the 27 big blind stack. Gilles has got Taz Jurek covered by a significant margin. Ace, deuce, deuce, top pair for Taz Jurek. Taz Jurek checks to the player who last aggressed. And that player is going to continuation bet, a.k.a. continue that pre-flop aggression right into top pair.
Just the one big blind, but that's usually enough to get the job done. You're not going to get an ace to fold for the one, but let's see how it goes to the turn.
5 on the turn. That leaves Simone with no way to win this hand at showdown. Probably not many ways to get Taz Jurek off of it either. Taz Jurek out of position.
1.2.
Checks to Simone, who does not slow down. Fires 1.2 million into 1.8, 2/3 pot. And I can't imagine Taz Jurek's too upset about this.
Especially with the gut shot, Joe, yeah.
Cuts out the call. And this is the biggest pot we've seen for a while, especially one played through the streets. Over 4 million in the middle. River card is a 10. So Simone left with 9 high. Will Simone wave the white flag or run into the buzzsaw? We saw Tazarek lay down the best hand for tournament life once before. Simone puts him to the test again.
Yeah, he's...
And Tazarek did fold again.
Wow.
Simone gets away with a huge one as Tazarek heads to break with the rest of the players.
Speechless, Joe, speechless. Fantastic poker there from Simon.
I could see the hold cards, and I thought that bluff was getting snapped off. What the hell do I know? As stated, the 5 remaining players are headed to a break. Andrea Dato is still the shortest stack. 2 other players with sub-20 big blind chip stacks. Jose Gonzalez right around 40. Gilles Simon just under 50. Not very deep. When we get back, blinds are 150,000, 300,000. Quick reminder of what they are playing for. Everyone now guaranteed more than $250,000. $358 for fourth, $465 for third, over $650 for first, and a 7-figure score for the winner of the first ever European Poker Tour main event in Cyprus. This final table has been unpredictable. Ups and downs, double ups galore. Only 2 players gone broke so far today. We're taking a 19-minute break. More from EPT Cyprus after this.
Well, the chip leader is first to speak here with pocket sixes. He's counting out a raise to 135,000. Round to Adrian Mateos in the big blind. Queen 10. He defends.
This will be a race if we see all 5 cards. The trick is to sometimes not see all 5 and win some of the ones by betting that you'd lose at Showdown.
A set for Ferez.
Check.
Mateos checks his gut shot. And Ferez checks behind.
Oh, man, you gotta bet your sets. You're losing value and giving free cards.
Mateos turns a straight.
Look, the jack was coming no matter what, so it's not like the check hurt him that much. But now would be a bad time to stop playing it slow.
Mateos leads the turn for 250,000.
Oh boy.
Ferez raises to $500,000.
It's not really Ferez's fault, but in general, you don't want to be checking when you're ahead and raising when you're behind. For your health. And now that Ferez has shown himself to be strong, I'd say there's a pretty good chance Mateos tosses in a few more betting discs.
Here comes the re-raise. A 3-bet to 1.3 million.
Now, I really think the move here is to just call. If you're behind and you get it in, you're in really bad shape. If you're ahead and you get it in, he's probably folding. At least if you just call, your opponent can bluff again on the river.
I'm all in.
Ferez shoves, and Mateos calls with the nuts.
It's a straight. It's bad. You got outs though, dude, bro. All of Senegal on its feet.
This is the biggest pot of the tournament so far. Adrian Mateos gets a huge double up unless the board pairs on the river. Kings, jacks, nines, and the K6 all eliminate Mateos. The river card is a 10.
Yes.
That changes everything.
Yes, it does. We have a new chip leader. Blinds now 61-20. Ferez has ace-9.
Hey, that's his lucky hand. That's the hand he busted Johnny with.
He raises to 310,000. Mateos with 7-4 of spades.
Hey, we are heads up, and Mateos is going to have the post-flop advantage, so a call here is perfectly reasonable.
He defends. And what a flop. Top pair for Ferez, 2 pair for Mateos.
That is some post-flop edge, but also what a cooler. Heads up, this is a bigger cooler than the one where they keep a cryogenically frozen Marlon Brando.
425,000, the C-bet from Ferez.
It's got to be very tempting to raise here.
Mateos does check raise. He makes it 1.1 million.
Ferez might just think Mateos is trying to push him around, the big bad pro.
Three bet coming. 2.675 million.
Ferez has also got backdoor hearts. And once he's shown himself to have something here, it's entirely possible Mateos goes to play this fast as, which I am totally on board with.
All in.
Mateos moves all in.
Too many chips in the middle to fold now.
Ferez calls, and the cards go on their backs.
Dobles contra as-9. Dobles top pair, sí.
Ferez has run pretty good this whole tournament, but that can all change in a blink of an eye.
Ace of hearts, 9 of clubs, pair of aces. Adrian.
The turn card. Jack of diamonds. So Ferez spikes an ace, jack, or 9 on the river. He's the grand final champion. 8 cards that give Ferez the win. It's a blank. A huge turning point in the match.
That was the big double-up opportunity he was waiting for. Now he's in the lead. Now he can put it away.
Adrian Mateos now has a 7-1 chip lead over Muhyiddin Ferez. Back to the action. Mateos, commanding chip leader.
Well, this is a different story than before, eh?
Ferez with a6 of spades. He raises to 410,000. Mateos has him dominated with ace-8. He shoves on Ferez.
Ace on ace, heads up, 1 player short. This could be for all the monies.
Ferez calls! And this could be it.
He doesn't need an ocho, he just needs no seis.
More than half the time, Mateos seals the deal here. Here comes the flop. And there's the ocho!
That is just about gonna do it. It might finally be Ferez Bueller's day off.
It could be over on the turn. Spain has been waiting for its first win on the EPT for 11 seasons. And the wait is over! Adrian Mateos takes down the EPT 11 Grand Final! And a great showing from amateur player Muhyiddin Ferez, who finishes second.
Buenos dias, Adrian.
I was trying to have the energy and the hunger to kind of, finish the series strong, but also kind of try to not feel the pressure and stress and be able to perform as well as I could.
You broke Denis Trebkov's record from 2018, a record that many never thought would be broken.
Yeah, probably including myself.
What was the record?
5.
5 was the record, yeah. And I'm friends with Denis too, and I remember at the time, years ago, just thinking how completely insane that was already, and how that would maybe never happen again. So, yeah, I'm kind of blown away by the series in that sense. I remember getting my 6th, and I was like, what have I done? This is wild. Yeah.
I mean, we obviously saw what you were posting on social media. I like the fact that you were self-aware enough to realize that this was utterly ridiculous.
Pretty much, yeah. I'm not gonna lie. It was quite a streak of tournaments. That was, yeah, very fortunate.
Utterly ridiculous. Obviously happy, but I know how hard you are on yourself. So my guess is that the way you finished, even though keeping it that consistent was going to be near impossible anyway, just what I know of you, my guess is that you're probably kind of still like kicking the wall a little bit after the way that things ended.
Yeah, that is pretty accurate and fair. Unfortunately, it does feel like it was quite a rough end to the series. Like the last 5 days, it's not just like player of the series, like there was all the biggest tournaments as well. So money-wise, that was kind of a rough end when, you know, I'm playing a lot of 10K buy-ins, all that stuff right at the end, and that was pretty rough. Like I think I still played, you know, fine the last week, so it's not like I'm necessarily hard on myself for my own performance in that way. Just the results weren't as desired.
So when you're sort of at the end here, and you, first of all, if this isn't accurate, please correct me, but when you really want it the most, right? Like, okay, now you're like, oh man, it's all the big event buy-ins. I gotta hang on to player of this series. You're like, I personally, when I'm in situations like that, I can feel it. I can feel me wanting it too much. Do you experience that feeling, and does that affect how you play?
It was kind of weird in a way, because after I've, you know, had won 6 and 7 in this series, and it was kind of like I'd already achieved in that way kind of everything I could have wanted and more in that way.
Yeah.
So I was less hungry. But also, yeah, absolutely, I still wanted the player of the series. It's actually something I've been wanting for years, really, that I've been trying to get. So I still absolutely wanted that. It was hard kind of with that struggle, because I was also feeling there was like pressure and stress to perform as well. I felt like both from myself for sure, and, you know, maybe, you know, friends or people who are following me and rooting for me, whilst that was, you know, very nice to have. It still like felt like there might have been some pressure to perform for the end of the series and try to reach the player of the series. So it was kind of hard. Both I was trying to have the energy and the hunger to kind of, you know, finish the series strong, but also kind of try to not feel the pressure and stress and be able to perform as well as I could.
I assume that you would rather have people rooting for you than saying nothing, though, right? It's kind of a double-edged sword.
Yeah, for sure. It's, I mean, it was kind of funny with the following. That it was obviously mostly all positives. Some are just like saying, you know, how absurd it is, or like what's happening, or like they don't care anymore, or something like that. But yeah, it was definitely very nice and very positive overall. That was definitely fun. Yeah.
Okay, good.
And just looking at this series compared to last year, I distinctly remember you having a phenomenal number of second place finishes last year. Like, almost like you could have eclipsed the record from this year had you gone one better in a number of tournaments last year. So I guess, again, to accentuate the positive, it feels like year on year, this was a better series.
For sure, yeah. This is definitely my best series results-wise. Overall, definitely much better. Yes, there were an unfortunate amount of second places last year. But like even last year was a really good series, and then in the Take Two, I had won 2 more series that time as well. But like I remember when I was going for player of the series last year, and
everything fell apart on the final weekend, right?
Pretty much, yeah. So I ended up getting like joint second with Kelvin when Rui won, and I remember Kelvin saying to me like any other year he and I would have won it if Rui hadn't had like such an insane year. And like funnily enough, this year I had an even more insane year, like better than Rui, and still didn't manage to win. So it just kind of accentuates how crazy of a year this was, and like how impressive also Patrick's achievement is.
We have never hit this blind level before on the EPT. 200,000, 400,000 with a 50k ante.
That's over 10 times the starting stack for the big blind. Crazy.
Kimo Kirko raises his button with ace-4 offsuit. Pocket fives for Tom Middleton.
Stacks are a little deep for Tom to 3-bet, call it off at 2-5, so maybe he just calls here. Nope.
That is a 3-bet to 2 million.
And I think Kirko could go either way here. By either way, I mean fold or shove. Tom has left himself room to fold to a shove. And if Kimo thinks that'll happen a certain amount of the time, he could easily stick it in.
He does shove. And Middleton calls.
Loose call by Middleton. I think he's really lucky to be up against ace-4.
Tom Middleton is a 70% favorite to win the EPT Barcelona main event on this hand.
That's about as big a favorite as you can be.
Kimo Kirko looking for an ace. It's a 10-7-6 flop. Fives holding for now.
Not a particularly dicey flop for fives.
Finn's looking for an ace. It doesn't come on the turn. It has to come on the river. And we have a champion here in Spain. 3 outs for the Finn. That is not one of them, which means Tom takes the title.
Middleton is on Toppleton.
He was the chip leader at the start of day 3, day 4, day 5, and day 6 at the start of the final table, and now he is an EPT winner, joining his friends Jake Cody and Toby Lewis in that elite circle.
Also, let's not forget, good game Kimo Kirko, but it's time for Hit the Hole to hit the bar. This is the NAPT, my babies.
Comeback time.
Yeah, we can play for real now.
One time, come on.
Yeah.
Hey, Mom, I'm playing heads up on TV. I'll see you later.
Why are you so good, Vanessa?
Congratulations to Tom Marchese.
William Reynolds is the champion.
Vanessa Selps is the first ever 2-time NAPT champion.
No better place to play poker than in Vegas.
I think I'm going to have fun playing with you today, sir.
It has been a minute. See you on the strip.
Yes, we will be back in Las Vegas next month for the NAPT. 3 days of live coverage on the PokerStars Twitch and YouTube channels. Meanwhile, we've got EPT Cyprus to wrap first. That's right. PokerStars European Poker Tour has come to the Merit Royal Diamond Hotel, Casino and Spa for the first time. And we have got to play out the final table of the main event. We have got 5 players returning from break. All pretty shallow. Chip leader Gilles Simon with fewer than 50 big blinds. Jose Gonzalez playing fewer than 40. Everyone else fewer than 20. With Andrea Dato, the announcer, very much in the extreme hyper danger zone with just 6 big blinds, because we are now playing 150k, 300k blinds with a 300k big blind ante. It's James Hartigan, and joining me live via satellite is Maria Ho. Hello, Maria.
Hello there.
So, Maria, we played late into the night last night, finishing 1:30 a.m. local time. Couldn't get down to 6, played down to 7, but earlier on today we lost Bjorn Kozenkai and Nikita Kuznetsov. But obviously, because of the slowness of play and the ICM handcuffing, the stacks have got very shallow, and that's meant the handcuffs have become even tighter.
Yeah, and I've seen Simone just able to still apply a lot of pressure without being super deep stacked. Again, all of these players really trying to outlast one another, and getting to heads up is a big part of being able to actually put yourself in a position, of course, to win the whole thing. So survival is definitely on most of these players' minds right now.
Big jumps, obviously a huge increase in prize money with every single elimination. And you've got to feel that right now there is no one at the table who is going to be willing to make any kind of move when you've got Andrea Dato sat there with 6 bigs. And next time the blinds come around, because of the big blind ante, a third of his chips will be in the pot before any cards are dealt.
Right, but definitely not going to be a whole lot of waiting left at this point. But again, these players, you know, we saw right before the break, Tasyurek having to lay down top pair against the pressure coming from Simone. And because of that, unless you're a shorty and you could double up, it's going to be really tough for you to outlast any other stacks.
Schumacher wielding his secret weapon, potassium. Gilles Simon has a lot of support on the PokerStars Twitch channel as a winner of the Dare to Stream competition, which earned him a platinum pass for the PSPC. Hasn't really been a streamer recently, very much been focusing on his game, moving up the stakes, getting results, including a W Coupe title earlier this month, and now here, 4 eliminations away from winning an EPT main event. Action underway. Level 34 has commenced. Action starts with Gilly, and he is opening under the gun. Folds from both Gonzalez and Dato, and from Tasyurek. Schumacher in the big blind. Alas, we've only caught one of Simon's cards, the King of Spades. We can see both of Schumacher's 5-4 of clubs. 16 bigs, I guess you can defend him, Maria.
Yeah, I think I would be defending as Schumacher, and Simone could be very wide with this under the gun open. Again, just trying to leverage that big stack.
Makes the call, and we will go heads up to the flop. King 8-3. Well, we don't know what Simon's other card is, but we do know he's ahead right now.
Luckily for Schumacher, just not much on this board for him to continue.
And ship the chips to Gilly. Statrick, I love you dearly, but this hashtag fun fact is thin. I mean, super thin. If the chip leader holds on, it will be back-to-back EPT main event wins for people with Simon in their name. We had Simon Witziak win in Barcelona. Gilles Simon could win here, and yeah, it's weak sauce, buddy. I'm sorry.
But we appreciate the effort, though.
Yes, we appreciate the effort. Gonzalez first to act this time. Opens to 600K. King, Jack of clubs.
I was very impressed by the way that Gonzalez played yesterday. Had great composure and, again, was willing to apply pressure in the right spots. You know, got Yuge to fold queens pre at one point.
And again, we've only caught one of Gilles Simon's cards. I think, rather than having a problem with this deck, we may have a problem with the reader by Gilly's seat. So we might want to just move him over one spot. Yeah, I think we'll make that happen. A quick reminder, as we see the fans in the stands who've come to watch this final table in Cyprus, that we have got the mini EPT Cyprus main events running today. $5.50, $55. Those are the price points of these tournaments. Both are awarding gold power passes to the winners. Silver power passes to the runners-up. Remember, a silver pass is worth 2.5K. And a gold pass is worth more than 10 grand. You could redeem it for an EPT package. You could join us on the next leg of the European Poker Tour, the final stop of EPT 2023 in Prague. So back to the action at the final table. Gilles Simon has moved over one seat. Let's hope it's worked. Boom, we can see both of his cards. Mako Break says if you win gold pass, you can choose EPT or not. The whole point of the power path and the power passes that you can win is the power rests with you on how you redeem them. If you want a bundle of online tickets, go for it. You want a passport to play one of the regional tours, those are normally available. EPT packages, absolutely. And remember, a power pass is valid for 18 months. So if you don't see anything now that you fancy, and you know, well, there's a very good chance that the EPT will be going to Monte Carlo next year, I've always fancied a trip there, maybe I'll wait a couple of months. Do it. Do it.
Do you want to spread it out over a couple of events, or do you want to just go, you know, one and done, just big one?
With two pair, Gilles Simon wins another pot. Now over 50 big blinds, close to 16 million chips. As they play for the glory, as they play for the trophy, and that first prize of more than $1 million. Total prize pool in this event, 6.4 million, generated by 1,320 total entries. This was a very popular tournament, outperforming expectations.
I think what was fun to watch for me in the run-up to the final table was that a lot of these players just seemed incredibly excited at the opportunity to win an EPT title, to win that much money. I mean, I know Cyprus has become a very popular place for poker, but just having that tremendous amount of credibility that comes along with a PokerStars EPT title, I think is what got a lot of these players out of their seats. I mean, you could see visible reactions in hands and, you know, people playing to the cameras a little bit. It's fun to be on the feature table.
Oh, this could spell trouble for the chip leader. Tashirek opening under the gun with ace-king. Simon has 3-bet with ace-queen. Now, this is the situation I was alluding to a short while ago. Andrea Dato started this hand with 2 million chips. 600K already invested. He's posted the big blind ante. He's posted the big blind. What do you do here with king 6 of clubs?
Yeah, it's pretty unfortunate, but I think that you just have to fold, because if Tashirek busts his hand, then you are able to ladder. So you definitely have to think about, if you fold and you hope that this becomes a pre-flop collision for the other two, then again, right now, sometimes folding could be the way to make more money in the tournament, even if it's not the sexiest play, even if it's not, you know, the most fun.
Well, I don't know whether you saw there, he threw out a fistful of time bank cards and just like, let me think about this one. And whether it's a case of I'm priced in and have to gamble, or whether I just say goodbye to the 600K I've put into this pot. I've got 1.4 behind, 4 big blinds, and just wait for a better spot and hope, as you said, Maria, that this collision between Simon and Tashirek results in an elimination.
You understand the thought that's going into this decision, but I do think that ICM just dictates the survival is most important in this spot. And Tashirek.
All in. And quickly called, and here we go. Player at risk, however, it is a domination situation in Halil Tashirek's favor.
Ace Queen off tegen Ace King. Ik heb Ace Queen.
There were a lot of Turkish players in this event, and plenty of Tashirek's friends and supporters on the rail, hoping that Ace King holds here and his EPT journey continues. And yes, we know that a king has been folded. 8-7-6. Opportunities? Turn card is a jack. So no chance of a chop. And Halil Tashirek is going to double up unless there is a queen on the river. 3 cards can eliminate him. The river is an ace, and Barry Greenstein gives him the double up. And now it's very close at the top. Jose Gonzalez, Gilles Simon, Halil Tashirek pretty much tied for the chip lead.
5 minutes.
Definitely unfortunate for Simone there. Just a bit of a cooler, and Simone has been navigating so well post-flop that it seems almost a bit unfair that, you know, you're getting away with bluffs post, but then you just end up in somewhat of an unavoidable situation when you're dominated. And now you're just not as comfortable as you once were, but still plenty to play with.
We have a situation where the chip leader has fewer than 40 big blinds now.
Big blinds, right?
Isaac pointing out that Jason Derulo will be arriving shortly, and that will change everything. So the short stack, Andrea Dato, remember he's got 4 big blinds. He's in the small blind on this hand. Gonzalez on the button with 7 deuce. Okay.
Just one of the hands where he's just not going to be able to open the button here against such a short stack in the small.
Yeah, and what's this going to be? Any ace, any picture card, just get it in. King deuce, get it in.
Yeah, it's going to go in with King deuce here.
It's not very much, but I'm not sure you can call with 10-4 of hearts.
I feel like Tashirek should be making this call here. Again,
Oh,
Dato
yeah.
does not really need much of a hand to shove, and of course Tassarek freshly doubled, can afford it.
Ho visto solo il K, ho visto l'altro il 2 finto.
Yeah, when you consider that Tassarek had already posted the ante in the big blind, had so many chips invested already, makes sense to make the call with 10-4, and actually is not that far behind. Look, it's practically a flip. So it's Dato at risk, ahead for now. And still ahead on a 9-7-6 flop. However, Tassarek has 10 outs. 10s, 8s, and 4s, all working for him. Now has 14 outs. 10s, 8s, 4s, and 3s. Dato, 2-1 favorite to survive. Needs to fade those 14 cards on the river. Which he does. The Italian survives.
Never easy. 1.3, right?
Never a doubt, right? No, he was very scared.
So Dato now playing 10 big blinds. Yannick Schumacher with 15 big blinds.
Mi dovete sparare per buttarvi fuori.
Gonzalez with the slight chip lead over Gilles Simon.
I'm sure that everybody was cheering for him. I know the feeling.
Let's remind ourselves
And
of
just like that.
the payout jump. If you're the next player out, it's 275K. Obviously, a huge amount of money. Great return on a 5K buy-in. Fourth place, though, gets 358K. I mean, it's nearly 100 grand difference.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be something that these players are thinking about. With every decision that they make, it's the difference between six-figure type differences between the payouts. And so this is very important for them to be making the right decision in these critical moments. And Gonzalez, ace-king suited.
Wow. Three bet from Gonzalez. And action folded round to Schumacher in the big blind. He's out. So back on Gilly.
Sorry, the stacks behind are 20 chips, right? Just
I think so,
Thank you. No, just to be sure because it's not very clear. Perfect, thank you.
And quite often, Queen Jack suited is going to be the type of hand that you're going to come along even against a 3-bet, but it's just a little unfortunate for him that he happens to be dominated on the suit, because that's a big reason for why you peel the suited combos, of course, to hit flushes. But
well, I'm not
this
sure
spot definitely doesn't want to see clubs.
Yeah, I'm not sure if you heard that, Maria.
Good reader, bro.
Gilly looked at him and said, "Do you have ace king?" Put him on the exact hand.
Adele, you marking cards?
No, I just wanted to say something cool for the stream.
Eh?
I had no clue. I was always going to pull.
You always say ace king.
He did say something cool for the stream, and he was
Ace
right.
kings, you know, that's boring. But if I guess ace king, right?
More combos to hit.
Yeah. I get to look cool more often on stream.
At least you say suited or something, no? Pass.
Thank you, man.
Folded around to Tassarek on the button. He has jacks and raises. Ace queen for Schumacher in the small blind.
Wow. I mean, even though You never want to be all in with a shorter stack out there. You definitely should just be shoving this, I think, as Schumacher. Tasterek certainly can have quite a lot of raise folds from the button. Schumacher still has plenty of fold equity, but Tasterek not going to be folding jacks in this spot.
Shoves the ace-queen. Gilly with fives in the big. Folds back on Tasterek. Double checks. Calls with jacks, and we are off to the races, flipping that coin for Yannick Schumacher's tournament life.
Speriamo che vinca.
And how much is Andrea Dato loving this spot? He ladders if Schumacher goes broke here.
I stand up on the turn.
Well, and if you have your one time still, this wouldn't be a bad place to use it.
On the turn, you need the extra stand-up bonus equity.
Oh, wow, a jack-high flop. But, guys, be careful of the premature celebration. A 10 gives Schumacher the straight.
No percentage on the screen, no?
Heart would be brutal.
Hard for a sweat, come on.
No heart. It's the 8 of diamonds pairing the board, giving Tasterek the full house, and seeing Yannick Schumacher drawing dead on the turn. Schumacher is eliminated in 5th place. We are down to 4 players. Schumacher cashes for $275,425. Andrea Dato gets the ladder.
No, for 10.5K.
Yeah? Yeah. Fifth place was my biggest score.
Yours?
Got 260 this summer.
But you have a lot of hundreds.
Dato and the rest of the final table now guaranteed 358K.
And a lot of online, 40, 50K, yeah, right? Probably you got more in...
Meanwhile, Halil Tasterek has reclaimed the chip lead, 13.4 million. Now that sounds impressive, but it is only 44 big blinds. And as we've seen, every single all-in, every single big pot right now results in massive swings and frequent changes in who's the chip leader and who's the short stack. I have to say, Maria, Dato's done some solid laddering today.
Don't do silly things, okay? Stop.
Yeah, that is a underrated part of your game that I don't think people think about a lot, but folding, it's kind of an art.
Okay?
Christian pointing out the pay jumps are getting nutty now. That they are.
Gonzalez going to just check his option with the ace-10. Quite a strong hand in a BVB scenario. But you just see how important it is for these players with an immediate short stack out there to be cautious and not bloat the pots too much.
Check, check. 8 of diamonds on the turn. Neither player has a diamond.
Gonzalez certainly has plenty of showdown value, can easily check behind, and it's a great river card for the ace high.
MJB makes a valid point that they can still make a deal. Unlikely for as long as Andrea Dato is a super short stack. But if Dato were to go out and everyone's hovering around the 40 big blind mark, I would argue that the variance is pretty high and the players would probably chop the prize pool.
Simone taking a little time with the queen high might actually give Gonzalez the call in this spot. It does feel like perhaps maybe Gonzalez has some random stabs on the river with hands that have no showdown value, and I love that Gonzalez was willing to take a value bet in this situation when check 2 on the river.
Ace high.
Makes the call.
Queen high, no good. Queen diamonds? No, sorry, but...
Queen high, no good. Ace high is the winning hand.
Queen 9. Queen of diamonds. No, too much time. No queen of diamonds. You snap with the queen of diamonds.
Tobin Plays on Twitch says, if they make a deal, will we know about it? Do they announce? Absolutely. If any deal negotiations take place, they take place at this table on the main stage in front of the tournament director and in front of the cameras. And again, I find myself saying this every time we stream a final table, Maria, but I appreciate that there's a lot of people who watch poker who don't think deals are right, that we shouldn't have deals in tournament poker. Number one, these are the guys paying the entry fee, rather. So what happens to the prize money, they should have a say over. Secondly, deals happen in every single poker tournament, or pretty much every single poker tournament on every single tour. It's much better that it's done in public and orchestrated by a member of tournament staff, and players are actually paid the amount of money that they've agreed in the deal, rather than you let them go behind the scenes, work it out amongst themselves, and someone then gets screwed over down the line.
Yes, and that has definitely happened more times, we'll think, or maybe as many times as people think. I think if you poll the players themselves, I think an overwhelming majority would say that they love that the tournament and their operators are willing to facilitate deals versus not, quote unquote, allow them to make deals, technically speaking. And I get the audience's viewpoint from it, but it actually sometimes does open up the play after they do make a deal, because again, when you're playing for these big pay jumps, then ICM is so important, and these players end up sometimes not really getting involved in pots because of it. There's a lot of folding going on, but you know, when you're able to guarantee yourself a certain payout, then it becomes a little more of a free-for-all.
Yeah. And don't forget that deal discussions, deal negotiations themselves can also be entertaining. During one of the breaks, I think it was yesterday, we replayed the EPT Barcelona final table from 2013, where there was a deal orchestrated by Tom Middleton, Creston Nielsen, Kimmo Kirko, and it was all agreed, all signed, well, not quite signed, sealed, and delivered, but they'd certainly shaken on it. And then Tom Middleton was persuaded by a panel of judges to go back on the deal. And that caused a lot of resentment from the other players. We've got Dato all in here.
El millone, ragazzino, pelo. Oh, si lo dice la dona, está claro.
It was Fraser McIntyre, Toby Lewis, and Jake Cody who persuaded Midi not to take the deal, and he had to go back and tell the other three players he was pulling out.
Awkward.
Yeah, they didn't take it well.
No, and they shouldn't. I feel like once it's been decided, you shouldn't be going back on your word at that point. I understand that maybe in the moment he wasn't thinking about if it was a good deal, and then upon consulting other people decided that it wasn't, but that's probably why you should consult people before you shake on it effectively.
Marbard says, no deals happen at the World Series of Poker. I don't think so. Not officially, because the World Series won't orchestrate them. But Maria, you've played enough WSOP events to tell me that deals are done behind the scenes, right?
Yeah, they say, okay, we want a break, heads up. You go to the bathroom, talk about it, go to the side of the room. And again, it's a little bit of buyer beware. You have to be quite familiar with the person you end up heads up with to even feel comfortable doing that.
So in this hand, it's blind v blind. Tashirek raised to $1 million pre. Simon defended, has a pair of fours. We've only seen one of Tashirek's cards, so we don't know if Simon is ahead right now.
And I'm not saying that this situation necessarily calls for it. Okay, I'm glad to see Tasirek reaching for chips, but I would like to see, now that Tasirek is the chip leader, that he is willing to be more aggressive in these spots, because as we saw when Simone was chip leader, Tasirek certainly started playing a little bit more passively, but now there's no reason to not ramp things up and put the pressure back on all of the other stacks that you have covered. Simone, not an easy decision here, considering there can definitely be a lot of bad river cards. And unimproved, is he willing to call another barrel on the river? So does just decide to fold here.
Khalil Tashirak extending his chip lead, 14.1 million. Jose Gonzalez sitting in second place with 13.8 million. Andrea Dato remains the short stack with 12 bigs. It's already laddered up 3 spots today. W. Cutmore say, are these cards Fournier? Correct. Fournier, official card sponsor of the UPT. Dato with the Spraggy. Prepare for the announcement.
600,000.
Raises to 600K.
You wonder if Gonzalez is going to consider calling here. Of course, it looks really strong for Dato to come with the min raise off of his stack, but you also expect Dato to not just shove in this spot very often, because if there were, you know, some big hands to wake up behind him, then he can still get out of the way and preserve his stack. So understandably, Gonzalez will peel the king 5 to the min raise.
Notice that Mr. Stapleton has appeared in the YouTube chat. Maybe you can calm things down over there. People are starting to be quite nasty to each other.
This is unfortunate because not only has Gonzalez outflopped Dato, but it's not the best board for ace high, but still continuing with the range advantage, hoping that this is just going to look incredibly strong with the min open from under the gun, following through with the c-bet. Wow. And Gonzalez going to have none of it. I can say I did not expect to see the all-in. I thought a call would be appropriate there, but Gonzalez really making it tough for Dato to even get away with that.
Expect the unexpected with Gonzalez, who has reclaimed the chip lead.
Now.
This is the 80th hand played at the final table today, and it sees Andrea Dato get a walk.
Yeah.
So he's hovering around the 10 big blind mark still.
Oh. Hostia.
Queen 5 suited.
Roy,
For Gilles
buscamos un
Simon under the
ibuprofeno,
gun.
porfa, tío. Un ibuprofeno. Gracias.
Yeah, and that's the type of hand that Simone, when he was chip leader, would have probably opened, but now, of course, has to adjust his opening range a bit.
Okay, we stand by to hear from Andrea, the announcer, Dato. Andrea, can you tell us what you'd like to do, please? Declare your action, sir. Andrea? Needs more time. To warm up his vocal cords. It's coming.
Wait for it.
825,000.
825,000. Ladies and gentlemen, we have had the declaration from our Italian player. And a quick fold from Tashirek with the 7-deuce offsuit. Andrea Dato, as we've mentioned a few times, finaled an EPT back in 2014. Barcelona that year, when it was always coming 7, and Andre Letao took it down. Andrea Dato was the 4th place finisher for 362,000 euros. Came into the game of poker via Magic the Gathering. He's the oldest player at the final table at 44 years of age. Second oldest being Halil Tashirek, who's 42. He's been a professional poker player for the last 2 years, traveling the poker circuit, Europe, Vegas for the World Series. He's thrilled to have the opportunity to win an EPT today. And then we have Gilles Simon, winner of the Dare to Stream competition on PokerStars. There's a left twitch behind to focus on playing poker at the highest level. And here he is in the top 4 of an EPT main. Last but by no means least, Jose Gonzalez has had a lot of success in recent months. Eureka High Roller champion for 343K. CEP Barcelona winner for 90K. Estrellas Malaga main event winner for 92K. And makes rap with his hip-hop crew, Latin Hydro, fresh.
Wow, I want to hear some of their hits. Where can I find them?
I refuse to believe their stuff isn't available for free somewhere. Spotify, YouTube.
Who knows? You guys might end up using it for one of your intro songs.
Well, it's weird you should say that, because Nick Walsh had an obsession about us using it as a closer theme. And number one, we need to get it whitelisted. Number two, we'd have to find a track that didn't have any offensive lyrics. Number three, we'd have to find a track which, dare I say it, is good. And that's a straight.
That is a straight for Simone. And Gonzalez, 4 of clubs, not really interacting with this board much. Don't know what he has. Otherwise, could, of course, have 8-4, 10-4, 9-4, but gonna check back there. Simone going for the min bet here, and if Gonzalez continues, then of course we might start thinking about some backdoor flush potential here that Gonzalez could have, or 7-4 in this spot for a chop. Does seem interested. And not a great run out for a flop straight. Not only are you chopping with a lot of hands here, but all backdoor flush does come in.
And thanks to Ed, our YouTube mod, for doing some basic research to find out that Latin Hydro have a 4-track EP on Spotify called The COVID Files.
You better not be milking.
7. Me too.
Oh, they both have the straight. It means it's a chop pot. And Maria, you know what they say? Everyone loves a chop pot.
Everyone loves a chop pot.
I waited. I waited. I misjudged just how bad the satellite delay is.
O's, ooh, E, ah, that. I think that's you. That's on you, James. I'm sorry.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, do you know what? I'm going to have to take responsibility for that one. As much as I love throwing you under the bus whenever there's a chop pot debacle, Maria, I will have to take the blame for that one. No, Joe's shaking his head. He says it's your fault.
Once you get the cards, just put them in the box straight away.
But I went right after you finished your sentence.
Joe wasn't involved, so he can be 100% objective here, and he's made a ruling.
But am I supposed to essentially start before you finish your sentence?
What you have to do,
delay
Maria,
is
you have to abide by Joe's ruling. That's all you need to understand. Judge Joe has spoken.
And you throw the jack yesterday for me? No, was the guy, no?
Well, you know, I'm ready for a second chance because I guess if I cut you off, I'm the only person that could hear it because the delay is so long. So, sure, I can adjust.
What did, yeah, the belly dance. Actually, it's normal nowadays, like normal. I like it.
That's right, Cheesy Bacon. Joe Stapleton is judge, Judy, and executioner.
But probably he keep in secret.
He just give away his secret. 600,000.
Pass. No voy.
Button raise from Gilles Simon. King deuce for the short stack in the big blind.
Does feel like a pretty good spot to just C3 when you're suited.
What's he going to announce? Call. We're going to go to a flop. And Joe has decided he needs to actually be on the mic to keep you in line, Maria Ho.
You know how sometimes someone will be really hard on someone because they care about them, and then other times someone will be really hard on someone because they're jealous of them? Neither of those reasons are why I'm so hard on Maria.
Wow.
Kings and deuces for
that
Dato.
hurt.
98% equity.
Oh,
Just
Gilly.
kicking me when I'm down.
She says from her 5-star hotel room in New York City.
Silence speaks volumes.
I didn't pick the hotel. This is just where the venue of the charity event's at, though. I mean, you're not wrong, but this just happens to be where the charity event was.
Oh, Gilly. Big trouble here. Drawing deed on the turn.
Yep.
And the problem is definitely that Simone is thinking if Dato had some of the really strong King X's, he probably would have shoved those pre from the big blind. So still feels like he might be targeting a weak one pair hand, perhaps some of these 8X's, even a deuce X, and of course,
450,000.
we've seen.
We have just had an announcement, ladies and gentlemen. He has declared a bet of 450,000. Dato has spoken.
Mr. Verbal Declaration himself.
I mean, we've seen Simone earlier when he had the chip lead go for it in these spots where he just tries to get his opponent to fold what he believes are, you know, weak hands and weak ranges.
Ooh. Well, this is going to be a huge swing in Dato's favor. 3.15 in the middle. He's got 2 behind, and he's just improved to a full house.
Botanized.
Get the rest in and hope to get the ace-high hero call.
Yeah, stack to pot ratio. We've got 2 million behind for Dato with 3 million in the pot. So can certainly shove in this spot. But you wonder, you know, what Simone's going to make of the lead on the turn. And then this possible incoming jam on the river with the ace high. Of course, he's beating some busted flush draws. But ace high is not even going to beat 8X in this spot that could have potentially played it this way, except that 8X's probably wouldn't be willing to shove the river.
I mean, when Dato shoves here, this is a tale as old as time for this table. People.
Oh. Ha! I guess he thinks he's setting a trap here, but I'm pretty sure that Simone will just check it back now.
Hasn't done it yet. There it is.
But it's still a big swing. And it sees Andrea Dato pretty much draw level with Gilles Simon. 17 bigs for Dato. 19 bigs for Simon. And reminder that when we do wrap here in Cyprus, we are going on the road. We're going across the Atlantic and across most of North America to Vegas. Bringing you a 3-day live stream from the NAPT. Last 2 days of the main event. The final table of the 5K high roller. That's Friday the 10th through Sunday the 12th of November on the PokerStars Twitch and YouTube channels. And a reminder once again that before that, we are bringing back the big game. The big game on tour will be running on the 8th and 9th of November with a qualifying tournament, a couple of qualifying tournaments for loose cannons, free rolls taking place on Sunday, November 5th.
And my suggestion is, if you want to play in those, get to Las Vegas a day ahead of time. Register on the 4th. I have a feeling those tournaments are going to fill up quick. There is limited availability in those tournaments. I think we're capping it at around 200 players total. And with the proximity of LA to Las Vegas, I think we might have a fair few number of people driving in just to play that free roll. Gonzalez.
I feel like
yes.
I have seen social media just popping off about NAPT, about the big game. So I expect that this will be a really great turnout for the series.
Yeah, I think so too. Jack high flop, all clubs, monotone board. We know Gonzalez has an ace. We know Lil Tazarek has a 7.
Then I'm happy with the play.
Is it 7-9 in the big blind? Could be. It's unlikely, given the fact that it went bet fold. Maria, I don't know if James hit you up for this or not. Yeah, any fun celebrity stories to tell from the charity event last night?
I mean, there were so many fun ones. Everybody, first of all, every single person there, they almost seemed like they knew each other from before. And most people probably did. A lot of them seemed to have played in Hank's home game. But
Hank Azaria.
Everyone was social. Everybody, yes, Hank Azaria. Everybody was incredibly social. Everybody was having a good time. How could you not? There was open bar. Michael Cera brought his mother, and she sat next to him, and he was showing her his whole cards, every hand. It was really cute. And then, David Schwimmer came by. I think he was the first person out. I don't know if that was on purpose, because maybe he didn't want to stay for the whole evening. It's a pretty quick appearance from him.
Kind of like his appearance on Band of Brothers.
Okay, can you believe? I think you can believe this, because there's a lot of things I have not seen before. But I have never watched Band of Brothers, and everybody says what an incredible series it was.
Band of Brothers will change your life. It stands the test of time as well. It's easily one of the best things that's ever been made for television. Tazarek raising the small blind with 8-6. Making it $1 million, 3x plus. Simone with a slightly better 8. And Simone is going to take a look at the flop, a.k.a. the first 3 cards. Community cards on their way. 9-6 tray, 2 diamonds. So we've got a pair of 6s, a domination rotation for Tazarek. But Simone has the open-ended straight draw, the backdoor diamonds.
Yeah, this is a pretty fun flop. Tazarek just gonna go for protection here with second pair, and Simone 4.53 million in his stack. So you wonder if he feels like it would be a better option to just call and see what happens on the turn, or shove here if he feels like Tazarek has any bet folds. Again, you don't want to risk your tournament life on the line with a shorter stack out there, but blind versus blind, you've got an open ender. Do you want to take the aggressive route?
This is fantastic. Remember yesterday, Maria, we were on there and we were talking about the stop and go.
Yes.
Here we go. Simone shoves. Tobin on Twitch calling for the post oak.
Post oak.
I mean, I thought we were digging deep with the stop and go, but the post oak is even deeper.
I mean, I love it. I just have not heard anybody use that term.
I know.
For so long. Ooh.
Put a smile on my
Tazarek
face.
ends up folding.
Yeah, the post oak gets Tazarek to lay it down.
I feel like I read it in Super System, and that was the last time I've seen it.
Very, very dated phrase, which we like, because everything old is new again. Maria, it sounds like it was a lot of
People
fun.
love vintage.
Yeah, it sounds like it was a lot of fun last night, Maria. That's cool. Did Michael Cera mention me?
It was. Yeah, he said, tell Joe I said hi.
That's
He first asked when he saw me, he was like, oh, is Joe here? I was like, no, Joe's in Cyprus. And he's like, well, tell him I said hi. And I was like, okay. And then I told him, I was like, yeah, Joe said, sup.
Oh, you said it cool like I said to say it.
I just said it the way that I said it in real time. So did that sound cool enough?
That was
for
good.
you?
No, that was pretty good.
Oh.
Yeah. No, that was really close to what I would have done. Did you do the head flick? Like
I
sup,
did.
like sup.
Sup.
Yeah,
Oh, for
okay.
sure.
Yeah, no, I can hear the head
That's the only
flick.
way
I
to
think you
do
did
it.
it. Yeah. Hell yeah. All right, Simone in the
Feel
small.
better about it now?
I do. Yes, thank you. I was up late thinking about it. Simone in this hand with Jack 4 suited, attempted to limp in. Gonzalez says, nah, I ain't about that. And Simone calls the raise, so we got 1.7 million in the middle already. King 10-8. So Gonzalez with a gut shot to the low end of a straight. Simone checks to the razor. Gonzalez continues with the 500K bet. Zakat says Sarah did a good job playing Toby Maguire in Molly's game. First of all, he plays a player called Player X. Okay, we don't want to get Michael Cera in trouble. Secondly, Michael came on our podcast, Poker in the Ears, and talked about that role quite a bit, if you guys want to listen to that episode. Third, Molly's game is going to be the superfan subject on the next episode of Poker in the Ears, which will be out this Friday. And I'll tell you this, Gilles Simone has already agreed to be this week's guest. So check that out. Full circle. Simone turns the open-ender and the flush draw. Checks.
Yeah, with that float on the flop from Simone, he has turned a whole lot of equity and very much what he was looking for when he continued with the Jack 4 of hearts on the flop. But goodness, making a straight on the turn, but the low end. This is very spicy. It has a lot of potential. Simone with the combo draw. We've definitely seen players get aggressive in these spots with combo draws. Blocks Queen Jack, which is the nuts right now.
As I mentioned, the low end of the straight, but a straight nonetheless for Gonzalez. I think you're right, Maria. Major spice potential here. Simone going nowhere. Huge pot. Gilly with just about a pot-sized bet left behind, slightly more. And the river is the queen. Bigger straight for Gilles Simone.
Wow, and
checks it to Gonzalez. Gonzalez checks it back. Nice try. And that is going to be a momentum shift. Gilles Simon now second on the leaderboard. Gonzalez still out in front, but loses a chunk on that hand. I don't know how to describe this final table, Maria. It feels like it's crawling along because there hasn't been a ton of like all-in confrontations and bust-outs, but there's been a lot of changes of momentum.
Yeah, and I think you can attribute that to the fact that even the chip leaders aren't very deep. Even the big stacks aren't very deep stacked. So that pendulum is going to swing with every pot. You know, if the chip leader gets involved in a hand with the second biggest stack, then all of a sudden, you know, even if they win a small pot, the roles can quickly be reversed because the difference is, you know, 5, 7 big blinds between the stacks. And that's what happens, you know, with us having such a long play down to 7 yesterday. And a lot of these players, you know, managing to hold on, some of the shorties doubling, and now they're not very deep anymore.
Yeah, I'm feeling that. That's well described. Action's folded around to Gonzalez, who's probably been the swingiest player over the last 48 hours. Has been up, down, left, right, all over the place.
Check.
Blind on blind to the flop. Ace-6 deuce, 2 hearts, pair of sixes for Dato.
That's 300,000.
Okay, I feel like we need a cameraman to stay fixed on the Dato one shot because I just want to know if he takes a break from that posture.
I don't think
when
so.
the camera's not on him.
I don't think so. He's stiff as a board. Dato announces call, and Gonzalez picks up a straight draw while Dato turns a second pair.
Gonzalez with the check, and now Dato certainly needs to be asking for some value, certainly some draws out there flop. Probably feeling like it's a bit unlikely that Gonzalez would check top pair.
350,000.
The announcement's been made. Hear my cry. 350,000.
These sneaky 2 pairs are nice because you unblock top pair, but again, as I mentioned, Gonzalez might just go ahead and bet the turn with top pair himself. So it doesn't feel like there's going to be a whole lot of strong top pair holdings that Gonzalez can call him with, but again, some of those other draws possible with the flush draw out there. Some straight possibilities.
Oh, Gonzalez just shoved.
Gonzalez!
Dato does not take his time this time. Makes the call and is a huge favorite to double up. Gonzalez raises his hand in victory despite needing to hit a 4-outer. This fella's put on quite the spectacle at today's final table. Looks like reality's setting in finally. Andrea Dato. There you go. He does have a second pose. It's on his feet, but still quite posturific. River card is the queen. Not the card Gonzalez was looking for, and yet another double up for Andrea Dato. And here's something fun.
Double up.
There's 4 players in this tournament, and we have a first place player, and we have a fourth place player. But there are 6 big blinds separating first and fourth.
Yep. And that is exactly what we were discussing just a couple minutes earlier, Joe. This is crazy in terms of the way that these chips are distributed.
Send me in there right now. I'll get a deal done.
Only he had more chips. 10, 11.
10, 10.
He's gonna have
We'll be sipping pina coladas in 11 minutes.
You have like 10 million something now? Yeah.
Yeah, I have 10.
11, 10, 8. I lost the chip lead. Yeah. I must win it again. To be that happy.
What's funny is a lot of people
out now.
are attacking Gonzalez right now. And I'll just say the irony is that people have been complaining about the lack of moves, the lack of creativity. And I'll just say that this shows to Goyu how little incentive there is to do things like that when you're playing for these amounts of money and these sorts of pay jumps. We haven't really seen it pay off that much.
Yeah, I would say that it's just a bit of a misstep there by Gonzalez in the sense that I think he's already found spots where he did push the action and it worked. And situationally, those were probably a little bit more well-timed. And I feel like this might have just been a little bit more of a situation where he wanted to be the guy, you know, he wants to be the guy to make moves, the only person to kind of bring that excitement, and it might end up costing him dearly.
Simone shoved on by the jacks of Halil Lil Tajarek. I'm, for one, am a big fan of Gonzalez's antics. As long as it doesn't bother the other players at the table, I'm all for people being animated, acting a fool.
The thing is, though, Stapes, in your day job, you know, part of you is about making people laugh, sometimes acting a fool, but, you know, intentionally. But I feel like if you ever made a big final table, you would be the quietest person there.
It just depends. The term chirping chips applies to me more than any player ever in history. If I'm running well, hitting hands, stacking chips, I think I'd be a lot of fun. Also, I guess I'm not really much of a sore winner either, so that would quiet me down a little bit, but you're right for the most part. I would be pretty terrified out there.
You just want it to end. You'd be like, is this going to be over?
Correct. The stress of it would really be taxing on my person. Dato versus Simone in another big post-flop flip here. Pair of tens for Dato. Big old diamond draw for Simone. I would secretly be texting Maria under the table saying, can I deal yet? Can I take a deal yet?
Check.
Yeah, I'm going to be the one who, I'll be the Jake Cody on the rail telling you, nope, it's not a good deal.
No deal.
Gotta renege.
Check, check on the flop. 8 of hearts on the turn. Board gets straight ear. Simone's gonna fire now.
Yeah, pretty natural semi-bluff. Certainly, you know, feels like with Dato checking back, there can be a a lot of weaker hands, perhaps some ace-X's, some small pairs that didn't really like that flop and may not be able to continue to any aggression. But Datto checking back that flop so that he could pick off some of these stabs, I think, quite easily. There is a four-liner out there, so that's going to make the pair of tens a little uncomfortable, but you can certainly see why he's going to make the call and decide on the river.
And this pot's getting pretty big as well. 3.5 million out there now. Final card is a 6. 5, 6, 7, 8. Nope. Not a straight for Simone, not this time. Datto's tens will be good at showdown. Are we going to get to showdown? Is Datto bluffable in this spot?
I think facing another sizable barrel, he will definitely have to fold the pair of tens.
That's a sizable barrel.
The sizing 2 million. Yeah, I really think that it could get the job done here. Of course, you know, that obvious straight is possible, and I think Datto is wondering how many two-pair combos would perhaps go for this sizing for value on the river as well. Would they even be willing to bet for value on the river, or would they just end up checking?
Shredda says super puke spot to call with a 10 here, and I think Datto likely agrees, as he's already put out all of his remaining time banks just in case they're necessary. Simone doing a great job. Yep.
I was just going to say, you got to give it up to Simone for even willing to follow through. And, you know, when we saw him in frame, he definitely was able to hold a poker face. I mean, the big sleeve over your face doesn't hurt, makes it a little bit easier.
I would be visibly shaking even with that amount of cover-up, so Simone doing a pretty good job here. I can't imagine Datto. Pass! Simone bluffs Datto off the best hand. And the chip lead of this tournament has changed hands once again. It now belongs to Gilles Simon. But make no mistake, these stacks are still super, super close. Simone and Tazarek with nearly the same stack. Gonzalez and Datto with nearly the same stack, and not a ton of chips between them.
I mean, with one or two raise and take it, Tazarek will flip-flop into the chip lead. And again, that's just how close some of these stacks are right now. It's not going to take pot for somebody else to be the chip leader. But who's going to be the one to pull away from the rest of the pack?
Well, this one is not going to be one of those raise and take it's for Tazarek. Simone calls out of the small blind. Gonzalez folds. Simone's going to be out of position. Jack 7-7 hits nobody in any way.
And we have seen Tazarek amp up the aggression a bit once he had the chip lead. Now, though, you wonder how he wants to proceed.
Check, check, turn card. 8 of spades. So some interaction with Simone's 9 now. Simone with the best hand, ace high.
Yeah, and with the call from the small blind, Simone can certainly have a lot of this board as well. There's going to be a lot of the Broadway cards, you know, the Jack 10, the Queen Jacks, the King Jacks, the 10-9 suiteds, you know, the 7-8 suiteds, perhaps 7-6 suiteds are all going to be in there. So certainly a lot of hands that I think Simone could be repping here, but does check the ace high.
All right, well, ace high's value just went up quite a bit. Simone first to act. Checks. And luckily is not going to have to station a bet from Tazarek, who checks back. All right, so Simone pulling away ever so slightly. Ten big blinds between Simone and Tazarek now. Tazarek under the gun, Queen 9 says no thank you. Jack 5 for Simone. How chip leadery is Gilles gonna be? No thanks, not yet.
Not yet. But if he's able to pull away just a little bit more, I have a feeling that he's also going to be opening up that range quite a bit.
Maybe check under the desk, if there was a card. I think I saw one fall on your left side. I think I saw one fall off. I'm not entirely sure.
I don't see a card.
No, was a flip. Was an ollie.
Then the ledge saved, I guess.
An ollie.
Dealers do typically count down the deck pretty regularly. If there's a card missing, they'll figure it out pretty quick.
I joke.
Yeah.
All right. First to speak will be the chip leader, Gilles Simone, 9-4 off. No thanks.
No pipes in the deck.
Queen 6 for Dato. Gonzalez fold in between.
It's 9.5. Thank you. Call.
Dato is going to try to see a flop with Queen 6. Will Tazarek let it happen? He has been one to check back a lot of his marginal hands. Let's see, is 7 deuce bad enough to raise?
1 million?
It is.
It looks like he's going to take the spot, which I can appreciate. I don't feel like Dato's going to be limp calling Queen 6. I think some of the stronger Queen X's, you know, some of the ones that are a little bit more connected, perhaps, you know, Queen 8, Queen 9s plus, and some of the suited Queen X combos would be in there, but it feels like you kind of have to just give Tazarek credit here and fold the Queen 6 suit.
Fold indeed. I want to address this comment from Rigger about Jose Gonzalez. Says, was yesterday when he called all in with his headphones, not paying attention, should be out. First of all, we stand by the decision of the tournament staff to not force a player to commit chips to the pot when there was a misunderstanding about what happened. Toby came on, explained why the decision was made. But secondly, in addition to that, and a point I feel even more strongly about, there's nothing that says that he would have lost that pot. Even if he had had 7 deuce in that situation up against ace king, it has a significant amount of equity. It's entirely possible that he would have won that hand doubled up, and/or I don't remember who was the bigger stack at the time. So I think it's unfair to say he should be out from that. You can disagree with the decision if you like. You can say that maybe that was a little lucky that he didn't end up having to make that call, but we don't know what would have happened had the board been run out.
It's interesting because there is that rule, generally speaking, where it's about chips speak, right? So
Right.
if chips are in front of a player and it's the player's, of course it's the dealer's job to announce, but it's also the player's job. It's a visual game, which is what a lot of the floor people say is this is a visual game, and it's the player's responsibility to be looking around and following the action. But it certainly does end up being an interesting situation, especially in a tournament. In a cash game, it's one of those where that decision can easily just be reversed. But
look, had the ruling gone the other way, I would have understood it too. But I'm a bit of a softie.
I would have liked. Yeah, no, I get that, and I think Casper brings up a good point in the chat about isn't that ruling encouraging ankle shooting? Yeah, I mean, I can definitely see both sides. I would have been interested to see us maybe run a poll, see if it would be a huge majority one way or the other, or if it would be closer to 50-50.
The chat was firmly on the side of it needing to stand as a call. Just from general consensus. I don't know. We didn't actually put it to a poll, but for the most part, people were pretty miffed. Dato under the gun with Jack 10.
600,000.
Announces 600,000. Hardigan weighing in. He was on the air with Toby yesterday. I didn't actually hear what Toby's explanation was, but I did hear that he said it's totally standard to have made that ruling. Pair of 10s for Dato, and apparently a few people then went back and looked at the TDA guidelines and changed their minds, which is rare on the internet.
Yeah.
And Gonzalez, we've seen in a couple of situations like this, when he's this far behind, get pretty aggro. I wonder if he'll go for it again here. Dato's not really going to give him the chance. 450. He's so goofy, but I like it.
If I do this and he mad, and I say raise,
Kind of angle shoot.
Sigma with it.
Speaking about ankle shooting.
Interesting comment here. How much say do the players get with that ruling? They're the ones with money at stake. If most are okay with or against the ruling, seems like the final decision should go that way. That's exactly why the players shouldn't be in control of the ruling. That's exactly why someone who has nothing at stake, an impartial third party, what kind of rationale is that? If you just left every decision up to the players, oh my God, it'd be complete anarchy. Oh boy.
I think people don't, I'm not sure how many people do know this, but the TDA actually meets once a year, I believe, and they go over the rules and the guidelines, and they're always willing to be open to changing their position or, you know, adding additional rules if needed. And so none of these are set in stone in the sense that, you know, even though there's a guide for how tournament operators should run the tournaments, it's not necessarily one that's going to always stay that way. And also not everybody uses the TDA rules either.
Yes, and to your point, this is a situation that may come up in discussion at a TDA summit.
all the time.
you know, they oftentimes come with homework and say, hey, this is a ruling that happened. Let's talk about it. Let's make something a little bit more solid.
Jose Angel, Jose Manuel, Jose Manuel.
Oh, God. Then Bo Coach says, this is the same logic you used with regards to the making the deal at the table conversation, though. Yes, that is the logic we use for making a deal at the table. The players may make a deal. They may agree to chop the prize money. Absolutely. It's not the same as making a ruling that affects one player more or less than another. You absolute telephone pole. Sorry.
Whoa, whoa,
Sorry.
whoa.
I get in trouble for swearing. I should not use language like that. Pocket nines versus pocket queens. Trouble on the
I'm gonna
horizon.
give you some gray stapes.
Simone made it 600,000. Gonzalez makes it 1.8. Blinds are out. Back to Simone.
Yeah, you wonder if Simone is just going to put Gonzalez all in here. Definitely considering if Gonzalez is willing to take this spot with some light 3-bets. You know, if you don't think that Gonzalez is ever going to be 3-betting any of the smaller pairs and is only going to be 3-betting the big pairs plus the big aces in this spot, then it's not that the nines are going to perform that well if called. So does give it up.
Tight is right. What a laydown.
Very nicely done.
Yeah, impressive. I mean, we haven't seen a ton of light 3-betting. At least I haven't.
Use a single time bank today.
Not today.
That's impressive.
Because it's only one table, bro.
5 minutes to go on this level.
And I start short, then I had not very difficult decision. Like, oh, sorry. Everything already solved.
The fold is incredible, don't you think? Yeah, Dana scored. It's weird when Maria breaks it down like that. It makes it sound less incredible. And no offense, because Maria is just, that's what we're supposed to be doing, is analyzing and coming to these decisions and making things that seem miraculous actually take place because of logic and reasoning. But yes, great laydown, a spot where a lot of people would have got into more trouble for sure.
Bro, I saw white again. Please,
yeah, and let's not forget that, even the best players, they might know what they're supposed to be doing in that spot, but they don't always decide to go with that decision. So we've seen plenty of players know that perhaps it's a fold, but make a call or go all in when they know they should be calling. And you also have to follow through and execute.
Right hand, or simply you do like this. Put like this.
Oh, yeah,
I love you, bro. I want you to keep your card safe.
Thank you.
Ooh, 10-9 suited for Andrea Dato.
Yeah, it's much different, bigger, harder.
600,000.
Bigger and harder. Okay.
Ace Jack for Simone.
Wow.
6 calls.
Simone just calls. Easy on the Pepsi, Fuller. The rubber sheets are packed. Ace, 10, 7, 3 hearts. Pair of 10s for Dato. Top pair for Simone. Nobody with a heart.
Yeah, that part might slow the play down a little bit. You know, there's going to be some situations where I think Simone could get aggressive. But here, I think just a call is going to be in order. Even, you know, against a min bet, Dato can certainly be opening under the gun with a lot of suited hands. So all the flushes are possible for Dato.
Bet and a call. Headed to Le Turn, which is Le Deuce.
Dato may want to exercise some pot control here.
And he does. King of clubs on the river. Not a particularly scary card for top pair.
It's also nice to have a jack here as Simone, just because you do block queen jack. Makes it a little bit easier to go for value here.
Value not achieved.
And Dato,
but does not stop Gilles Simon from taking down this pot. And we're going to get in one more hand this level. Hand number 100 of this final table before we take another break.
Serious question.
I
agree.
I do not agree.
No?
But I don't think so. I would agree, but
You don't?
rules are... I don't.
How much you have? 2. That's why I'm asking.
Yeah, I agree, but it's easy to need a decision of 2 minutes in this final table. It's not difficult.
Gilles Simon folds 10 deuce suited.
Gonzalez going for the trap here, hoping to limp shove perhaps against Dato. If Dato elects to open this with the A7, could be a lot of trouble.
800,000.
Okay.
Raises to 800.
Gonzalez's limp trap playing out the way he would hope so far.
Over break.
We saw the limp. Now we've seen the raise from Dato. The Gonzalez response is all in.
All in.
Così le palle.
And this is the first time I've seen Dato slouch. Right before the fold, lays down the dominated hand.
How embarrassing for Dato that we caught that.
And the cautious route, tight is right, has been the theme for this final table, despite the few times folks have been bluffed. Disaster has been averted more than once. Andrea Dato has been below 10 big blinds, I don't know, 4, 5 times since the start of the day today. Hovering around 15 now, which sounds bad, but not that bad when you realize that the player in first only has 33 big blinds. These players are taking a break. When they get back, the blinds are going up. Things are going to be shallow, just like this little cove here. More from the final table, the first ever EPT Cyprus main event in 19 minutes time.
It's like I was rooting against Chris. I just said, well, I hope Farha wins. I'm an I was an idiot. What do you want from me?
One other thing I wanted to ask you about your first year on the World Series, the Moneymaker year. Is it true that you thought that it would be bad for poker if Moneymaker won, that you felt that in order for the game to have legitimacy, the established pro, Sammy Farha, needed to win?
Okay, James, I'm not expecting softballs here, but earlier you want to finish the story that, my investors got zero back on 25K. Now you're pounding away on a mistake I made, an honest mistake. It's not like I didn't kidnap the Lindbergh baby, all right? I wasn't one of the masterminds behind 9/11. When we were coming down the stretch, in fact, when Phil Ivey got knocked out 10th just before the final table, and obviously we were going to have 7 episodes, so we were going to have plenty of Ivey. I was horrified. I thought that was bad because he was the most established person left. Yeah. So now we got 9. Now we got 9 clowns left. But yes, when it got to heads up, when it was Moneymaker versus Farha, I believed with every inch of my heart that it was bad for poker if some accountant, 27-year-old hick accountant from Tennessee, who almost sold a seat and won a seat for any one of 37 different numbers now we have. $39, $49. You want to
$110, $150.
I know the exact amount. The correct number, by the way.
7-11.
The correct number for posterity is $86.
$86 as of today, James. But anyway, I thought it was bad for poker if some amateur came in and just showed that you could be a nobody and have no previous experience and have a rank of hands chart in front of you and beat the Humphrey Bogart gambling figure with the cigarette dangling out of his mouth. Yeah, so it's like I was rooting against Chris. I just said, well, I hope Farha wins. I was an idiot. What do you want from me?
Okay, well, to that point, do you think that over the last 18 years or so since 2003 that you have changed your opinions on much else besides that? It feels like, to me, you've grown a lot, or changed, we'll call it, because grown isn't necessarily always a positive or a negative thing. It seems like you've changed quite a bit. Do you feel like you have?
Again, sometimes there's changes that you don't feel or see. It's almost like when you're in the water in the ocean and what's it called? When you move from one part to another part, you don't even notice it.
You just drift away, yeah. You realize your towel's way over there now.
Yeah. Okay, so there can be an undertow in your life. It just happens so slowly, so incrementally. You don't notice it, and 12 years later, you're convicted for manslaughter, and you were having a bad day, but you didn't know how you got there. So there have been changes, for sure. The one change I've never made, which I've been stubborn on in terms of my approach to how we do the broadcasting, is screw the strategy. And I take grief for this with certain segment of the poker community, but I literally did not even study up more on No Limit Hold'em because I didn't want to reach the point where I'm thinking, okay, now I'm gonna make a point. I'm gonna make a point here on why he is betting Jack 10 offsuit from Under the Gun 2 because I know what this is. I don't give a shit. And I've never given a I always thought it would change what I'm doing. So yeah, I've made a point of actually not studying the game. Even when I've gone in the last few years to do bracelet events, streaming them on Poker Go or wherever we stream them on, that's a game that I play, like a stud game or a horse game. I don't do much strategy because I just don't think that's the way to go for most of the audience. But yeah, I've had changes and I just don't know what they are.
Pocket fours under the gun. He raises to 45,000. Finger and Trinovsky are folded. Seidel's on the button, and we haven't seen his hole cards.
Come on, Seidel. Grow a beard. Also show us your hole cards.
Well, whatever he has, he thinks it's worth a call on the button. Martin Jakobsen in the big blind. Has ace-7 offsuit.
You've probably got no choice but to defend a medium ace here, even though you can't love it.
He calls as well. We're going three-way to the flop. And that flop has a 4 on it. A set for Coleman.
What's Martin doing? He should be checking here. This is bad timing.
He leads the flop for 77,000.
I like a flat call here from Coleman because I think Martin's donk leading this flop with a bad hand way more often than a good one. So if Dan raises, he probably gets 2 folds way too often, which you don't want. You want Martin to keep bluffing.
Coleman does just call. And Seidel folds. We'll never know what he had. 10 on the turn. Jakobsen now with a gut shot.
Martin's probably never going to get a fold here unless the board runs out so badly for fours that it makes his hand actually win.
He's betting again with just 9% equity. 155,000.
There's not much more reason for Dan to fold now than there was on the flop. 7-8 got there.
Once again, Coleman just calls. 627,000 in the middle. 1 card to come, and that card is a king. A set of 4s are good.
Yeah, I don't think Dan's ever folding. Hopefully Martin just gives up.
He bluff shoves.
Or he just blasts off. Probably not going to work.
Quick call from Coleman. And Jakobsen's out.
Yeah, you probably got me, yeah.
Let me just calmly take a second before exiting this 50K tournament.
Martin Jakobsen, the eternal bridesmaid on the European Poker Tour.
Good luck, guys.
That was nice. That was a gift.
It was sick. I've never seen him doing something like this.
Yeah. That was ambitious.
Huh?
That was ambitious. You don't get to do stuff.
It is obviously the flagship. It is what gets everybody's juices flowing.
So yes, here he is, the man who has been the voice of the World Series of Poker since 2002. I think I've got that right. He will correct me if I'm wrong. Lon McCarron, welcome to the podcast.
It's so good to finally be here.
I think he's referencing the fact that Norm has been on before. Sorry, Lon.
No, I get it.
Just to be clear, Lon, I know that Norm made his debut in 03, the Moneymaker year, but you did do the World Series the year before that.
Oh, yeah, I have much more experience than Norman, is why things turn out the way they are, yeah. Yes, with my good friend Gabe Kaplan. We did that show, and it was quite an experience. But, yes, it led to 03 and let me get out of the banking world for after a few years, yeah.
Just to be clear, we're talking about 2 decades, 20 years now.
Yeah, no, I was talking to some people today about this could be the first year where people can play in the main event who weren't born when Norman and I started.
Oh my God!
Oh wow!
Is that awful?
That is a sobering statistic. My goodness.
Yeah, exactly. No, but that's good. But we all look great, and we're all happy, and we're healthy, right?
I know that obviously you play World Series of Poker events, and you've been playing some events this year. Have you ever had the opportunity to play the main event, or is that a conflict with your broadcasting work?
They've never let us do that. I'm not a 10K buy-in guy anyway. I would play it if I could get into it, but no, they don't allow us to do that. Especially now with the live stream. You know, we're busy every day. Our color commentators will. You know, Antonio played it back in the day. Jamie played it. Maria Ho working with us this year, and so she'll be playing it. So we work around them. But for us broadcast guys, no main event. I'm hoping that's my Ty Stewart send-off gift. You know, it's a gold entry to the main event as long as I'm alive.
Nice. So as someone who has observed it from the sidelines, from the commentary booth, what does the World Series of Poker main event mean to you?
It is obviously the flagship. It is what gets everybody's juices flowing. And even as exciting as it is to play in the earlier bracelet events, you know, few people get that kind of thrill of playing in the main. I think the buy-in is perfect still, and I don't ever want them to change it. They can do all the high rollers they want. You've got so many fabulous stories of every person coming out, scraping together the money, getting donations, selling themselves, whatever. It is the World Series of Poker, and that's what people talk about, and that's what people brings people to Vegas all the time.
And look at the story we're giving you this year, Lon. We're giving you two of your fellow poker commentators playing their first ever World Series of Poker main event.
And now I'm thrilled. I'm a little shocked. I know what broadcasting pays, and I know you, Hardigan, can't afford. I know what Ohio stand-up comedy probably pays. So I'm really happy for you guys. I really want to know what's going to happen out there.
So we do too. So part of what we wanted to talk to you about, Lon, is that I'm having a bit of a crisis here. I won my seat via a charity event. Now, I did sink about. Unknowingly, I sunk about $1,800 into this charity event, not knowing that I thought my credit card didn't swipe, so I had him swipe it like 3 times, and I ended up donating like almost $2 grand to the charity. So basically, I satellited in for about $2K. I'm struggling. Okay, first of all, I want to say hearing your voice is actually calming me, soothing me. I'm stressing out over this in a big way, Lon.
Yeah.
It's not fun for me at the moment. I'm really freaking out over playing for this much money, knowing that if I had a 10K score in a poker tournament, that would be huge for me. Like, that would be the biggest score of my life, and I'd probably have a really fun summer and can go on a nice vacation with 10K and maybe don't want to roll the dice on it. But hearing your voice, it is taking me back to when I would stand on the rail at the World Series of Poker main event and feel that magic, right, for lack of a better word, that energy. And you're actually calming me down a little bit right now, and it's starting to take hold that this can be fun for me.
And that's what I was alluding to with all the memories, with all those moments, and the fact that if you go back to like 05, 06, it was like a circus. And those day ones, you talk about all the characters, Lon, all the stories. That's what I'm looking forward to. I'm the opposite of Joe. I'm super excited because I just want to enjoy the experience.
Oh, and you're both correct. And there is always that fear. I had fear when I qualified for and then cashed in the TOC, and I had fear when I qualified and paid into the and cashed in the Salute to Warriors the other day. So, excuse me, yeah, 2 cashes and 2 events.
Don't worry. That was a Jeff Platt level humble brag.
No, please, he's such a better player than I am. But no, it's been built up all these years, rightly so, and for you guys to be in the industry and have those same moments that you broadcast and put yourself into that seat. And Hardigan, man, you're a good player. You know what's going on, and you can see the big picture. And Stapes, you both have worked with us at the World Series, and so you know the vibe that's going on out there. And I don't know, Joe was busy drinking, I don't know, syrup and relish or something, but I don't know if he ever got inside the playing area. But it's going to take a while to calm down. I think both of you. I mean, when you walk in, I don't know if you're going to go, minute 1, and be there at the start. I'm that kind of guy, but I love to have that excitement and pumped up feeling, and then have it kind of subside and say, okay, get that over with and move on and get on to business. It's a poker game. You got 9 or 10 guys sitting there, and you know how to play poker.
Manik Lerza in the small blind with 6 deuce. Ryan Reese started the hand with 6 big blinds, has 4 behind because he posted the big blind ante and the big blind itself.
Before, yeah. So this is $1 million plus 2.
Lerza just calls. And Ryan Reese checks his option with 10 deuce. Well, Reese is open-ended on the flop. Action goes check, check. Board pairs on the turn.
I won't be surprised to see Lurzer check here again and look to go for a delayed bluff on the river.
Well, Reese
at this point
has a lock on this with 10 high.
It's super interesting if Lurzer bets, because you would imagine that pre-flop he shoves pretty much every queen, every king, every ace. So unless he's trapping with a jack, man, honestly, I know this sounds crazy to say, but Ryan Reese with 10 high might be pretty suspicious of this all in. This would be one of the most insane calls we've ever seen on an EPT final table to call with 10 high, but honestly, I don't think it'd be the craziest one. He might be able to work this out, that his opponent's never doing this with an ace high, king high, doesn't have them pre-flop. A lot of the time he's going to have these delayed bluffs. Can he make a wild call with the 10 deuce? He is definitely thinking about it.
7-2.
Looks like he might only have one more time bank left.
Have you ever found yourself in an MTT, Finton, where you've called all in with 10 high and been right?
Definitely not on a final table, not even close. This would be one of the sickest calls ever. But it just doesn't make sense from the 6 deuce. Oh, what a call!
He calls all in with 10 high and will get the double up.
What a call! Maybe he grew up a huge Doyle Brunson fan.
Thought you were the 7 high call guy.
Wow. Insane.
This is the NAPT, my babies.
Comeback time.
Yeah, we can play for real now.
One time, come on.
Yeah.
Hey, Mom, I'm playing Heads Up on TV. I'll see you later.
Why are you so good, Vanessa?
Congratulations to Tom Marchese. William Reynolds is the champion.
Vanessa Selps is the first ever two-time NAPT champion.
No better place to play poker than in Vegas.
I think I'm gonna have fun playing with you today, sir.
It has been a minute. See you on the strip.
And if you're planning to come to NAPT Las Vegas to potentially audition to be a loose cannon on the big game on tour, details published on the PokerStars blog, plus I've just tweeted a rundown of how the qualifying satellites are going to work. I'm sure we'll get into that this level here at the PokerStars European Poker Tour from Cyprus. The main event final table continues, and we are still four-handed. The chip leader has 33 big blinds. The shortest stack, 15 big blinds. It's James Hartigan alongside Griffin Benja.
Hello, everyone.
Griffin, something has to give this level.
Yes.
We cannot continue this shallow.
Yes, something has to give, and hopefully it's a trophy.
Well, I'm not sure we'll be awarding a trophy this level, but I'd like to think we can get to 3 players or maybe even heads up. It's not beyond the realms of possibility that it'll go bish, bash, bosh and we'll have a winner. But the problem, I guess the counter-argument to what I just said, is that when they are this shallow and no one wants to take any risks, it almost handcuffs them even more.
Yep, absolutely.
Look at the prize jumps, 358K for the next player out, 465K, more than 100K if you can ladder one spot, 652 for the runner-up, more than $1 million for the winner, plus that title and trophy, the single biggest payout still to be awarded in this huge event in Cyprus that attracted 1,320 total entries and generated a prize pool of $6.4 million. And a reminder, still no deal chat. Hold on, what has Olivier got to say?
If you steal 4 at the end of the level, we will reduce the clock at 1
Not sure if you guys can hear that. Olivier's telling the guys that at the end of this level, we'll hit the dinner break. And if we are still four-handed when we come back from dinner, we are going to reduce the levels to 60 minutes. Suffice to say, if we get down to 3, the levels will reduce to 45 minutes automatically. Halil Tasiarek playing 25 big blinds right now. Jose Gonzalez with a very similar stack, 24 bigs. Gilles Simon officially chip lead of 33 bigs. And Andrea Dato, who's done a supreme job of laddering today, having started the day as the shortest stack, is still the low man, 15 bigs.
Yeah, but a lot of that has to do with that man right there. Perhaps the biggest mistake on this final table with that queen 3 check raising all in on the turn against Dato's 2 pair. That really vaulted Andrea into a very good position to still be here with 4 left. And 1 double up would be almost the chip leader.
That's the thing, it's not just double
Yeah.
ups. Any pot that plays through the streets is going to cause a massive swing and a change in that order. All right, Doomy05, I'll bite. What specifically are you referring to? What is your problem and what would you like us to change? As we see, Gonzalez raise the button with King 5. Tasiarek, Queen 10 in the big. Defends.
Not a bad flop.
Yeah. Top 2 for Tasiarek. The gut shot straight draw for Gonzalez.
Yeah, you know, sometimes you want to protect something as strong as 2 pair on a coordinated board like this, but because you block all of the other value hands that aren't, you know, pure straights like King Jacks and Jack 8, sometimes you do just want to call to keep hands like such as a King 5 to continue barreling, but Tasiarek very comfortable in just wanting to protect, you know, playing sub 25 big blinds. You certainly don't want to give a card that might really impact you, such as a Jack. And look how stubborn Gonzalez is, quickly calling the significant near 3x check raise. And this is part of what the reason to, oh, come on, get real.
Wow, the Jack on the turn, giving Gonzalez the straight. He's now 4-1 favorite.
And this is some pure, straight up, unadulterated luck in the favor of Gonzalez. Hard to imagine Tasiarek is bluff raising a ton on this texture. So Gonzalez, in my opinion, just getting very, very fortunate here. I mean, look at this stack to pot ratio, about 1-to-1. But Gonzalez has both played aggressively and gotten lucky in the right spots to be in this position. And that's kind of the way things have to go if you're going to get Final Four in an EPT.
Tasiarek still with 2 pair, but every time there's a 4-card straight out there, you're going to be concerned, right?
Yeah, and let's not forget the existing dynamic. If you've been watching the stream the last few days, and especially earlier today with that incredible bluff Gonzalez pulled against the top pair of Tasiarek. So these guys have been battling each other. So it's hard to just raise 2 pair and then fold it on the turn, but what are you hoping the bluff is in Gonzalez's hands? What would he be turning into a bluff here that isn't, you know, a straight? Could he have something like Jack 6 suited that would bet and call the raise because you have a backdoor flush draw with the straight draw and then you turn the Jack into a bluff? Maybe. But is going to have a fair bit of kings, and that's a good fold from the Turkish Taşerak.
Okay, so Doomy05 made their feelings about the format known, using a common four-letter word to describe said format. The follow-up: everyone is super short, not much action going on, hella many folds. You can't blame that on the format. As we've said multiple times, the players have put themselves in this position. The blinds go up every 90 minutes, and I would argue, Griffin, that 90 minutes is a pretty fair structure for a poker tournament, and the increase in the blinds is pretty gradual. We don't jump from like 100, 200 to 200, 400. They go 125, 250, 150, 300.
Mm-hmm.
I appreciate that it tends to result in, for want of a better phrase, is pretty nitty poker, but they've got themselves into this situation by virtue of playing through that levels without eliminating people. It happens.
Yeah, and I would just want to remark on sort of a card distribution perspective. I mean, we've covered a lot of EPTs, and there's been a lot less big coolers, you know, big flips, and that's gonna happen sometimes. You know, the cards are ultimately random, and it's not just about who's playing them, but even when there's two situations, a situation where the money should go in.
And I will accept.
Shorty doubles a lot, you know?
And I will accept, Tom, you're right. Nitty is not a fair appraisal of today's play, and Lazio Ho is also correct. There's been tons of action. This has been an amazingly lively table when you consider the stack sizes. Timmer says, maybe ignore the chat and commentate. Okay, Timmer, I will ignore you. Datto, King 7 under the gun.
Pass.
He folds. So round to the blinds. Gilles Simon with 10-6 off. Gilly completes. Gonzalez, King 9.
And just 33 big blinds effective, and these two are the big dogs of the table, twice as many as Taşerak and Datto.
Woof, woof. Pair of sixes for Gilles Simon, 3-1 favorite.
Pretty reasonable bet here from Gonzalez. You have a lot of turn cards you can barrel on, such as the 10, giving Gonzalez that straight draw. And look how quickly he's eyeing his chips. But takes the free card instead, and good on him, because Simone, having turned that 2 pair.
Check to showdown. 2 pair will win Gilles Simon the pot. And he retakes the chip lead from Jose Gonzalez.
Arrancando la caña. I was studying your coach 2 days ago because we was on the same table then. You know, bro?
Which one?
Shit happens. Ah, Tilo. Yeah, you have more than one. You're a magician, bro. The technical one.
Oh no, he's a sugar daddy.
He's very far from the technical one.
Sugar daddy. Bro. Oh.
Great little insight there into some of the people around you, the company you keep to keep your game sharp. Gonzalez saying that he was on a table with one of his coaches, and then he said, Simone said, which one? A lot to stay at the top of the game, and Simone clearly more than one coach.
And a sugar daddy.
And a sugar daddy, and a technical one. And Gonzalez enjoying that, knowing full well what he's up against.
$1.3 million.
Gonzalez raising small to big. 1.3. Does Dato have a hand? Ace 5.
Yeah, and I would imagine this is going in here. Dato certainly, as the bottom stack, doesn't have a lot to lose, but also it's just representing quite a tight range. Raising into 13 big blinds effective. You're basically saying you have an absolute monster that you're inducing with. You know, if you had king 10 off, you would have just shoved. So Dato's recognizing that, happily shoving.
Andrea, the announcer, Dato. And now, not the shortest stack. Has actually moved ahead of Halil Tashirak. King 7 suited for Gonzalez on the button. It's a call.
So you don't have a third?
No.
Thank you.
What will he announce?
Pass.
That he's not playing the hand.
You can see a little sigh there, a little breath.
When I had the full house, king and deuce? Remember when I had full house, what he had? Thank you.
Great spot here, Tesseract on 15 big blinds to acquire some chips. This is so often not a trap, but a hand like a king 7 suited that just wants to see a flop, doesn't want to raise fold. And nice recognition there from Halil. And bringing him exactly even with Andrea Dato. Both have 18 big blinds.
Indeed. And Gilles Simon with a slight chip advantage over Jose Gonzalez, 32 and 28 bigs respectively.
Ooh.
I think we're going to hear something from the announcer.
Oh, beautiful. Salud. Gracias.
800,000.
800,000.
How was my impression? It's good?
Will this induce any action? 6-5 for Gilles Simon in the big blind. going to go to a flop. Queen for deuce. So a gut shot and a backdoor diamond draw for Gilles Simon.
Yeah, and this is a bit of a spot of trouble here for Simon, because this is the kind of hand that you're going to want to mix in some check raises with sometimes. And of course, Dado finds himself near the absolute top of his range with pocket kings.
450,000.
Go small. 450K into 2.2 million.
Yeah, and for Simon's sake, I would love to just see a call here. Certainly not folding to this, you know, quarter pot bet with the backdoor flush draw and the gutter to the nuts, but might be tempted to increase the price of poker. Try to fold out all those. Yeah, and there it is.
Check raise to 1.2. And how does Dato respond here? Are you just getting it in now?
Well, I think you have enough room to click it back if you want, but call is certainly not out of the question. It's hard to get an overpair four-handed heads up in this hand. You know, you have the king of spades as a bit of protection against potential flush draws. So you might want to keep the bluffs in there. You know, the raise is only 750 more, so you could make it 2 million and still have 4.5 back to make it look like you could be re-bluffing. Or you could just flat and see if you can get Simon to barrel off.
$2 million and 100.
2 million and 100.
100.
And a quick fold from Gilles Simon. Dato is now pretty much level with Gonzalez and Simon. And Tashirek isn't that far behind them. I mean, Dato is 4 big blinds away from being chip leader.
Yeah, and quite excited about it. Going to talk to his rail, which I'm sure, I think I overheard the cadence of one Mustafa Kanit on the rail there, asking about that previous hand he played with Simon. Friends with the likes of Dario Sammartino. So the kind of friends you want in poker.
Yeah.
Some of the most successful Italians.
I appreciate the pedantry, Tempo 413, that he said 100 and not 100,000. But bear in mind there are no 100 chips in play. All you could possibly infer from that verbal declaration is that he means 100,000.
We're going to need to bring Toby Stone in here. Clarify this.
For example, even if he said 2,000,001, it has to be 100,000. That's literally the only number it could be.
Or he's talking about a Space Odyssey.
Yeah, that well-known movie, 2,000,001, A Space Odyssey.
Listen, it's been a long week, okay?
So hairy.
my.
What is Gonzalez
Oh,
doing?
no. Maybe he's a bit neurotic and he wanted to have exactly 10 million chips after this hand. You
Is
know?
he
It's an
planning
OCD thing.
to do something funky on the river?
I mean,
I
yes.
guess you could argue he was chasing a 3-high flush draw, but I
Yeah.
don't think that's what was happening.
Oh, that definitely has a lot to do with it. You know, it's certainly the backup. You know.
A bet of 400,000 from Gilly, and this is where we see if Gonzalez's call on the turn was setting up something on the river. Nope, he lets it go.
So equal.
Not much separating them right now. 31 bigs for the chip leader, 24 for Gonzalez, 22 for Andrea Dato, 18 bigs for Halil Tesserac.
Everybody have chances.
Two pack. Two pass.
Mm. 7-4 in the small blind for Jose Gonzalez.
You have 7. 7.2.
He completes, and now we have Dato, who was not prepared to remove his sunglasses for his photograph. Checks his option, and we will see a flop, which is Jack 5-4, pair of fours for Gonzalez. Gonzalez bets.
Yeah, and with king high in the backdoor clubs, I think Dato needs to continue here. You know, of course, you don't always think you're winning, and, you know, it's going to be tough to hold on certain runouts, but you can always just turn a king, and it'll always be good. Could also get weird with a raise, but I think it doesn't really make a lot of sense if your king high is going to be good a lot of the time.
Dato calls. Deuce on the turn. Both players with straight draws. Oh, Gonzalez does not have a straight draw.
I was waiting for you to get there. I didn't want to correct you.
The 6 is in Dato's hand, not in Gonzalez's hand.
I was actually looking for a while. I was like, I just don't see it, but I'm pretty sure it's there.
To come back to your earlier point, it's been a long bet.
Yeah. And now Dato with that king high thinking, you know what? Let's just try to get the showdown or try to get there.
Check, check. King high, no good. Gonzalez is going to win this with a pair of fours.
Thank you anyway.
This is good. This is good to make me to be awake. Yeah. So boring this game.
It is important to be awake. You are correct, sir.
Yeah, important to pay attention, which is a problem Gonzalez hasn't had any problems with all week.
Laugh because it's funny, and we laugh because it's true.
Alright, basically hour-long levels from now on. Are you guys ready for the crapshoot?
Hey, that's an EPT event. You take that back.
Hey guys, you want to see a feeling tonight?
Together. With red wine.
Which one?
Huh?
Which one?
Red wine.
Red wine.
Wine.
King Jack for Dato in the small.
Vino.
We deserve a bottle of wine tonight. You're staying tonight here in Melda?
Yeah, but I have to get up early for my flight.
What time?
7:30. Depends on what time.
Tomorrow in the morning. Bro, we're almost millionaires. We can do whatever the fuck we want.
Yeah,
You
go
must
to my
pop a
girlfriend.
bottle, hey. You must pop a bottle. You know.
For me, you know, there's no better way than celebrating whatever happens from now and flying back to my girlfriend, you know? So.
Oh.
He's saying that because he knows she's watching.
Dato all in, shoves on Tashirak, who with ace-queen calls it off.
Good luck, guys.
And Tashirak is going to be the at-risk player here. Dato has him covered.
Huge swing here.
Tashirak has the advantage with ace-queen.
Gilly's excitable rail, recognizing the $110,000 pay jump if this is Tashirak's final hand. And if not, Andrea Dato will only be left with 4 big blinds.
He's been there before.
That short?
Yeah, he was down to 4 big blinds at one point.
Wow. And everyone going to their support systems.
So ace-queen ahead. Tashirak a 2-to-1 favorite to double up. 5 cards to come. The flop is king high.
That's a good start.
Dato now an 86% favorite to eliminate Halil Tashirak. He has 3 outs, the 3 aces in the deck. And he needs to hit on the river. 7% chance of survival. Barry Greenstein required. The river card is a 9. And that will do it for Halil Tashirak. We will not have the first ever Turkish EPT champion here in Cyprus. He is eliminated in 4th place, cashing for $358,075 as the final 3 ladder up, and Andrea Dato takes the chip lead.
But the attention should really be on the performance of Halil Tashirak. I've been really impressed by him over the last few days of streaming. Definitely against very, very tough opponents. Had to make have some tough decisions today on this final table, but played some really brilliant hands over the past couple of days and really deserves this massive $358,000 score. Great representative for Turkey.
And what about Dato?
Nos separamos. We separate a little bit.
Can we just... No.
Because he's
Can
hot.
we move
It's kind
like
of hot
1,
here.
2, 3?
I can go over there, but the production team will have to agree.
It's a little bit awkward, guys. Let's keep things the way they are right now.
Oh, thank you. Didn't order it, but it almost like...
I kind of like it. It's intimate, you know? So you're going to go all the way around on the table?
It's only big, right?
Yeah, no small blind in this hand, which means Gonzalez is first to act.
12, 13, 14, 15. It's on me. 16, sorry. Thank you.
As we begin 3-handed action from this EPT Cyprus final table. No, the blinds do not go up now. The blinds go up in 53 minutes time, but the next level will be 45 minutes long. Now we're 3-handed, we'll be playing with 45-minute blind levels. We are going to play out the rest of level 35 first, which will take us into the dinner break. Gonzalez is not on the button, but has raised with king-queen. There is no small blind in this hand. Ignore what it says on screen.
2,600,000.
And I'll tell you what, I don't think Gonzalez is folding this hand. He is the shortest stack. Dato is just taking the chip lead. Certainly going to have some bluff 3-bets here. We could just see a shove from Gonzalez. I think it's also possible we see a call, but I would be very surprised if this goes in the muck before Gonzalez puts in some more chips. I would say there's a decent chance we're two-handed after this hand if Gonzalez decides to go all in.
So reminder, Dato is not 3-betting here from the small blind. He's 3-betting from the button. There is no small blind in this hand. Gonzalez was actually under the gun in the cutoff. Opened to 900,000. Dato has re-raised to 2.6 million, and it looks like Gonzalez is going to call.
Sorry, again, wrong camera.
Yeah, deciding that this is not the hand that he is going to lay down on his shield with. He wants to see a flop, keep those weaker kings and queens ins, but not get this in pre. I mean, it is a big jump between third and second place. Nearly $200,000.
Ja, I don't know. Dus, en ik heb ook niet veel time banks, dus dat is ook kut.
Dato has not checked. Gonzalez is first to act here.
$750,000.
Which means that Gonzalez has checked and Dato is continuing.
Yeah, the old 12% continuation bet. And Dato's pretty happy with this flop, right? You don't expect ever to be being trapped here. You're always going to have the best ace high because any better ace high,
wow, he's cold.
The ace king. And yeah, because of the price, right? Like Gonzalez is thinking he's going to bet full range here, whether he has it or he doesn't. Maybe I can hit a queen or a king against 2 jacks or against the bluffs. He doesn't know how badly in shape he is. Again, there's $6 million in the pot and $750K is being bet. I'm not surprised to see Gonzalez call here. I probably would have done the same at that price. He just happens to be in his worst case nightmare scenario based on the hand that Dato has.
Check.
Yeah, and at this point, no real reason Dato can find to bet. Expecting him to have the best hand a lot of the time, but you know, Gonzalez could just still have like a 9. Rather just check, get to showdown now. And yeah, Gonzalez knows he is not folding out an ace high, just hoping that Dato was mucking about with a random 3-bet here to start the 3-handed proceedings, and is prepared to give up with that hand. I mean, it would be next level if Dato tried to bet him off a chop or try to get value from a king. I think that's what Dato's thinking about, right? I mean, why not at this stage? You know, you pretty much know you have the best hand. Let's see if I can get a little more value or fold out a chop.
Andy, yes, the graphics are wrong, and apologies for that. The system hasn't accounted for the dead small blind, doesn't realize that Dato's actually on the button here. But with the action check to showdown, this is going to be a win for Ace High. It's going to be a win for Darto, and that is a huge pot, which gives him a stack of 20 million, gives him 50 big blinds, a sizable advantage over Gilles Simon, who's got around 30 bigs, and Jose Gonzalez, who is now the shortest stack with fewer than 20 bigs.
But a little bit of a grimace from Tato because he was considering the very, very thin ace-high value bet. And that was the hand that he would have wanted to target, is that king-high. Super advanced stuff going on.
So we are going to shuffle the players around the table, give them a bit of breathing room. Still got a sizable rail watching the action here in the poker room. And as we bring EPT Cyprus to a close tonight, we also conclude the mini EPT Cyprus online series with our 2 mini main events. There's a $5.50, there's a $55. Both will award gold power passes to the winners. A gold power pass to the winner of the $5.50, a gold power pass to the winner of the $55. Plus silver passes, which are worth 2.5K each, to the runners-up of those tournaments. Remember, the mini EPT series is not available in every PokerStars market. If you open PokerStars, if you open the lobby, you should see a tab that says mini EPT Cyprus. If it's not there, I'm afraid it means the series is not offered in your part of the world. But if you can play, good luck to you. Concludes today with those mini main events. And hopefully we'll be able to do the same when we go to Prague in December. And as promised, I'm a man true to my word. We'll try and add a couple of free rolls to the schedule of that series, so you get the best of both worlds. You get some free-to-play tournaments, plus some exciting games with added value. Power Path tickets, power passes.
Looks kind of professional.
Give you guys the opportunity to qualify for an EPT and join us on the European Poker Tour in 2024. Heading back to the final table with 3 players in contention for the trophy of first prize of more than $1 million.
Okay.
Dato really recognizing the moment that is in front of him. It seemed so, I would never just go as far as to say it's hopeless, but so far away when you're the bottom stack for pretty much the whole final table, but the way it can turn around. Now 50 big blinds.
Yeah, yeah. And again, not quite a Bendanelli situation, but was down to 4 bigs at one stage earlier.
Floor?
Ace, Queen, 8 on the flop. That's a pair of 8s for Gonzalez.
You don't know. Floor?
You say not. You say don't want more time banks. Now you
So
want.
are we getting new time bank in the heads up? Thank you.
Don't believe additional time bank cards are distributed for heads-up play. I believe you get 6 at the start of the day, and that's it.
I will.
Yeah, bottom pair are going to be quite good enough to continue here against this small blind limp-in range. Just going to hope to improve or the board to stay low to see Simone give up. And you know what, actually, Gonzalez is saying, let's make this a little bit easier and just raise this. I don't want to have to deal with a barrel on a king or a jack.
10. How much you have?
Oh,
10
sorry.
million around?
2, 3, 3.5.
I cannot see how many. Can you move like in horizontal instead of a little bit? Just a little.
Hey, that's actually leader attitude, eh?
Sorry?
That's the leader attitude. Good, good.
What
You
is
didn't
the-
talk on the final table. It's good. I like it. I like it.
This is 10, and then I have this.
I like it.
Okay, thank you.
So 11.
Yeah.
Yeah, I love him too.
20 effective here with the ace-deuce of hearts. Dato is justified in just shoving over this limp from Gonzalez, but, you know, when he is being trapped, that would really suck to give up the chip lead like that. So instead stays under-repped and just checks back. I like it.
Under-repped, under wraps. Top pair for Gonzalez, wheel draw for Dato.
Yeah, the kind of board Gonzalez is pretty thrilled about, looking to induce a bet here, some sort of semi-bluff or bluff from Dato, so you can start check raising, getting more chips in, just playing 20 big blinds. I don't know if this is the combo that Dato is going to use, because ace high still has so much showdown value. He would hate to be check raised. So Dato with the check back, and Gonzalez's hand strength shrinking a bit with that turn card, and now a little more difficult to get value. And it is amazing. It has been so interesting to watch. So many situations where, you know, whether they're the kind of starting hands or just hands on flops, you would expect more chips to go in, James. You know, like top pair, second, the nut kicker versus, you know, a straight draw and backdoor flush draw. And instead, just is check to the river and this small bet, begging. Actually, big bet and a quick call from the ace high, so finally some value.
That's it.
Gonzalez chips up. He's pretty much level now with Gilles Simon. 25 bigs apiece. 45 bigs for current chip leader, one-time short stack, Andrea Dato. I mean, the Italian's already gone one better than in Barcelona 2014, the last time he made an EPT final table. Guaranteed at least $465,000 for a third place finish, but now stands a realistic chance of winning an EPT.
Ooh.
Ace king for Gonzalez. Makes it 900,000 from the button.
And Dato looks interested.
Oh, $1 million he's made it. Well, Dato's got ace-8.
Probably the kind of hand that's going to be mixed into the 3-bet fold range at this depth, but I wouldn't be surprised to see Dato limp in some calls as well. Might just want to use this hand as a bluff. Wow, look at that discipline.
Gilles Simon in the big blind, Jack 4.
Incredible restraint from
Four diamonds.
Andrea Dato there. Maybe the 2.5x
They did a little 360.
spooking him a little bit, knowing that he's going to have to make the 3-bets even more.
Tilt.
And, you know, once you 3-bet 2.5 blinds to, you know, 9, you've now put in, what, 9 of the 25 blinds with ace-8? So it's just really good discipline from the Italian.
Miliardo la volta.
Tutto bene.
Tutto bene, amico. Tutto bene, si è rigati al bene. You know what a walk is?
Not going to get a walk with this hand.
Not this time.
Queen 9, yeah.
So aggressive. Let's see, let's see, let's see. $1.3.
That's the raise. And that's a fold.
Always making me sweat. Never easy with you, Jose.
Never easy. Life is never easy.
I mean,
Vamos,
we're
Ya va a volver el room.
We're playing for $1 million. I think our life is pretty easy.
Honestly, yeah. We're fortunate guys. We're pretty, have money. Right. More pretty than you, but you have more money.
I'll allow it.
Oi, 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 oi. She's bleeding. She's greedy.
There's a walk for Andrea Dato, who still leads the final three. Halfway through level 35, 45 minutes to play at the 200K, 400K blind level. 45 minutes until the scheduled dinner break as Joe Stapleton rejoins us on stream.
Hello, my babies.
You know what I haven't had in a while?
What about this comeback for Andrea Dato, Joe?
I should believe it, but I can't. Everyone's had the chip lead. Everyone's been the short stack, but Dato has been the short stack for the longest amount of time and the most often.
That day. Can drink
You know, when
whatever
you
they
said
want.
hello, my babies, you looked at me, which made me feel like an important baby.
You are an important baby. You're the biggest baby.
Running, bed. No, no change. You know, always when you come.
So it's going to be a walk for Gilles Simon.
Were you with Mike and the boys doing some cranking? Are you going to get some good action here?
No, I had nothing to do with this.
Passo.
It is a walk
You want to see what I have?
for Gilles.
I do.
I want. Like good ludopats that we are.
You should have looked away.
VTIP hand.
Now that we are three-handed, by the way, everyone has locked up 465 grand. 652,000 for the runner-up, 1,042,000 for the winner of the first ever EPT Cyprus main event.
Do not sleep on $465,000.
Look, 400K. Empty.
Massive field here.
Yeah.
First time out in Cyprus. 1,320 players, 5K apiece.
You va a poder estar.
Top heavy, but we don't have to worry about that so much anymore. You made it. We're at the top. Andrea Dato, King 10 on the button.
1 million.
1 million. Sorry, million. Banana. Queen 9 suited for Simone.
Bit of a tricky spot here. I mean, some ICM to consider. You're on 27 big blinds. Gonzalez with 23 in the small. This is such a strong three-handed holding, but yeah, decides, you know what? It's a bit too good for me to fold. I think maybe Queen 8 suited would go in the muck. But Simone prepared to C3.
I have more time and then can spend it easily. Sorry, I'm just nervous. My way off.
Okie dokie. As Griffin said, Queen 9 suited a little too good. And what do you know? Top pair for Simone.
Dato going to recognize that this queen is going to have some interaction with Simone's range. You know, if he's calling Queen 9 suited, he's calling Queen Jack, King Queen, Queen 10 suited, maybe Queen 10 off. You do have that backdoor club with the 10, the backdoor straight. I like this check from Dato.
Checkity check. 8 of hearts on the turn. Not an improvement for Dato.
Yeah, it's hard to expect to fold out much of Simone's range on the flop with a bet. And I think not just the times he has a queen, but you know, the ace highs. Let's just say Simone had something like ace, 8 of diamonds. Going to check call that flop, right?
2.1.
And Dato's just going to get away without losing a single more chip as the aggressor. Don't think he has designs for any funny business.
Everything about the way this table is played so far has been anti-funny business, has been anti-speculation. Very little even, I would say, of folks calling, you know, with 2 overs, just trying to hit something. That's the pass from Andrea Dato.
Yeah, and I think Andrea knew that whole turn there with that bet. Never going to be continuing with that holding, but it's important, the mind games at this stage, and you know, you want to remind your opponents that you're a tough out, that you're not just going to raise 2.5x pre-flop, check a pretty dry flop, and then always fold on the turn. It's like, it's taken a lot. I'm going to make you sweat it. So much of these players' demeanors, mannerisms, the things they say, it is by design.
Simone folds on the button, queen 5 off. 10-6 suited for Gonzalez. Seems reasonable in the small blind to get involved. Queen 4 suited for Dato. You can see his body wanting to move. He does announce check, however. King 10-8. A 10 hits Gonzalez. Big whiff for Dato.
But the kind of board and the fact that they've both checked, I think Dato would have called a min bet, and instead it's going to get an opportunity to get a free card. Don't see a lot of reasons why the Italian would start betting. Not going to fold out better.
Well predicted, Griffin. Check, check to 4th Street.
That
Jack
is
of
the
diamonds.
one, baby.
That is a card.
That is the card.
Gives Dato a straight draw and a flush draw. More equity than a bad deal on Shark Tank. Gonzalez still the one betting, still has the best hand.
Call.
And Dato still takes the lower variance route, hoping to spike something on the river. And that river is a diamond. Flush out for Dato.
Yeah, this is going to be very tricky once Gonzalez finds the check. And I know you might be looking at this and be like, well, how is it tricky? He has 3rd pair, the flush came in. Well, it's because of how wide the ranges are in spots like this, right? This is an unraised pot pre-flop. There was only a single bet on the turn. Yeah, Dato happens to have queen 4 with the flush, but he would have had queen 4 offsuit here. You know, there are some hands that have missed draws. If Dato had a jack and was calling,
2,400,000.
why would he bet pot on the river with just a jack? So he's representing quite thin. He's just pretty much representing a flush.
It was a pot-sized bet.
Now Dato can also have 9-7 off, queen 9 off. These are hands that would check back on the flop.
Putting Gonzalez in the paella pan.
a minimum 4.
And Gonzalez has been relatively unpredictable.
Remember that any 9 is open-ended on the turn as well, right? Let's say Dato has the 9-6 with the 9 of diamonds. Would call that turn bet and bluff this on the river. This sizing is saying I have a flush or a bluff. And that makes it...
You're an experienced guy. You know I call a lot, but this is a spot, very, very scary spot. I can be, yeah. Okay, you're big blind. You don't have nut flash, I suppose.
Get in the mind of a madman.
I heard a couple of correct answers in there, but Gonzalez talks himself into the call.
Yeah, not nut flash, normal flash.
The normal flush is good. And Andrea Dato extends his chip lead, leaving Jose Gonzalez with 15 big blinds.
Como un témpano.
Just having a great time. What a character.
The hands of a surgeon.
He's the best, definitely. The best husband.
I'm guessing that's a reference to Dato's wife being on the rail.
We have something to say about it.
Eh?
Not if we have something to say about it.
No.
That he's the winner.
Not now, not me. Pow.
A lot of folks reacting in chat saying, what an easy fold. It's third pair. Man, how do you get this far? I don't think you can win a poker tournament without being able to make that call and be right sometimes. Right, Griffin?
Yeah. And listen, Gonzalez has certainly played some unconventional hands. He's made some big calls that are wrong. He's made some big bluffs that haven't worked out. But he's very aware of his image, right? And that was what was so interesting about the narrating there, saying, like, you know I call a lot and you're betting this big, but you know that I know that, you know, it's like the mind games. It's just such an interesting exercise. And now Dato doing exactly what he needs to do, which is put max pressure on Simone. It's really Dato's job to be raising a lot on Simone. It's kind of Simone's job to just play tight. And these are the new rules. Like that's just the way it works. You can't tangle with the chip leader here when you're staring down the barrel of a, you know, $200,000 pay jump.
Andrea Dato over 21 million in chips, more than Simone and Gonzalez combined.
Por el culo te lo hinco. Así decía mi novia.
Qué maestro. Sí, eso lo decía mucho en España, se puso de moda con un programa de televisión. Mi padre lo decía todo el día.
Ah, entonces es algo muy...
Me encantaba. Sí, es muy típico, es muy típico.
Isaac Kiner weighing in to say, everyone's saying that's an easy fold. Please come play my home game. Man, if those are the sorts of plays being made in your home game, I've played in your home game, and no one's playing that well at it.
459.
Yeah.
Monster holding for Simone here, and should be very grateful that he doesn't have to deal with Andrea Dato. And I'll tell you what, the last time he had nines against Gonzalez,
I have 10 views.
Made the fold of the tournament, in my opinion, against the pocket queens of Gonzalez, but this time 10 deuce into the muck.
I had black nine. Black nines.
You don't have to cover your face when you tell them what you had.
Nightmare.
My birth year.
Your birthday?
My birth year.
Ah, 99. You're the baby.
Sierra graduated high school.
You come from the future, from my point of view.
Future poker player.
I'm going to go walk into the sea.
I was in the theaters watching The Matrix in 1999.
I was too, but that was my senior year of high school. You were there with your parents.
All in.
12 big blinds.
Yeah, I'm probably going to call, but I want to take my time.
Wow.
Take your time.
How courteous.
If you're about to call, you can use mine as well.
Gonzalez just shipping it with queen 6.
Probably good luck.
Small to big,
Can I get a count, please?
which I guess is somewhat standard for this stack size, small to big, but just it's kind of shocking to see considering how tight everyone's been.
You know what's so interesting is that earlier on the final table, Dato limped this exact hand, I believe, on this exact stack size. And this, I think, shows maybe a bit of a difference in strategy.
250.
And I think I remarked about how, and there's the call.
Okay.
Dato does
Vale.
make the calls the slight favorite.
Casi 40.
Kappa Jack contro Dama 6.
I think Gonzalez at this
Kappa
stage.
Jack, loro Dama 6.
por un tubo.
King Jack, Queen 6.
3 6 o una dama y un 6.
And this isn't giving up. This is, let's up the variance a bit here. I'm the wild card. Let's get going.
This could be the end of the biggest character we've seen since the very last stop on the EPT. Lucian Cohen put on quite a show in the Estrellas main event, and Jose Gonzalez has been a lot.
Vienen de a dos, ¿no?
And of course, 34% of the time he's going to survive and double up, and we've seen tons of short stack double ups to get us to this point. Here we go. Queen in the window, king hiding behind it. That's going to make things very difficult for Gonzalez.
Diablo. Salí, salí.
Diablo.
Really is a Resident Evil 4 character. He's going to shoot a fireball from a catapult at us from the castle.
Okay.
Turn card.
Diablo.
Is the ace of clubs.
Seis o dama.
That's right. He needs a seis.
7 outs. Vamos.
5 by our count. But hope springs eternal.
Como si fueran 7. Vamos.
River card. It's the jack of clubs. 2 pair for Dato. 1 pair for Gonzalez. And that's going to see Jose Gonzalez heading for the exit. Yeah, he owes Olivier a big kiss for that ruling yesterday. Andrea Dato adds to his chip lead.
Eres un buen chico. Hablas mucho, pero eres un buen chico.
Gracias. Gilles, go for it, bro.
You love to see it.
Yeah, that's beautiful.
Gonzalez had a blast today and is probably going to have even more fun chowing down on that $465,425.
No? So you're the type of guy, let's see the number, or you are the type of guy, let's play?
I'd be down to look at numbers if you were.
Sorry?
I'd be down to look at numbers.
The button was there last time. He was the big blind, so now he can't be the big blind again, yes?
Gerard Carbo went deep in this event as well.
Going to be on the button.
On the rail for Jose Gonzalez. A happy moment, glad to see it. No shame at all. 4th place, nearly $500,000. 3rd place, excuse me, nearly $500,000. It's going to be good times on the island of Cyprus tonight.
Yeah, I might have to find them for a drink.
Yeah. Heads up with a huge chip lead, says Jimbo on YouTube. And you ain't kidding, Jimbo. Better than 2-1. Andrea Dato versus Gilles Simon. And you could hear them speaking. Maybe they're going to take a look at the numbers. I see Olivier with phone in hand. I see Toby Stone, tournament director, hovering.
Yeah. I mean, I think if we look at the number, are pretty much the same. So good luck. Yeah, good luck.
Does that mean no deal?
Andrea, small blind, you are big blind. Okay, we can carry on.
All right.
So,
Guys,
yeah.
before we start, I'm just going to ask you to do a quick handshake on camera for us.
Oh, yeah.
So just wait until my cue. I'll tell you when.
Take your moment. Let's get the photo up. The kink.
So much.
You also, do you just want to take a break now? Or
Yeah, I mean,
we can have dinner break. I don't know.
the 45 minutes right now. Yeah, it would be great.
Floor, can we have dinner break right now? And
Can we have dinner break right now?
yeah, continue?
Yeah.
All right.
Request denied.
Where? Like here, here.
Oh, hold up. I'm just going to put the cable on the way.
Smooth as silk.
Simon.
There we go.
Simon is my last name.
Oh,
Yeah,
no way, I'm sorry. Good
Burn.
luck, Gilles.
Good luck in there.
66 big blinds to 30 in favor of Andrea Dato. 26.5 million to 12 million. So some work
11 you
for
and me
Simone.
25, something like that, right?
But it's been up to the
How many
challenge
chips are in play?
30.
all tournament long.
Almost 40. 39.6 million. So you probably have a little more than that. I'll have to double check how much I have.
Loving the lack of animosity between these two. Andrea
Yeah, like 12 and a
Dato,
half, 13.
ace queen. In the small blind. First to act pre-flop, last to act after the flop when your head's up.
And interesting to see Dato establish a limping strategy early on with the ace-queen off. I think that's going to indicate that that's going to be a lot of what his intention will be if he's not going to raise a hand like ace-queen as he allows Simone to see a free flop and flop two pair.
Bottom two for Simone. And a hand for Dato that could easily get to showdown.
But
without a pair.
Yeah, not a hand I think he's going to be thrilled to see a check raise from. This is just a bit of protection. Thinking this ace-queen high is going to be good a decent amount of the time here. You don't want to just let 10-7 off, get a free card, and turn a 10 or something like that. But listen, Simone has hit it hard here. And I don't think Dato is going to get too stubborn here. Going to recognize that this is something that's going to happen sometimes when you limp big unpaired hands like ace-queen. But I have to see what he's going to do. Might think it is too strong with the backdoor club, thinking that ace or queen will give him the best hand enough of the time. And that is why we do see, in fact, a call. So already a super interesting hand and a tricky spot for Andrea to navigate. And that 8 is probably good news for Andrea. Card that he's going to be able to fold to, a big barrel.
$3 million.
Dato has not been particularly sticky in situations like this. It does hurt pretty bad to fold ace-queen, especially after having called the check raise.
Well, you just hate to lose here against the you know, the 6 deuce and the 6-7 that might check raise on this flop. Not the way you want to start the heads-up battle, losing a 7 million chip pot, but
I don't know what your options are at this point.
wow, an option chosen is call from Andrea Dato.
Wow, this pot's getting real big already. First hand of heads up.
Not a believer, thinking Simone is repping too thin with these big check raises, all the club draws, all those straight draws, and Andrea's gonna hate this river card. You know, if Simone was check raising and betting here with the 10-4 of clubs even, and then of course all those 6-7, 6 deuce type combos. So this will allow Dato to get away.
So you're saying this 4 is a bad card for Simone?
Yeah, in the context of ever getting any more value. I mean, if the river was a queen, right? Of
course.
Or, you know, a bear king or something like that, maybe Dato could consider making some.
Very fast heads up.
Something tells me it's not going to be.
And it doesn't help Dato's cause that he has the queen of clubs either. I mean, if Simone would check it raising the flop with the queen deuce of clubs or the queen 6 of clubs, yeah, he's got a fold now.
And after one hand of heads up, the gap has been closed significantly.
Yeah.
That better than 2-to-1 chip lead is not that anymore. Dato has got about 9 big blinds on Simone now. 43 big blinds effective. 95 big blinds total in play.
And something I want to bring to attention here is, you know, a very specific hand that I saw last level, I believe, where, you know, Andrea Dato had pocket kings against Simone on the jack, 4-2, 1 diamond board, 2 spades. And Simone check raised the 6-5 of diamonds, right? And Dato then clicked it back with the king. So very aware that Simone is super capable and willing to check raise with a straight draw, you know, and I think that lends to the stubbornness from Dato there, saying, I'm not letting you do this again.
Yeah, fair enough. It's always interesting to, I think you're good, Griffin, to give the players credit for picking up on at least the same things we are, right? Like, granted, we have more information in the moment, but someone that's as experienced as Dato and even Gilles Simon, who is not as experienced but clearly knows what he's doing, clearly has put in the time and the effort as Dato pairs his 8 on the turn.
Big turn card here for Dato. Yeah, I mean, and you have to understand, too, it's like these are the conversations that Dato's having with his, you know, contingency on the rail. He's getting all the hand histories. He's asking his friends, you know, what did he check raise me there on Jack 4 deuce when I made it 2.1 million with the kings? Oh, he had a straight draw. So this is information that's in their brains already, and we're working with such small sample sizes that it's hard not to, as the overbet comes in from Dato here.
Not only is he the announcer, but he doesn't do points. There's no 1.6. There's no cutting corners for Andrea Dato. It's 1,500,000.
Good discipline from Simone. Prepared to get bluffed there. Also a good hand to fold. Pocket 5s in particular, because you are blocking some of those straight draws. Your 5-4s and 5-7s and 9-5s.
First time chat from Dallas, who says Andrea is his name. Lol. Dallas, grow up.
Yeah, dude, your name is Adapts.
Your
It's
name
not
is a
even real
city.
name.
Grow up, and I'll see your band. I don't. First time, last time. Do you know how immature a comment has to be for me to say grow up to you,
Yeah,
by the way?
and I hear Austin is way better.
There's several other cities in Texas that make better names than Dallas. Austin, Houston, Amarillo, South Padre Island, all better names than Dallas. Dato limping in with King Deuce. Simone with King 10.
And so far, not so good for Dato in this heads up. Got stubborn
man,
with the ace
man.
queen, and now limp calls the 3.5x with probably one of the worst hands he's prepared to do it with. You know, Queen Deuce wouldn't be doing this, and clearly prepared to limp call any king at this stack depth, and now just getting absolutely cooler. It's really got to hope for a messier run out that maybe has Simone less inclined to go for big value. You know, if we see something like a 4 on the turn and a 7 on the river, Simone could just go for 3 streets here from a perceived. Wow.
I was going to say, at this stack depth, do they ever just go for it here with top pair?
No, I don't think that they would get it in on the flop necessarily, but this is going to inflate the pot quite a bit. I think Simone will probably be interested in just keeping the bluffs in. And this is also a way for Dato to get, you know, value from your jacks and queens that will call this raise, your ace nines. And then if it is something like a better king, I think Dato's intention would be to probably either bet small on the turn or check back. Probably bet small in order to just check back the river and hope to be winning against the kind of hands I was talking about.
Oh, that's interesting. Kings and 9s now for both players. The 10 still playing for now. Dato with no way to win this hand outright.
I don't think either player is super thrilled by this turn card. But Dato really wouldn't be raising many 9s on the flop, so I'm going to be very curious to see if Andrea just puts out that smallish bet to check back the river, or if he's just going to pretend that perhaps his hand might have gotten caught in the cookie jar.
So that 7 on the river means the 10 is going to play. No chop.
Yeah, and if there's no more betting here, this will vault Simone into the chip lead at 21 million to 18.5. And what a crazy turn of events.
If there is more betting, he'll go even further into the chip lead.
8 million.
Wow.
Goes for full pot. Doesn't seem particularly afraid of a 9.
This is a pretty remarkable value bet from Simone here. Just so confident. Thinking that Andrea's most likely hand here was absolutely nothing or a worse king, right?
Right. Absolutely. Now, we've seen many, many, many big laydowns at this final table. Some from Dato, some from other players.
So now we have to ask, what is Andrea thinking? And he calls, wow.
Dato makes the call, and that is going to leave a mark. Not only does Gilles Simon
An elaborate slow roll, which I don't think, but
take the chip lead, but they have reversed starting positions.
Dude, what a hand, man.
It's now
world class.
It's now Gilles Simon that has a better than 2-to-1 chip lead, has almost a 3-to-1 chip lead. after the first couple of hands of heads up.
That was gangster, man. That was some 1920s gangster stuff. Kind of has to look for it, you know.
Capone?
Yeah, like it's just a little
Lucky
mustache.
Luciano?
Just like a long sort of black coat.
I checked my cards first because I had that last hand as well, where like time was already down to 20 because I was still rebuilding effects.
Meyer Lansky?
So I won't stall on purpose, but if you could let me look at my cards first.
You thought I was bluffing, see?
We already don't really have too many time bank chips and stuff, so.
Dana says, I first thought Simone was a goofball, but this guy has some tremendous skill. Hats off.
What? Small line? Yeah. Sorry.
Rats off to you.
That sweater belongs in a museum.
7-4 for Simone. Why not? Ride the wave. Play the rush. Also, it's heads up. 7-4 seems fine.
Ooh. And if we've learned anything about Andrea Dato, he does not go down easily. You may have just clipped him in the shoulder, saw him run off into the woods. He'll be back.
1,300,000 over the limp. Seems like a lot to call.
It was a good fold.
Clap it up. Yo, dead ass B, if Stapesy Wapesy is telling you to GTFU, then you needs to head. Yeah. Yeah, what he said. Oh, I think that message got deleted. I think it was complimentary to me. I know it seemed like it wasn't gonna be. Dato in position this hand. He's gonna raise with a king and a deuce. Ooh, king deuce again. Eee, too soon.
Too soon.
9-3 for Simone.
The Gilmore. Shout out to my hockey nerds.
The Gilmore for Gilly.
Ah, there's a connection.
Jack 9. Trey bottom 2 again for Simone.
Might just be his day.
What is happening?
Silly Gilly.
I guess at least Dato didn't hit top pair this time.
$1 million.
1 million. Banana.
Banana. Banana.
Gilly's like, $1 million. Let me think.
Let me think. 2.8 million?
Do I like $1 million? Maybe I should fold.
Oh, you have 1 million? Guess what? I brought 3 minions.
I brought Kevin and the other ones. 2.8. 2.8.
Hey, give me that high five.
Banana.
Banana.
All right, I don't like this comment from Low Fees who says Dato does not learn from his mistakes. There have been no mistakes. You can say there's things he got wrong, but there's no real mistakes here.
No, there's been one mistake. You making that comment. You're banned.
You're banned. I mean, was that a mistake to not try to hit running diamonds?
Tell you who would have tried to hit running diamonds. Jose Gonzalez.
Andrea Dato getting backed into a corner. Now with a greater than 3-1 chip deficit. 20 big blinds effective stack for Dato. I'll say this, though. Dato's been down to 6 big blinds, down to 9 big blinds, down to 7 big blinds, down to 5 big blinds.
Thank you.
All on separate occasions, and has fought his way back every single time. Ancient Sofa says, for me, this has been the best EPT of the year. Really great final group, too. Commentary has been outstanding. Very kind. Thank you. I'm not going to lie. Late last night, I wasn't super jazzed about the action at this final table. But today, it's been a totally different story.
Today, it's been Jazz Fest.
Hearts on hearts. King, King, Jack. 1 heart on the flop. 9 high is winning. Yes, Del Mar, there's been a Dutch EPT winner before. There's been an Italian EPT winner before. But the good news is, no matter who wins, they will be the first ever EPT Cyprus main event champion.
400.
Simone value betting 9 high.
Deep breaths, Andrea, deep breaths.
I think Andrea Dato has got to be happy with this result regardless. We haven't seen him on the tour in a really long time. He didn't know how time banks cards worked.
No way.
And I don't know how many EPTs he's played since his comeback or whatever, but we haven't seen him at a final table since 2014. And I don't think he's played a lot since then.
A 9-year downswing.
Yeah. Well, a 9-year non-swing.
Right.
I think he's mostly been out of the game since then.
Didn't even pick up a bat.
Exactly. Comes out of retirement.
And just hits home runs.
I mean, let's say he runners up here. Not bad.
800,000.
8 raises, 800,000.
Daniel Skipowicz says, I mean, it wasn't just a 9 high. What was I missing?
It was king high, technically.
Yikes. Are we back in 2005 here?
No, actually, it wasn't king high.
It was a pair of kings, right?
It was a pair of
yeah.
kings or jacks.
Yeah.
I don't remember.
It was king, king, jack, 9. Simone dominating Dato yet again. King, queen, 4-1 club. Dato does have 2 clubs. And not much hope for anything else in this hand.
800,000. Oh, I blew it.
You don't have to guess.
No, it's fun.
Oh, rolling chips, sorry.
Oh, so rude. Rolling chips.
My girlfriend's so sweet. She says, are you still on the air? And I said, yes. And she said, I hope the remaining guys don't speak English. Because she knows I dread doing the interview at the end. And if they don't speak English, I don't have to do it.
Right.
She's so sweet.
Tell her I said hi.
Okay.
Thanks.
I'm not telling her you said hi, chat. Ace queen suited for Simone. It's about time he picked up a hand. Last time I saw Gilly on Twitch, man, he played $5 MTTs with Easter Dams in the chat. Now he's on this stage. Wow, huge respect. Good luck and nice commentating, guys. Pretty cool.
There at the beginning.
Pretty cool. The poker dream. I guess he used to stream on a 20-minute delay, though. What a nerd.
Such a nerd.
It's like going swimming with floaties.
800.
8 raises 800,000.
Domination situation.
Finally, Simone has a dominating hand.
Do you mind if Dato hits a 7? Can I do the rotation thing? I feel like it's always been your guys' thing, but I've always wanted to say it.
Yeah, you can say it.
Yeah, you don't mind?
It's fine. I mean, hitting the 7 is the hard part. King 9 tray, 1 heart, no 7. She said, remember when we saw Griffin at Medieval Times? We must have saw a guy that looked like you.
Oh, yeah. No,
but I don't
that sounds
remember
familiar. That sounds familiar, yeah.
We got so drunk we had to leave before it was over.
Yeah.
It's no wonder I don't.
Yeah, she told me I looked like was really handsome.
He was super hot, yeah.
Yeah.
That's why we had to leave. She was tugging at her collar.
Yeah.
Check with this ace of diamonds on the turn. Nope, 1 check so far, excuse me. It was check on the flop.
Do we get a chop pot if it's a 10 on the river? 10, jack. Am I right with that? 10, jack. Let's count the chop odds. We never do that. 10, jack, 3, 9, queen.
Check.
King, ace is a chop?
I don't know. Let's just figure it out once the river hits. 9, that was one of them, right? Ooh. And I think we're probably going to get to showdown here, my babies. Griffin, you want to go high, I'll go low?
Sure.
Check.
3 check.
Check. This hand ends in a chop, and you know what they say?
Everyone loves the chop pot.
I think we might have flown too close to the sun on that one.
Yeah, I got singed.
Gobble, gobble, gobble.
Wow, this is a polarizing chop song.
The scores are all over the shop here. Not a lot of people rewarding our bravery.
I feel like that was like that. I saw that thing the other day. It was like Jessica Simpson, and it was like a old thing when they were singing, like Jewel and Jessica Simpson. Reminded me of that.
I don't know it.
It's too specific.
I do remember when Ashley Simpson was on
Maybe that was
Saturday Night Live, and they played like the wrong track, and she just gave up.
Yeah, but it was something where it like exposed that she
was lip syncing. Yeah. I got in a huge fight with my girlfriend at the time over that.
Pootie Tart says, not to be that guy, but I don't particularly like a chop hot. Of course you don't. You love it.
Where is that? Sorry. I just gotta. Oh boy. Dato all in.
That'll do the trick.
All in over the limp.
This is maybe my favorite compliment I've ever gotten on the stream.
Griffin, I don't know what you're saying half the time, but I do enjoy it. Yeah, that's all of us.
You deserve a break.
You too.
Oh, is that it? Dinner break time. Gilles Simon and Andrea Dato heading to dinner break with Dato still trailing by a better than 3-1 chip disadvantage. Gilles Simon running hot, maybe being saved by the bell here is one of the best things that could happen to Andrea Dato. Both players guaranteed $650,000 right now, both playing for the $1.042 million. So playing for 350K difference in prize money. Levels are going to be 45 minutes each when we get back. Things should be wrapping up quickly, so don't be late. More from the first ever EPT Cyprus Heads Up in 43 minutes.
So take it up with your local casino. Get back to us. Let us know if anything changes. Here is Bjorn Kozenkai.
Yeah, this is hand 3 of the final table, and Kozenkai, who is the shortest stack, starts the hand with 12 big blinds, announces all in, has been presented with the red triangle.
Yeah, this is the shove and pray spot. I would imagine one of the worst hands, Kozenkai, is going to be prepared to shove here. But the great thing about it is you are going to fold out hands like this a lot of the time that are beating you. And even the king jack offs, given the stack distribution at this table, I think you fold out that better king as well. But you're really just trying to acquire chips, and a little too good in the big with the ace-10.
Yeah, Gonzalez snap calls, and it is a domination situation. Kozenkai at risk and way behind.
Whatever happens to Bjorn here, clearly a bright future on the tour, just 25 years old, and an incredible run here at EPT Cyprus.
Kozenkai is a coach and shareholder at BitB, one of the most renowned poker stables. Guaranteed to pick up his first 6-figure prize today. Will it be $162,925? We go to the flop, and it is 9-7 deuce.
Gonna look for a little help on the turn here with a queen or a jack if that king doesn't pop off.
Three outs for Kozenkai.
I can also hit a queen. That's what he said.
Kings and queens are working for him. There are opportunities as well. 17% chance of survival.
Yeah, Kozenkai will take an 8 here too.
Thank you, guys.
But it's a 3 on the river. Ace-10 high it holds, and Bjorn Kozenkai is the first player eliminated from the final table. 7th place finisher for just shy of 163 grand.
Yeah, and our hour-and-a-half levels have never been accused of being too fast. But it's just the way that these guys have played so well. Just little jabs back and forth, just so measured all throughout the last couple days has now created the situation where the game's catching up to them. There's gonna be some big variance, big swings.
Yeah. And again, with 24 minutes on this level, a reminder that in 24 minutes time, when we hit the break, it then becomes even shallower because the blinds go up.
It's gonna be shallower than my Tinder profile.
Yeah. 10 more years.
Round 2, Gonzalez on the button.
Gonna go up to James's favorite level, 115,000, 230,000.
Gonzalez with ace-queen suited. Wow.
He must be exhausted. No wonder he's so loopy. Give him a jack-5.
And
an 8-4.
Look, Dato only has 20. Listen, I mean, I think it's. Oh man, if it was the ace-6, I feel like Dado would just fold. If this was suited, I think it would almost certainly be going in. But I don't think Dato can fold this, but I don't think he should shove. Oh, good work, good work.
Wow.
So round 2.
Not worth it.
Tasharek, who has king-10 in the big. He calls, and we are going heads up to the flop.
They're just so good. I'm not saying I would have shoved ace-5 off there, but maybe trying to find a little room for a 3-bet, something like that. But 22 bigs, you kind of have to just fold.
Well, Tasharek has flop best, pairing his king. Action goes check, check. Turn card is a deuce. Tasharek now a 95% favorite. No c-bet from Gonzalez on the flop. Tasharek leads the turn for 700,000.
Should be an open and shut case.
Well, the problem is, if you're just folding to this every time that they bet it, they're going to get away with a lot when they're bluffing, right? So Gonzalez definitely considering, do I just want to fold the best non-paired ace here? I don't think so. Now, we can see he does have the king, but we also just saw Tasharek.
How about that? Man, we saw a little of this from Gonzalez yesterday. When he started losing pots, he started chasing, started getting a little weird.
This is very weird and frankly doesn't make a great deal of sense. You know, with the 2 hearts on the board, Gonzalez probably would have just made a continuation bet on the flop if he had a 6 to try to do some check raise bluffs from, you know, heart draws, air. And yeah, Tasarek's not going to buy this, and Gonzalez is going to get nervous. Now the pot has bloated to 5.9 million chips.
Lil Tasharek, blep, blep, blep.
Scoring for the final table for sure. The public will be happy.
The public gets what the public wants.
Barry.
Barry does not make an appearance because it is always coming 7. Tasharek has a lock on this as check to Gonzalez. 5.9 million in the middle. Tasharek, the effective stack, with just shy of 4.2 behind.
Now, would Gonzalez play pocket aces like this?
All in. He shoves on Tasharek, and if Tasharek calls, he takes the chip lead.
Wow.
Takes the chip lead, and Gonzalez is in the basement.
I mean, these guys have been playing with each other for days. Surely Tasharek knows that Gonzalez is capable of just flying off the handle here. Pocket aces is a concern. Ace-king is a concern.
Playing time bank cards, thinking this one through.
Some 6Xs. Pocket 2s are certainly a concern. Wanting to just get all the money in with the king X's.
That's a lot of concerns.
But then all the bluffs. But do people take a lot of check back on the flop, raise turn, bluff lines? It's so strong. And listen, Gonzalez knows exactly where he's at. He knows Tasharek has a king. It doesn't have to be a particularly strong one. It's just calling a raise from the button. Oh my God, this is epic.
2 time bank cards played so far.
Just find it. Ooh, I thought that was the cards. Just find it. And he looks nervous, but probably pretty balanced in that respect. Even when you have it, you feel the nerves, hoping they'll call. And a very split poll on Twitch, 53% saying they're going to see a call. The other 47.
This is worth the time bank cards. We've seen a lot of flippant use of time banks. This one is worth it.
Another time bank card. That's the 5th one he's played.
Ooh, grabbing chips. And the pressure that is being put on here.
Careful, dude. Forward motion.
This is a often once in a lifetime opportunity to be on the final table of a European Poker Tour event, and look at that.
What a bluff. Folds the winning hand, gets shown the bluff.
Look at the red face.
Gonzalez.
You know, you was thinking on deuces on your mind.
I think it's the same on King or Sixes this station.
With kings.
The Spaniard back up over 12 million, 60 big blinds.
Is that it?
Tasharak now the short stack at the table with 20 bigs.
All day taxes.
And 20 of the final table. Gonzalez folding under the gun. Darto's out. Folded to Schumacher on the button. Jack 7 off.
I've been digging Schumacher's shirts every day, where he really prepared for like a vacation, you know, like he was going to enjoy the beach. And now he's these are his clean shirts, you know.
It's a blind v blind, Kuznetsov with king queen in the small.
Yeah, and Simone with just 14 big blinds. A couple different ways you can play this king queen. You can just shove it. You can limp to induce. You can raise to induce. But this is an excellent blind on blind hand.
Shoves on Gilly, who's got deuces.
Oh boy.
And
I don't think I'm ready to flip again emotionally.
no, it's just a bit too many chips. You're flipping against the entire range. You have to fold. But would have been interesting had Kuznetsov, you know, limped with the intention of trapping or raised, because then Gillies, I think, would have shoved and we would have gotten the big flip. But that's kind of why you shove as well, right? Just like guaranteed to take it down if your opponent doesn't have a calling hand.
Yep, thank you. Thanks so much.
I think that also reflects that the hand strength difference in that situation between a king queen and, say, an ace queen. You might limp the ace queen to, you know, induce some weak ace shoves, but you would hate to limp king queen there and get shoved on by, you know, ace deuce off that would have just folded to the 14 big blind shove.
Sure.
Kuznetsov with Jack 9 on the button.
Yeah, I think Kuznetsov's probably ready to play a little bit here, but with the pressure that Jose Gonzalez in the big blind can put on that second and chips, and also it's a collision effect, right? Like you can just let these two play and potentially get a bust out of Simone.
Well, Simone finds himself in the same situation that Kuznetsov was in the last hand. King queen in the small blind, and he's going to shove. Gonzalez in the big. Calls with nines, and we do have another coin flip.
King of a queen.
Like Barbie versus Oppenheimer. One of these two things has a slight mathematical advantage.
This time, Gilly has to win the flip to survive.
Huh? King, queen. Spades, clubs. I have king, queen.
Now, that is
He
a
has
fair
nine.
fight if I've ever seen it. 51 to 49.
Easy, very doable.
We have both two flash draws.
Yeah, we both have two flush draws. Fedor.
This is the ultimate flip here. Look at this. 51-49 pre-flop.
My friend, whatever happens, happens.
Whatever happens, I love you, bro.
Oh,
Love you
that's
too.
sweet.
Oh.
Ah, two queens, also two diamonds.
Don't jinx it.
I will say 1-9 has been folded by Kuznetsov on the button, but those diamonds are some potential.
Hey, you want to keep me?
Yeah.
Some straights, too.
Yeah.
Appreciate it. Yeah.
We could see a lot of sweaty turn cards. That is one of them.
That is the sweaty turn card.
Of all the cards.
That is the sweatiest turn card. That is sweatier than the movie Alien.
So now, Gilles Simon has to fade. Any diamond, any 10, and the case 9. The river is the 3 of spades. And we see Gilles Simon double up through the chip leader. Gonzalez still out in front with more than 11 million chips. Simon now 4th on the leaderboard with 30 big blinds.
Okay, no, I didn't know. You know, sometimes it's possible that by mistake you leave some chip back.
Yeah. It was just a 3 behind there.
Yeah. No, small is normal.
10th of a big blind.
I was worrying about if you had a
start stick. Close to the start stick.
Okay, I'm shutting down the whole conversation about taxation, governments, because it's getting a bit silly now, and people are saying stuff which is just downright offensive. So, moderators, kill it.
We play with the deck for one hand?
Yeah. What's going on? Good.
You're confusing everyone.
Sick.
Mental warfare.
Jean-Simon with 9-8 off, folds from the cutoff. Gonzalez, Jack 6 on the button.
Now here's a hand that I think Dato would like to play, and it might be all in.
All in.
The announcer announces all in.
Yeah, he has returned, and he's got the big slick. Scoops it up, no problem.
Stocky says you can't censor the people via chat. Watch me. Oh, he's just been banned.
R.I.P. I would like to bet all of my fun discs. Gets the job done straight through the blinds.
Snowman's for Kuznetsov.
Num. 18 big blinds here for Kuznetsov, guys. From this position, remember we still have 6 players at the table. Probably just want to have a raise. I think if it were more top heavy, might be tempted just to put it all in. But in reality, probably just have a min raise here the majority of the time. I think we're a little bit too deep to just be jamming the 8s here at any high frequency, but always worth a consideration on what all your moves could be. With ICM, almost definitely just got to be a min raise here. I think this is definitely what you want to do most of the time.
Okay. Tasharek with kings.
Yeah. I would argue that kings are probably a little bit better than 8s, James.
And what do you do here when you are Kuznetsov now facing this shove from the kings? And to be clear, does not know it's kings.
Yeah, and Kuznetsov now second in chips. Might be tempted to take the shot with the ochos here, James, not going to lie. Really tough spot, though. If he gets it wrong, could cost him literally hundreds of thousands of dollars.
Andre.
Nikki, I'm sorry, Kuznetsov, second from the bottom in chips. I misspoke. Thank you for correcting me.
Kuznetsov folds the 8s. Good decision. Strong read.
Yeah, does well to get away there versus the kings. Really tough spot.
So we've got Tasharak playing 17 bigs, Kuznetsov 14 bigs, Dato 13 bigs. Action's going to start with Gilles Simon. Pocket Kings.
Kings for everyone, apparently. Speaking of second in chips, Gilly is actually second in chips and is going to put in a raise. I think it looks like just the two bigs. Nice, pretty suited ace here for Tasharak.
Oh. You thinking of making a move there?
Not sure. Might be tempted just to call, though, James. Definitely not the wildest move of all time, but so far been really solid. Does just make the fold. Very disciplined indeed. I think folding is definitely very reasonable at this stage. Will Gilly find any action here? Pocket fours for Kuznetsov. Might be tempted to put it in here, James.
Oh, wow.
14 big blinds behind. Might be thinking Gilly's on the steal as one of the bigger stacks now. Absolutely devastating ICM spot. Really, really not sure what computer says here, but he is all in.
Call.
All in and a call. And
Kings against fours.
you heard the man. Kings against fours, and Kuznetsov, who is dominated here, is the at-risk player.
Spam in chat, please.
Man, you've been involved in every all-in, right?
What a huge spot now. 80% favorite for Gilly.
Wants to give me the most entertainment value. Good luck.
Kuznetsov is going to need it. The flop is 9-8 tray. Diamond's not a factor. The four of hearts, the four of spades. Two outs for Kuznetsov. One last chance to hit. A four on the river, or we are down to 5 players. He's trying the standing up trick, trying to get additional equity. His actual chance of survival is 5%. The river card is a 7, King's hold, and Nikita Kuznetsov is KO'd in 6th place. We finally lose a player from this 6-handed final table. He did say something cool for the stream, and he was right.
Kings, you know, that's boring. But if I guess ace king, right?
More combos to this.
Yeah. I get to look cool more often on stream.
At least you say suited or something, no? Pass.
Thank you.
Folded around to Tasharak on the button. He has jacks and raises. Ace queen for Schumacher in the small blind.
Wow. I mean, even though you never want to be all in with a shorter stack out there, you definitely should just be shoving this, I think, as Schumacher. Tasharak certainly can have quite a lot of raise folds from the button. Schumacher still has plenty of fold equity, but Tasharak not going to be folding jacks in this spot.
Shoves the ace queen. Gilly with 5s in the big. Folds back on Tasharak. Double checks. Calls with jacks, and we are off to the races. Flipping that coin for Yannick Schumacher's tournament life.
Speriamo che vinca.
And how much is Andrea Dato loving this spot? He ladders if Schumacher goes broke here.
I stand up on the turn.
Jokers is
Well, and if you have your one time still, this wouldn't be a bad place to use it.
On the turn, you need the extra stand-up bonus equity.
Oh, wow, a jack high flop. But guys, be careful of the premature celebration. A 10 gives Schumacher the straight.
No percentage on the screen, no?
Heart will be brutal.
Hard for a swap, come on. Bir sürü şeyi var. Adam bir sürü var.
No heart. It's the 8 of diamonds pairing the board, giving Tasharek the full house, and seeing Yannick Schumacher drawing dead on the turn. Schumacher is eliminated in 5th place. We are down to 4 players. Schumacher cashes for $275,425, and
Gonzalez still out in front, but loses a chunk on that hand. I don't know how to describe this final table, Maria. It feels like it's crawling along because there hasn't been a ton of like all-in confrontations and bust-outs, but there's been a lot of changes of momentum.
Yeah, and I think you could attribute that to the fact that even the chip leaders aren't very deep. Even the big stacks aren't very deep stacked. So that pendulum is going to swing with every pot. You know, if the chip leader gets involved in a hand with the second biggest stack, then all of a sudden, you know, even if they win a small pot, the roles can quickly be reversed because the difference is, you know, 5, 7 big blinds between the stacks. And that's what happens, you know, with us having such a long play down to 7 yesterday. And a lot of these players, you know, managing to hold on, some of the shorties doubling, and now they're not very deep anymore.
Yeah, I'm feeling that. That's well described. Action's folded around to Gonzalez, who's probably been the swingiest player over the last 48 hours. Has been up, down, left, right, all over the place.
Check.
Blind on blind to the flop. Ace, 6 deuce, 2 hearts, pair of 6s for Dato.
Okay, I feel like we need a cameraman to stay fixed on the Dato one shot because I just want to know if he takes a break from that posture.
I don't think
when
so.
the camera's not on him.
I don't think so. He's stiff as a board. Dato announces call, and Gonzalez picks up a straight draw while Dato turns a second pair.
Gonzalez with the check, and now Dato certainly needs to be asking for some value, certainly some draws out there flop. Probably feeling like it's a bit unlikely that Gonzalez would check top pair.
350,000.
The announcement's been made. Hear my cry. 350,000.
These sneaky 2 pairs are nice because you unblock top pair, but again, as I mentioned, Gonzalez might just go ahead and bet the turn with top pair himself. So it doesn't feel like there's going to be a whole lot of strong top pair holdings that Gonzalez can call him with, but again, some of those other draws possible with the flush draw out there. Some straight possibilities.
Oh, Gonzalez just shoved.
Gonzalez?
Dato does not take his time this time. Makes the call and is a huge favorite to double up.
Un 5 con mucha fuerza, ¿eh?
Gonzalez
Hemos hecho un farol con 4 outs.
raises his hand in victory despite needing to hit a 4-outer.
Thank you, bro.
This fella's put on quite the spectacle at today's final table. Looks like reality's setting in finally. Andrea Dato. There you go. He does have a second pose. It's on his feet, but still quite posturific. River card is the queen, not the card Gonzalez was looking for, and yet another double up for Andrea Dato. And here's something fun.
Double up.
There's 4 players in this tournament, and we have a first place player and we have a fourth place player. But there are 6 big blinds separating first and fourth.
So, Stapes, in your day job, you know, part of you is about making people laugh, sometimes acting a fool, but, you know, intentionally. But I feel like if you ever made a big final table, you would be the quietest person there.
It just depends. The term chirping chips applies to me more than any player ever in history. If I'm running well, hitting hands, stacking chips, I think I'd be a lot of fun. Also, I guess I'm not really much of a sore winner either, so that would quiet me down a little bit. But you're right for the most part. I would be pretty terrified out there.
You just want it to end. You'd be like, is this going to be over?
Correct. The stress of it would really be taxing on my person. Dato versus Simone in another big post-flop flip here. Pair of 10s for Dato. Big old diamond draw for Simone. I would secretly be texting Maria under the table saying, can I deal yet? Can I take a deal yet?
Check.
Yeah, I'm going to be the one who, I'll be the Jake Cody on the rail telling you, nope, it's not a good deal.
No deal.
Gotta renege.
Check, check on the flop. 8 of hearts on the turn. Board gets straight ear. Simone's gonna fire now.
Yeah, pretty natural semi-bluff. Certainly, you know, feels like with Dato checking back, there can be a lot of weaker hands, perhaps some ace-X's, some small pairs that didn't really like that flop and may not be able to continue to any aggression. But Dato checking back that flop so that he could pick off some of these stabs, I think, quite easily. There is a 4-liner out there, so that's going to make the pair of 10s a little uncomfortable, but you can certainly see why he's going to make the call and decide on the river.
And this pot's getting pretty big as well. 3.5 million out there now. Final card is a 6. 5, 6, 7, 8. Nope. Not a straight for Simone, not this time. Dato's 10s will be good at showdown. Are we going to get to showdown? Is Dato bluffable in this spot?
I think facing another sizable barrel, he will definitely have to fold the pair of 10s.
That's a sizable barrel.
The sizing 2 million. Yeah, it's. I really think that it could get the job done here. Of course, you know, that obvious straight is possible, and I think Dato is wondering how many 2-pair combos would perhaps go for this sizing for value on the river as well. Would they even be willing to bet for value on the river, or would they just end up checking?
Shredda says super puke spot to call with a 10 here, and I think Dato likely agrees as he's already put out all of his remaining time banks just in case they're necessary. Simone doing a great job. Yep.
I was just going to say, you got to give it up to Simone for even willing to follow through. And, you know, when we saw him in frame, he definitely was able to hold a poker face. I mean, the big sleeve over your face doesn't hurt, makes it a little bit easier.
I would be visibly shaking even with that amount of cover-up, so Simone doing a pretty good job here. I can't imagine Dato. Pass! Simone bluffs Dato off the best hand.
Basically hour-long levels from now on. Are you guys ready for the crapshoot?
Hey, that's an EPT event. You take that back.
Hey guys, you want to see a feeling tonight?
Together. With red wine.
Which one?
Huh?
Which one?
Red wine.
Red line.
Wine.
King Jack for Dato in the small.
Vino.
We deserve a bottle of wine tonight. You staying tonight here in Melda?
Yeah, but I have to get up early for my flight.
What time?
7:30. Depends on what time.
Tomorrow in the morning. Bro, we're almost millionaires. We can do whatever the fuck we want.
Yeah,
You
go
must
to my
pop a
girlfriend.
bottle today. You must pop a bottle. You know.
For me, you know, there's no better way than celebrating whatever happens tonight and flying back to my girlfriend, you know, so.
Ole.
Oh.
He's saying that because he knows she's watching.
Dato all in, shoves on Tashirak, who with ace-queen calls it off.
Good luck, guys.
And Tashirak is going to be the at-risk player here. Dato has him covered.
Huge swing here.
Tashirak has the advantage with ace-queen.
Gilly's excitable rail, recognizing the $110,000 pay jump if this is Tashirak's final hand. And if not, Andrea Dato will only be left with 4 big blinds.
He's been there before.
That short?
Yeah, he was down to 4 big blinds at one point.
Wow. And everyone going to their support systems.
So ace-queen ahead. Tashirak a 2-to-1 favorite to double up. 5 cards to come. The flop is king high.
That's a good start.
Dato now an 86% favorite to eliminate Halil Tashirak. He has 3 outs, the 3 aces in the deck. And he needs to hit on the river. 7% chance of survival. Barry Greenstein required. The river card is a 9. And that will do it for Halil Tashirak. We will not have the first ever Turkish EPT champion here in Cyprus.
Another domination nation situation, all kinds of paint.
So Stevic raises to 85,000. O'Callaghan calls, and once again it's domination nation. And it's a queen high flop.
Is now the time for justice.
Justice.
135,000.
Go.
David calls.
Really tough to tell the size of Stevic's stack with his chips all over the place.
5 queen deuce. Turn card.
Oh, this is going to be impossible for O'Callaghan to escape from now.
GNGG.
All in and a call. And for the third time, by my calculations, Stevic is in a position to win this thing.
This one feels like the one, though.
O'Callaghan
86%, one card to come.
looking for his lucky jack. Does not hit on the river, and finally it's over. And this is the moment that Alexander Stevic became the inaugural European Poker Tour champion.
James, I just noticed a huge mistake. That was a 4-star hand versus a 4-star hand.
Some 4-star hands are better than others.
This is pretty cool, though, huh? Look at this emotion.
Crucial information left off the graphics. A great moment. And it all gets ruined by someone knocking over their lunch.
This is the NAPT, my babies.
Comeback time.
Yeah, we can play for real now.
One time, come on. Yeah. Hey, Mom, I'm playing heads up on TV. I'll see you later.
Why are you so good, Vanessa?
Congratulations to Tom Marchese.
William Reynolds is the champion.
Vanessa Selps is the first ever two-time NAPT champion.
No better place to play poker than in Vegas.
I think I'm gonna have fun playing with you today, sir.
It has been a minute. See you on the strip.
Well, during that break, you got to relive the winning moment, the conclusion of the first ever EPT main event. Now it's time for the conclusion of the first ever EPT Cyprus main event. The PokerStars European Poker Tour has come to the Merit Royal Diamond Hotel, Casino and Spa, and we are heads up in this 5K tournament. Coming back from the dinner break, it is Gilles Simon versus Andrea Dato. 61 big blinds, plays 17 big blinds at the new blind level. 250K, 500K, with a 500K big blind ante. James Hartigan alongside Nick Walsh.
Hello, hello. Thank you for having me. We're back. 17 big blinds effective. You guys know I love it. Heads up and short stack. That's my jam.
Dato with some work to do, but he's proved that he is a survivor. He has been a short stack for most of the day. At one point, though, he became chip leader, and he does not go down without a fight. Came to poker via Magic the Gathering, gave up his career as an engineer to focus on poker, made the final table of EPT Barcelona back in 2014, a 4th place finish. Now he's guaranteed at least 2nd, guaranteed at least 652K. But of course he's eyeing that first prize of $1 million, as is Gilles Simon, originally from the Netherlands, now living in Austria, winner of the first ever Dare to Stream competition back in 2019, won himself a Platinum Pass, has had a lot of success live and online, including winning his first WCOOP title earlier this month. Has been studying the game, has been working with coaches in Vienna, which is very much a poker hotbed, and is looking for his first breakout live score.
Yeah, 652K, already a massive score. Can he continue to spin? He's been the short stack, but survive he has.
Let's click some buttons.
Let's click some buttons. So now we are short-handed. Now we are heads up. The blinds are 45 minutes long rather than 90 minutes long. So we're going to play 2 levels back-to-back. This first level being level 36, 250, 500.
Yeah, so just a reminder, guys, 17 big blinds is the effective stack. That is Dato. So definitely within the realms of a raise all-in scenario. Lots of raise from the button, shove from the big blind scenarios that happen. Lots of limp shoving. So many traps start to slip in there. Sub 25 big blinds effective. We're going to start seeing a lot more limping come into play as opposed to when you're deeper, you do a lot more raising from position.
Simon with the best of it, pairing his 7. Has checked to Dato, who checks behind. King on the turn, and Gilly now a 86% favorite.
Yep, 2 checks. Simon probably a little bit concerned that Dato might have a king that he check back on the flop here. Plenty of king high, ace high combos like to take a more passive line here on 3, 6, 7, 2 hearts from position.
Check.
10 of clubs on the river has not changed the outcome of this hand.
Looks like Simon's going to try and get some value.
I like it. $1.2 million. Near enough full pot. Gets a fold from Dato. And still hovering around the 15 big blind mark. Gilles Simon playing more than 60 big blinds. And from Simon's perspective, Nick, this is very much a finish him moment.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think being studied at this sort of shallower heads up stack depth is really important because you do want to be aggressive. You do want to apply pressure when you've got the covering stack, but you don't want to give him free double ups, right? You want to keep him in the box. You want to keep him nice and low. And that's where a lot of this limping strategy starts to come in, because you can get into pots very frequently from position. You can play a wider range, force your opponent to be the aggressor from out of position if they're brave enough, and very often just outplay them from position with a wider range. Yep, you'll notice even the 10 deuce off being a limp here, definitely part of this limping range, 100% going to be in there.
And 10 high is still the best hand.
It is. It's also a great board just to fire, you know, maybe one big blind and just try and take it down. Obviously, we still have antes in play here, which is a much considerable addition to the overall dead money. Yeah, that's what we like to see, and it's a big pickup. It really is. You know, that big blind plus the big blind ante, very considerable. In terms of, you know, in terms of effective stack here, the amount that they're going to exchange every single pot, even in limped pots, is so big in proportion to the effective stack depth of Dato at 14 big blinds.
Dato 9-6 completes on the button in the small blind. Simon with queen 5 in the big. Checks his option. flop is King, Jack, 6. So a pair of 6s for Dato.
Tricky spot here. I think we can go ahead and check back our bottom pairs quite frequently here at this stack depth. I think firing is also fine. Obviously, some King X and Jack X might have actually played aggressively versus limp pre-flop. So a little bit capped, but they'll sneak in there once in a while. And I think probably it's more GTO just to check the 9-6 here and try and get to showdown. Potentially speed up on turns like this where you can still get value from a single spade, maybe a spade with the straight draw.
And of course, we see Simon has picked up the 5-high flush draw. Checks a second time.
Yeah, he might want to try and put something in here, but I think a check is also totally fine as well.
A lot of people who've been away from the stream, as we see Dato bet 500,000 here, asking whether a deal has been discussed or agreed. Neither. Huge difference in prize money, by the way. 652,000 for the runner-up, more than $1 million for the winner. But the discrepancy in the chip stacks means a deal is not really in anyone's interest right now.
Yep, possibly a discussion for when they're more evenly stacked, when they're more even Stevens.
Which could happen.
Absolutely.
We've seen some huge swings today.
Yeah, I mean, if Dato doubles here, not far off. So now you'll notice Simon, excuse me, might consider sneaking in a little trappy trap here. Ace-10 suited, definitely a hand you want to play in position. I think also having some raises, again, of course, never a mistake here with such a nice hand. Ace-10 suited at this point, probably a hand you wouldn't mind going broke with, James. Get that in pre-flop all day long here. Dato just doesn't have the hand to play, though, so gets the fold there, and Simon's going to pick it up.
Cameron observing that Dato was indeed bottom of the remaining players at the start of today. Now he's heads up against Gilles Simon, whose crew are on the beers. Gilly's boys are knocking him back. $7-5 on the button for Dato. Pocket jacks for Simon.
Yep, think need to be putting in a raise here versus that limp. At this stack depth, probably like 2.5 big blinds would be totally cool. Decides to go for 1.4, closer to 3, but of course there is the additional big blind ante in there, so perhaps making a slight adjustment for that.
And the crowd goes wild. Oh look, Benny Glazer's trying to get in on the action. $32.5 million, plays 6.9 million, 64 big blinds versus 13.
All in.
Oh yeah, power poker. No call from Dato, understandably, 7 deuce.
Oh yeah, ace-4, definitely going to be shoving there tons.
Seems like I'm getting all the good cards.
No, it's just that you are better than me.
Infinite variance and heads up, right?
That is incredible banter. Love to hear that. I know Dato's actually been very robotic in his actions, but off the table, really seems like a super sweet, jovial guy. Is not anywhere near like what we've seen so far in this tournament.
Hey, if I come into a final table with like 12 big blinds and I've managed to ladder up to second place and guarantee myself 650K, I'd be in a good mood too.
Absolutely.
$1 million.
The raise with Jack-8 is to $1 million. 9-5, the Dolly Parton for Gilles Simon. And a King 7-4 flop.
Yeah, I'd be interested to see this range here. Simon defending the big blind extremely wide here at a very shallow stack depth. But of course, as we've already mentioned, the addition of that big blind ante means those ranges get uber wide.
Check.
Sometimes surprisingly so.
Ace of diamonds on the turn. Jack high still the best hand.
Check.
Check, check again. Board pairs on the river. And Jack high is still ahead.
No aggression from Dato in position here. Probably quite happy to take Jack high to showdown at this point. On this kind of a texture, Jack high is actually doing pretty well. Yeah, that's going to be good enough.
Vamo indeed. Action starts with Simon. King 8.
This is definitely in shoving territory, James. Getting real shallow.
Decides just to call.
Yep, very reasonable as well.
Dato in the big blind with ace jack.
It might be shovey time. These offsuit aces love to be all in versus limps here at this very shallow stack depth.
1,600,000.
1.6 million, as verbally declared by Andrea, the announcer, Dato.
So James, like I said, the offsuit aces like to be all in here very often. It's usually the suited ace jack that likes to be an ISO not all in. This is giving Simon the opportunity to catch up for a relatively cheap price.
So you think he calls here, plays the flop in position?
I think that's what he's going to do, but I think this is a circumstance where a lot of the suited ace combos prefer to be all in because they have poorer playability than their suited counterparts. But let's see how we do on the flop.
3.7 million in the middle. Dato with 5.35 behind. The flop is 8 high. Advantage Simon. Gilly is a 3-1 favorite on this board.
SPR looking really low now. Kind of awkwardly stacked, James.
Are we going to get an announcement?
500,000.
500,000 chips. Min bet.
$1.5.
3x. The raise from Simon with top pair. Dato moving all in, and Simon announces call, and this could be it. Simon, huge favorite, with 2 cards to come.
76% of the way to $1 million US.
King 8 against Ace Jack on 8-7 deuce.
You can see Dato's outs. 3 aces, 3 jacks, 6 cards he can hit to survive.
We're getting slow rolled by the dealer.
It's a big moment, guys.
Have you won yet? Guys, this would be very painful if we lose, so calm down, calm down.
Dato has clung on for so long. He's been a survivor. Can he survive this? 3 on the turn. Gilles Simon is now 1 card away from winning the first ever EPT Cyprus main event. He and Israel are on the side of the table. Andrea Dato, joined by his friends and family as well, waiting for this river card to be dealt. If it is not an ace or a jack, this tournament is over. The river card is a blank. The beer goes flying as Gilles Simon wins the EPT Cyprus main event for $1,042,000. Andrea Dato, the runner-up for $652K.
What a moment, what a celebration, and what a hold.
Congratulations to you. I'm sorry for having me and my friends hurt. Thank you. Thank you.
6 long days. A long penultimate day. And a pretty dramatic final table with plenty of chip swings. I think at every point today, one of the players was chip leader, and everyone's had their turn of being the short stack. But Gilles Simon ends up with all the chips. He is an EPT champion.
And now I have to get like a really tacky King 8 tattoo. No, absolutely not.
And Andrea Dato did a phenomenal job of laddering up, besting his result from 2014, where he came 4th in Barcelona.
I'll just wait for ceremonial instructions.
A drink spilling victory right there.
All that spamming of willies and chilies clearly paid off. Meanwhile, Andrea Dato, the runner-up for $652,200. Yes, we've noticed what's happened to our set. It has been destroyed by spilled beer. We'll be sending the bill to Gilles Simon. It's not like he's not got a few quid now.
There's no use crying over spilled beer, guys.
So, of course, we will be heading down to the floor in just a moment. We'll hear from our winner, and we'll present him with his trophy. Because the man who started streaming as part of the PokerStars Dare to Stream competition, the guy who plays on PokerStars as Taxation is Theft, has just had his first major live result, taking down the first ever EPT Cyprus for a 7-figure score.
I really appreciate he's keeping the hoodie on. The one hoodie that's brought him all the way to victory, covering his mouth all the way to that $1 million US. Keep it going, man. You know, remember the little people.
Well, I hope you've enjoyed our coverage of EPT Cyprus, and I hope you enjoyed what I thought was a very entertaining and pretty dramatic and very swingy final table. Remember, we came into the day with 7 players. After 3 hands, we lost Bjorn Kozenkai. It then took a while before Nikita Kuznetsov went out in 6th place. Yannick Schumacher bowing out in 5th. Halil Tasharek, 4th place finisher. Jose Gonzalez at one point looked like he had a lock on this, but eventually had to make do with a 3rd place finish. And on a particularly long heads-up battle, if you combine the session from the last level with the hands they played, less than an hour, and Gilles Simon closing the deal. Andrea Dato earning himself 652K. And Gilles Simon will receive more than $1 million. All these players deserving of the sums they receive, and worth highlighting, Nick, that they did outlast more than 1,310 other players.
Yeah, let's not forget, great turnout here in Cyprus. So happy to see the first Cyprus ever with those kinds of numbers. Who knows, maybe more in the future.
So stand by to hear from our winner. Stand by for the winner's presentation. But before that, let's talk about what we have coming up in the next few weeks, in the next couple of months. Once we have wrapped here in Cyprus, we will clean the stage and we will ship it across the Atlantic. Because we are going to Vegas, ladies and gentlemen, where we are bringing you the big game on tour. We're bringing back the big game. We're going to be filming at NAPT Las Vegas on November the 8th and 9th. And a reminder that we are looking for loose cannons to take part in the show. Qualifying tournaments will take place at Resorts World November the 5th. The casting process will then take place on the 6th and 7th, and you could potentially be staked to play in the big game on tour on November the 8th or November the 9th. And then after that, we bring you a 3-day live stream from NAPT Las Vegas. I'll be there, Joe will be there, Nick will be there, the whole team will be there. The main event, the 5K High Roller final table, 3 days of coverage from Friday, November 10th through Sunday, November 12th on the PokerStars Twitch and YouTube channels. That will be our next stream. Look forward to more Cards Up coverage, this time from the NAPT. And for fans of the European Poker Tour, we are not done for 2023. The last stop of this season is Prague. You can watch 6 days of live coverage from Prague. We've got the final day of the 10K Mystery Bounty and the last 5 days of the 5K main event. That stream runs December 12th through 17th on Twitch and YouTube. So join us for the NAPT in November. Join us for Prague in December. Right now, we are going down to the floor. It's time to hear from the winner. It's time for the trophy presentation. Let's hand things over to Joe.
Hello and welcome to the trophy presentation from the first ever European Poker Tour Cyprus here at the Marriott Royal Diamond Hotel, Casino and Spa. With me on stage alongside the winner is Tournament Director Toby Stone, Live Events Business Development Manager for PokerStars Julian Liarte, and President of Merit Poker Songul Beckham, and of course Director of Live Events for PokerStars Cedric Below. After 6 days of hard-fought poker, we have our first ever EPT Cyprus main event champion. Before we get to the trophy presentation, just want to talk to Gilles for 1 second. Gilles, you went from $10 games online to winning a 5K. Talk to us about that feeling.
Yeah, it's obviously absolutely insane. It's been a crazy ride the last 5 years, you know. It's been days of hard work. It's been days of partying very hard. It's days of making bonds with friends, you know, that will never go, not just inside of poker, but also just in life. And yeah, in the end, all you need is just the right timing, a very dirty mustache, and a lot of luck. So, yeah.
That's a great answer. I think we're going to leave it at that. Before we hand out the trophy, Cedric would like to say a few words.
Good evening, everyone. I just would like to take this chance to say what an amazing event it was, the first EPT ever in Cyprus. Please join me in congratulating, and a big thank you to the All Merit Poker and the All Merit venues. Thank you very much. It was amazing. Thank you to all the players who made their journey to Cyprus. It was great to see big fields, big tournaments, amazing atmosphere. So thank you, everyone. A lot of PokerStars live events still have to happen this year. We are going to head soon to Las Vegas for the North American Poker Tour. We have European Poker Tour in Prague in December and some other regional tours in the UK and in Spain and in France. So again, on behalf of PokerStars, thank you to everyone involved in this event. It was a fantastic one. Thank you again.
Thank you, Cedric. And now there's only one thing left to do. Besting a field of over 1,300 entries to take the title and over $1 million for first place. Please give it up one more time for Gilles Simon.
Who needs two hands to lift a trophy? Not this guy. And now the real celebration. Do not drop that trophy. Do not drop that poker player.
Amazing stuff. Love the celebration.
And so concludes the first ever European Poker Tour event from Cyprus. A reminder, as we heard from Cedric, NAPT Las Vegas is just around the corner. EPT Prague will be taking place in the month of December. We will be streaming both day of the festival, and we hope to see you there. It's the final table. Former streamer Gilles Simon, Gilly, who leads. And understandably, play has been tight. Look at the payouts. Look at the money jumps with each elimination. Right now, everyone's locked up the better part of 163K, but we're looking at more than 650K for the runner-up and more than $1 million to the winner, plus that all-important EPT title and trophy that will be presented today. Ace high holds, and Bjorn Kozenkai is the first player eliminated. All in, he shoves on Tasharek, gets shown the bluff. King's hold, and Nikita Kuznetsov is KO'd. Schumacher is eliminated in 5th place, and that will do it for Halil Tasharek.
2 pair for Dato, 1 pair for Gonzalez. Andrea Dato versus Gilles Simon.